Indonesia, Australia, Chile, Colombia, Brazil, all over the world. Who will be the next rising superpower in skateboarding?
I mean, I think it's anyone's game at this point. That's what's so exciting about being here, Olympic qualifier here in U.S. soil. For the first time, we're seeing, girls come out from all corners of the world, right? And there's an opportunity to really make a name for themselves, and we're excited to watch it all go down.
Well, your format is right there, plain as day. 41 athletes to start, 4 heats, and 2 runs, 40 seconds. That's really the number that we're looking at. Your whole year, in some cases, your whole career could come down to 80 seconds of skateboarding.
Yes, normally we have 3 45-second runs, but we're condensing the competition. There's so many competitors, so 2 40-second runs. That is a lot of pressure, and that's a big bowl for 40 seconds.
And a lot of times when you come into these competitions, especially, bumping up towards the Olympics, they've already had 5 or 6 events under their belt. Of course, strange year, challenging times. We know that. We've all been affected. How will these young skateboarders be affected by not having as much competitive history throughout this year as they may have had in the past?
Yeah, I mean, I think it really could go either way. I've been talking to some of the girls, and some of them have been able to get more practice in, more training, time for recovery, and some haven't been able to because of restrictions and, staying safe. So I think it's going to be a mixed bag, and it's going to be anyone's game.
Well, Dew Tour has always set the benchmark of what's happening in skateboarding. Back in 2019, your Dew Tour results for women's park went like this. Masugo Okamoto, Lizzie Armanto, and Kokona Haraki. Of course, 2 Japanese skateboarders. Really, in the last 5 years, I would say the skateboarders representing Japan, especially in park, and especially on the women's side, have really risen up, and they have become a nearly unstoppable force in women's park skating.
Yeah, I mean, Sakura just leading the pack. She's so technical, and she's gotten better and better. So when we see those 12 pre-qualified women, there's a few Japanese skaters that are going to bring some heat to the competition for sure.
And the USA National Championships, which went down just last week, we saw Minna Stas bring out that 540 to full effect. One of the only skaters in the field with that trick. Jordan Santana second, Bryce Wetstein coming through in third. So there are a handful of USA park skaters on the women's side of things that have had recent competitive success. How is that going to help them coming into Dew Tour?
Yeah, I mean, I think, it was really cool to see Minna win the recent national championships. She's grown like 3 feet since, I think, the last contest. Also, we got Jordan Barrett in 4th place, So I think it's going to be exciting. We got the superpowers, the US, Brazil, Japan, and hopefully, we'll see some new faces out there.
And what I'm loving right now is that skaters are putting on their helmets, lacing up their boots, and they're getting ready to rip. That tells us the park is looking dry, and we will see competition resuming very soon. A great first heat to start us off, a truly international field. Australia, Chile, Colombia, Indonesia, South Africa, USA, and Brazil all being represented. And this really is where we're going to see the names that might be slightly obscure to you at first rise up. And right now, we're going to take a look at the women's park scene. This is a youth movement. So many talented teenagers in this field. Let's learn a little bit more about the competition we're about to see.
All the young guns are coming in hot.
It seems like the generation's just getting younger and younger.
These young girls are coming in, they'll fully put their pads on and stuff, and you're like, all right, she probably skates good. And then she'll go up and do a 6-foot high 540.
Hello. When I was 15, I was super carefree. I was just like, oh, we're just skating in a contest. And nowadays, their mentality is to win.
I just want to do tricks that boys are doing,
It's not like their own division where they can't compete with the guys.
We're all fighting for the top spot and wanting to be the best, but behind all that, we're really good friends.
みんな練習頑張ってるからかな。
Definitely the progression is going to go way up.
I mean, women's skateboarding in the past year has progressed so much, probably more than the past 10 years.
I think that's pushing a lot of us to kind of step our game up a little bit.
Sakura.
She's crazy. Sky, Brighton, Lucrezia from Italy, Poppy from Australia, Kisa, mommy. Literally, it's just insane.
To see how friendly they are and cheering each other on, but also so aggressive at the same time.
Watching all the girls ripping it. The skating with them's fun.
I was not doing 540s when I was 12. That's for sure.
Well said right there from Alex Sorgente. We got 12-year-old women in the park doing 540s. You got Ruby Trew from Australia. She's 12 years old. And what a way to kick off Dew Tour 2021 with an incredibly talented young skater out of Australia. Australia, you got to put them in that consideration for a skating superpower. With Poppy Star Olsen, I would say kind of leading the way. She would be considered the veteran now from Australia. A bunch of national titles for her. But I'm excited to see Ruby Trew skate. Take a look at our start list here. Like I said, deep international field. Got skaters representing Chile. Looking forward to seeing the return of Grace Marhofer. Had some injuries in the past couple years, but we've seen her absolutely destroy Vance Park Series events. She's competing in X Games, and it's great to see her healthy and back. Of course, Cody Kamanaha, another name that you would recognize if you watch skateboarding events. Kim, when you see this list, any names popping up that we might not be familiar with?
I mean, there's a lot here. We got, Nimas Bunga coming out of Indonesia. We also have Melissa Williams from South Africa, so I'm excited to see her skate. And yeah, we've got Ana Falatoro coming out from Colombia. So yeah, it's kind of cool to see some new flags here up on the screen.
Yeah, and I gotta mention from Morocco, Aya Asakwas. She could potentially fill that last spot from the African continent. We will see. Heat 2, the big names in here as well. Another truly international field. Shawnee Brew, I would say, would be the household name of this group. But this really is where we're going to see a skater rise to the occasion, and we could be developing new household names. And in Heat 3, I would say Shanae Collins. Yeah, she's going to be a fun one to watch. Amelia Brodka, of course, we've known her from not only the industry, but as a professional skater. And here's Heat 4. These are some of your highest ranked skaters. You see 6 through 9 right there, Indiara, Kahana, Jordan, and Jordan. Those are names that you've seen in a million contests in the past. Ministes. So Heat 4 is really the heavy hitters of this opening qualifying round. So now that you've seen the park, you've seen the list of skaters, Pastris, I know you've done your homework. Who are you looking forward to seeing skate today?
Oh man, so many people. Starting with 12-year-old Ruby Trew. That's super exciting, and it's such a symbol of the youth movement that the first person skating in the bowl is only 12 years old. And then that Heat number 4, that's the top rank.
Movement is coming in strong here at Dew Tour.
Yeah, and I would say, being able to see representation, have some role models, some possibility models, with these big events like Dew Tour, Olympic qualifications, really just gives many young girls the opportunity to say, hey, I want to do that, I can do that, I see the pathway. So I say they go hand in hand, and we've seen an explosion of participation of women of all ages at Skate Like a Girl.
Well, a huge reason that we are having these contests, a huge reason that skateboarding is in the Olympics, to grow and progress the sport. Kim, you hosted a really cool forum talking about the impact that skateboarding could have on the world after the Olympics, and kind of some of the other sports that helped us on this path. Let's take a look.
So the question is that, we saw how snowboarding had some challenges, going from snowboarding to the Olympics. What are your thoughts around skateboarding going into the Olympics?
I feel like we won't really have that problem as far as staying unique, because I mean, we have a group of amazing people who like really try really hard to keep that unique factor, and they put a lot of time and an effort to like keep that. So I feel like as far as going into it and after, it will still be solid, and that will be the unique thing that people will take away, is that it is very different. You're looking at like a group of amazing people who really try hard to keep those factors into play, and I mean, they're doing a great job. So,
you know, you look at the history of snowboarding and what happened, you know, it's going to blow up both sides. Both sides of skateboarding are going to benefit off this. And, you know, the sides who are competitive, that want to compete for Team USA, it's been a goal, it's been hung on their wall, they've written down on paper when they were 7 years old and put it on their wall. Those type of athletes are finally get to do something they've always dreamed of. And I know most pro snowboarders now, and I know that they love competing, and I also know they love street snowboarding, going out and filming projects. And at the same time, you look how accessible skateboarding is. Like, you look how accessible is what we do. You know, you can go out anywhere. You can skateboard in your kitchen. You can go to a skate park. You can cruise down the street. You can do it anywhere. And I feel like that's why skateboarding is just going to be put on such a pedestal going into this.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with both of them for sure. Like, we definitely have a team that's making sure like the cultural side of skateboarding is going to stay the same, but I also just think it's like skateboarding is such an individual thing that it's really up to the skater as to where they want to take it. Like, if they want to go for the Olympics, then they can absolutely do that. If they just want to go and cruise and just have fun, then they can absolutely do that. I feel like the core of skateboarding is always going to be there, and like it's kind of just like a tree. Like, the root is always going to be there, and you could branch out to as far as you want to go to. And I feel like that's the beautiful thing about skateboarding.
Yeah, skateboarding is definitely one of those special things where it can mean different things to different people, and no one can take that away from you. So that's a great question. All right, one more question down here, and then I'm gonna.
Welcome back to Des Moines, Iowa. The cultural Women's Park. Here is your starting list. Trew, Manuela Vasquez Correa. This is just a 12-year-old skater out of Australia warming up, and that's quite the way to warm up. Just a nice little slam to get the body moving. The weather has been pretty wild. Still great skate weather, a little windy, but hopefully that wind's going to help us just keep this skate park dry. And your competition format is, as it always is here in Dew Tour, action-packed. 41 athletes, 4 heats, 2 runs, 40-second runs. Best run counts, you score out of a possible 100, and you're going to see an ongoing leaderboard. So when these skaters look up before they drop in, they'll know what they need to get. We've got the best judges in the business, and of course, all of our skateboarders are going to be judged on, you know, the basics of skateboarding that we love, going fast, doing scary, big tricks, using the whole park. You know, you don't have to hit every wall, you don't have to hit every rail, but Pastor says we've seen in the past, the skater that uses the park, goes the fastest, and goes the biggest is probably going to win.
Yes, and let's not forget the element of style, which is huge as well.
Yeah, the style kind of aiding with the flow. We don't want to see weird tic-tacking. Of course, we don't like to see pushes in the flat bottom, Kim. That could be a point deduction for you right there. But it really is the kind of overall look and feel of these runs. This is where you're going to start to see kind of the specialties of these skateboarders come out. And we do have, you know, coaches, friends, and family, but other than that, we're trying to just keep things to the tightest crew possible in the warm-ups. And one cool thing about this, Kim, is that a lot of these skaters, most skaters in the world have never skated this park. It's brand new, so everybody's in the same boat trying to figure out their lines.
Yeah, that's part of the battle here. The challenge is, you know, coming into a brand new park, brand new city, you know, flying out of the country and figuring out a line in this amazing, epic park. You mentioned style, Chris, and I've been hearing a lot that, you know, some of these younger skaters have been really progressing with their style. You know, they've had older girls to look up to, they've had some time to really dial in their skating, a lot of practice this past year for many of them. So I'm excited to see, you know, that progression.
This competition can be a total game changer. First place gets 60,000 points, so that's going to completely reset our leaderboard leading into the Olympics.
And as far as the scene goes, I mean, skate rats will be skate rats. We know there's heckling happening in both the men's and the women's. Of course, there's also, you know, the skaters that that you can look up to, and, you know, from what we've seen, we know that the Lizzie Armantos of the world, the Jordan Barretts, I mean, these young athletes are paving the way, and we've seen the shared knowledge. You know, there is, of course, hugely competitive atmosphere, but at the same time, we're all skateboarders, and this really is just a big skate party. There just happens to be some trophies and awards at the end of it. When you, Kim, have been in and around skate parks and the scene, competitions and all that, what's the heckling on the women's side compared to on the men's side?
I mean, honestly, I think there's a lot of camaraderie with the girls, and see that, you know, not only within the countries, you know, the Japanese skaters, the Americans, the Brazilians, but I think, you know, it is a real global community. So I would say there's not much heckling, and especially in the past, I would say 3 to 5 years, because of the new opportunities. Regional opportunity, so there's no doubt. There's, you know, a lot of opportunity, and everyone's just excited to be here and push the sport of skateboarding.
Yeah, let's call them friendly rivalries. We'll see if those things start to flare up towards the end. Don't look up. Just don't look up. Maybe, of course, we are dealing with the elements. I mean, this happens throughout the year at any kind of sporting event. Skateboarding is no different. The only difference is the skate park is slightly in. Bad things can happen. So, you know, while this is a super unsafe activity, all things considered, made a little bit more unsafe. Moisture and wetness in the park. So keep our eye on that. Pastris, you and I have been through many rain delays in our commentating careers.
That's for sure.
What's it like for these skaters when you get that word, hurry up, stop, wait, go, get in the zone, get out of the zone?
It's anxiety producing. I mean, you know, because you're trying to get a flow, right? And, you know, you're, like you guys mentioned, the women feed off each other, you get a session going, or something, you get hype. It's hard when you got those breaks and, you know, 15 minutes of just complete stoppage on rolling through the park. So I think it makes it challenging, definitely challenging. But competitors will be competitors, and pros will be pros. And there will be those that can wait 15 minutes, drop in, and do a 540.
This is the dream job, and sometimes you got to make them earn it. And that's what they're doing right now, getting themselves prepped and then just hanging back and waiting. Kim, tell me a little bit about Skate Like a Girl while we have a minute before this thing fires up. I know you guys have achieved huge things to empower female skateboarders around the world, and I think take back the phrase skate like a girl and make it a huge compliment.
Definitely, yep. We're celebrating 20 years. We're a nonprofit. We're all about, creating an inclusive community through this vehicle of skateboarding and really expanding what's possible. So we're seeing it right here on the elite pro level. We see it on the ground. We're hoping that folks here watching at home get inspired. You might not step on a board and do what these skaters are doing right away, but, it is still fun. As long as you're out there trying, that's what it's all about.
And the fact is, there are many, many girls in this event that I would love to skate like. I think I speak for a lot of us out there. I would love to skate like some of these girls because these are some of the best in the world. You see this park, one final swipe, and I think we could be dry enough to get this thing rolling. We have been battling a little bit of rain. There's a little bit of wind in the park. So again, you got to take that into consideration. This is an inherently dangerous sport. They're going to be flying around this place. Wind does not necessarily help you like it does in other sports. That's just dealing with wind is kind of an underrated hardship that skaters have to go through sometimes.
Oh, definitely, especially with airs, flying through the air with a big wind pushing through. It's not going to help things, but like we said, pros will be pros, and the people that are used to competition and used to challenges will shine regardless of the weather.
Well, we want to thank, again, the city of Des Moines, Iowa, for welcoming us in a huge way. 88,000 square feet of concrete way. The biggest skate park in Iowa, biggest skate park in the nation, and this is definitely going to be a skate park that people will travel to come skate. Upon first seeing this place, you kind of, your mind starts to just race with all the possibilities. And luckily for the locals and for people that are going to come visit, this park's going to be broken in by the best of the best. So you're going to be able to see exactly what's possible. Well, what's possible for the 1%, I should say. Dream for the rest of us. As our skaters getting ready, the change that we've seen, I would say, going into Olympics skateboarding is we're seeing more, coaching, more involvement from the nations, from the teams, not just your board sponsor, but from that perspective of full athlete support. So we've got 4 heats, 41 competitors, and we're going to kick this off. The skater representing Australia, 12 years old, Ruby Trew. She will have 40 seconds on the clock. That clock will start right when she drops in. And here we go, rocking the pink helmet, Ruby Trew from Manly Beach, Australia. Patrick.
Yes. Years old. Ruby's really a symbol of this competition. From Australia, such a young skater, but style, power, speed, don't list. Of course, sports epicenter of Australia. Great surf scene in skate that right on the beach. Nice.
The final 3 seconds here for first half 2 and 1 and has to be true.
It's pretty amazing that a 12-year-old shows such poise, not only the first run of the day, but the first run of this entire competition. What do you think of young Ruby Trew?
I mean, that's a lot of pressure. First run, first heat, finally competing. We've been out here for a few days practicing. I think she laid down a solid run.
Yeah, that was a nice front head air with a hit there. Backside over the volcano, landing with speed. Nice showing for run number 1. Hand on the coping with authority, Ruby Trew.
That was sick. And I can't say enough about, no warm-up needed, straight into it. That's going to be a solid score. She skated for the complete 40 minutes, or 40 seconds. She did use the whole park. And so that's going to set the bar. That's going to be what the judges are going to be now referencing for the rest of this field. So she starts with a 24.79. We'll see how that stands. Coming up next, Manuela Vasquez Correa, representing Chile.
Start things off, nice 50-50 there.
Well, one thing that these skaters are going to have to figure out is best use of speed. right there, you kind of just saw Manuela getting lost in the flat bottom.
Yeah, 40 seconds goes by very quick.
Great skate team down there.
So I would say, I mean, this is kind of your typical warm-up run. Unfortunately for Manuela, you only get 2 opportunities, so she's going to have to go back to the drawing board.
You got to fill that line.
I'm not sure about the Chilean skate scene, but I know they've got an incredible surf scene down there, and a lot of times kind of the surf scene informs the skate scene. So it's great to see skaters coming through representing Chile. I would love to go on a skate tour of Chile. It seems like some undiscovered terrain for sure.
Yeah, our live event announcer, Vern Laird, travels to Chile often and always posts amazing clips. Looks like a great place to travel too.
Yeah, Chile's one of those countries we haven't seen, you know, a ton of women skaters come out of there, so it's exciting to see, you know, them here. I know they're repping hard. I love their uniforms. Like, we've seen them around, and it's great to have them out here.
It's about busting down the door. You know, sometimes it takes one skater from a country, from a region, to come home and be a hometown hero that'll influence the rest of the skaters around her. So we'll see what happens in the next run for Manuela. So coming up, representing Colombia, Manuela, Colorado, Serna. Now, what I do know of Colombia is the same thing that Pastris just mentioned. Our friend Vern Laird travels there quite often. I've seen some incredible images of skate parks. Colombia obviously vibrant culturally. We'll see what Manuela, Colorado, Serna can do to represent Team Colombia.
Yeah, she is in. 50 there. Ooh, hanging on to that last one. Inside air. They're battling with a little drizzle here, so might be cause for them being a little safer than normal.
Also, just hitting that one.
Nice frontside drop.
Hitting that first that first 3 seconds without falling can give you that confidence, as I just totally jinxed her by saying But, you know, that's just a solid warm-up right there for Manuela, Colorado, Serna. Colombia can be happy with what they just saw because she is just warming up. She's got another 40 seconds to go. For this international field.
There's that frontside rock, kicking it out. Style.
You know, through these competitions, can we start to see trend tricks, which is not a bad thing. These are kind of tricks that a lot of people go to. I would say 2018, 2019, 2 big boneless years. What kind of tricks do you think are going to be the trend for some of these young females?
I mean, I think I've been seeing a lot of hand plants, and I mean, as we start to get into the later heats, we'll definitely be seeing some air. So, you know, a few girls spinning 540s, like that's always exciting. So definitely the progression's there. And that's, you know, I'm super stoked on.
Next skater to drop in from Jakarta, another surf-centric skate scene in Indonesia, but what I've seen, there's parks being built, there are incredible big ramps. Almost every surf break in Indonesia now has its own ramp on the beach. You have to think that informs the skate scene.
Yeah, she's got a great run so far.
I love her comment.
Nollie lip side just got away from her there.
Really cool kind of knock-kneed style, nice and smooth.
Yeah, very good. Not a lot of carving. Action pass. Great run before fall.
And we should see some improvement here, you know, shaking off the nerves, first run. You know, many of these skaters' first major global contest in a long time. So hopefully just, you know, cleaning out those cobwebs.
And even though we don't have a lot of spectators down here, just the sheer magnitude of what you're seeing around you. You know, this is big time competition skateboarding. This isn't a cruise at the park with your friends. You're looking around, you've got scaffolding, banners, big, you know, jumbotrons. That's got to add to the nerves, especially for some of our younger skaters that maybe don't have a deep well of competitive history. But a great start so far with 3 runs in. Ruby Trew still in the lead with a 24.79. Remember, the score goes all the way up to 100. I don't know if I've ever seen a 100 in Dew Tour competition in park skating, but this could be the day. This park looks perfect for it. Pastris, what do you think the score is going to be kind of to make that cut. Like I said earlier, we got 41. We're going to savagely cut this field in half. What score are we going to be looking at to be above the cut, in your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say with so much skateboarding left to see, but I would say you're shooting for a 50 or above. You know, traditionally, an amazing run is in the 70s or 80s. You know, but I think you know, this is qualification, so we may not see scores that high, but I would say at least a 40 or a 50 if you want to try to make that cut and meet the top 12 qualified skaters.
Good call there. Well, hit the pause button. 4 seconds. I'm going to let this little drizzle pass by. We have a crew of hundreds, and they all have towels in their hands. They're all ready to jump into action if need be. You see the cement around the logo, still pretty dry, so we're going to just run through with the blowers and the blow torches and the towels and do our best to keep this park dry. And of course, we want to make sure that all the skaters in the field get the same exact conditions. So we're not going to send a skater in if it's wet, if the previous skater got the dry park. So that's what we're doing right now. Just on a brief weather hold, but right now we're trying to get through a field of 41 to get that semifinal cut. So for the young ladies skating right now, that's what they're trying to do, is be above that cut line to get themselves into the semifinals. That's where they're going to be going up against the pre-qualified skaters, which will be happening later on in the week. Chris Cote, we've got Kim Woozy, Chris Pastris joining us here in Des Moines, Iowa. And not only is this the home of Slipknot,
The perfect place to skate. You got the water, you got a park right here, you got folks walking their dogs, and it was really cool to see some of the younger kids rolling around and being like, what's happening? And realizing, wow, these are the world's top skaters here, you know, and it's such a treat, so I'm excited.
yeah, it's a skate wokeness. We see it in few cities around the world. You would say there's a couple towns in Sweden that Pastris and I have been to that really welcome skateboarding. So that is so refreshing for a town. Generally, most towns, they don't welcome skateboarders very much. And it becomes a...
Counts as her first run, so she's still got another 40 seconds to put it all together.
You can just tell the determination on her face. I mean, she is ready for this.
Yeah, can you imagine you're out here representing your country, you know, like lots of pressure, and for these young skaters, you know, just being able to deal with that mental pressure. You know, it's easy to sit at home and say, oh, like this looks fun, but really there's a lot going on for them.
Absolutely. Well, this is a very special time in skateboarding, as for the first time ever in the history of the Olympics, there will be 4 wheels rolling. Talking about skateboarding's debut in the upcoming Olympic Games happening in Tokyo. Let's take a look at what we can expect.
The Brazilian, the Mexican, the Japanese, the American, everybody in the end are truly united.
To be able to represent America and represent Hawaii as well would be really special.
I get to compete for Great Britain, but be in Japan. I mean, that's just a dream.
The Olympics is an opportunity to bring something for your country.
I'm not only representing USA, but coming from Hawaii, there's so much pride. Who would have thought that I'd come from this little island in the middle of the Pacific to skating for my country and also my island, you know?
I think the Olympics is going to impact the world in ways no one ever thought it could. It's basically putting skateboarding on this pedestal for the whole world to see.
You're showing skateboarding to a broader audience, new people, younger girls.
I think it's only going to help skateboarding.
It's going to introduce skating to so many people, millions of people.
Everybody who's in those top spots really worked hard for it. It definitely pushes me to try to stay up in the top 20.
I'm just trying to keep not too much pressure on myself, trying not to think about it too hard.
I want to go. Let's get it done.
It's me and my best friend Bryce. We talk about it and laugh all the time that we met each other when we were 8 years old and now we're competing to get in the Olympics.
It'd be a dream come true, I feel like, after so long.
Sharing the same space, sharing the same area, and sharing that same passion.
It's the Olympics. I don't know what to expect.
Yeah, I can't wait to go, you know. I want to go so much.
So that's one arena of skateboarding that's about to be ejected with global stoke. Skateboarding is in the Olympics for the first time ever, and skateboarding is still in the streets. Skateboarding is still in backyard bowls and the mini ramps. Skateboarding is still happening in trenches. So skateboarding in the Olympics can only help some of these young skateboarders potentially make a career out of the thing they love to do. So we're back at it.
I think this is a rerun for Nimus. Nice frontside bonus there.
Finally got some sun coming out.
Like that.
50-50 over the hip. Gets away from her there.
Nimas Bunga representing Indonesia. Jakarta coming through on the global skate scene. Love to see it. Well, after Nimas, we're going to be going all the way to Morocco. So these 40-second runs. In some events, you skate until you fall, but here at Dew Tour, you get your full 40 seconds. So you can slam, you can get back on the board and keep going. Of course, the judges are going to, I feel like a lot of times the judges start with 100, right? And then they start to take away points as you go. And maybe they'll pause for taking away points if you do something radical in the middle of your run. But here's a good look at a skater representing Indo.
Nice melon into the frontside air. Frontside boneless on the bank wall there. And there, the 50-50 over the hip, just a little under rotated.
So I think that will officially, after a couple tries, finally be Nima's first full run. She gets a 13.99. It's enough to get her up into second place. Ruby Trew still hanging on to that 24.79. So we're starting to see some scores come through of note. Coming up next, going to be Aya Asakwas representing Morocco. And I don't want to sound like a broken record here, but in terms of action sports, Morocco, you would have to, again, go back to surfing. But from there, now we're starting to see more skateboarding go down. Aya is in. 40 seconds on the clock. Here we go.
In the park. Cruising through. Over a blunt.
I like that sometimes if the trick doesn't work out, you kind of just keep going. You know, you don't give up.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, 40 seconds on the clock for these skaters, 2 runs. So, you know, we call it a safety run. Usually the first run you get in the books, you just don't want to fall. And then the second run, you let things fly. In most competitions, we've seen 3 runs. So there's a little added pressure here with the 2 runs there.
Yeah, why not? I mean, these are the best in the business. They can handle that.
There's that blunt to rock. Just got away from it.
Awkward fall. But she's walking it off, running out of the park, so that's a good sign. That was our first look at Aya Asakwas representing Morocco. Kim, a lot of times from rising nations in action sports, you know, just getting the equipment can be kind of the first thing you have to deal with to overcome. So skate like a girl, is that part of your theory, is just providing opportunities?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we talk about skateboarding and the access, right? It does, you know, just take a piece of wood and 4 wheels, and sometimes, you know, that is a challenge. So for us, you know, we're looking to keep skateboarding accessible. We're looking to get as many people that want to get on boards as possible, and what that looks like does mean providing gear, free gear, loaner gear, protective, you know, helmets, pads, things like that. So it does take some effort here, but stoked to see, you know, once she's...
Speedy Melissa Williams representing South Africa in the park now. She's almost halfway through this run. So far, so good, Pastor.
Yeah, she's got a good flow. She's got to keep it up. Put a little more, got to hit the lip, get a little more speed going.
And one thing with a damp park is when you go up and ride that plexiglass wall where our Toyota is, it just adds to the sketchiness, and we like that. We like sketchy skateboarding, and I think the judges do too.
Yeah, wow, way back in the frontside rock, just barely got away from it. That was cool.
Well, she just, you know, barely just wasted a couple seconds, so a nice, nearly full run. I think she's going to be right up there with Ruby score-wise, and she looks stoked coming out of the bowl, so that's also a good sign. If you can put yourself in the position of dropping a 30 or a 40 to start, you're just going to be that much ahead of the rest of the field. Like what I've seen so far from Melissa.
There's our highlights. I like that crazy little tail slide action. And there's that layback frontside rock. She almost pulls it. That is tough in a corner.
Yeah, and Melissa coming out here from Cape Town, South Africa. And remember, Africa being the continent where it's anyone's game. So it's really fun to see that.
Going into the Olympics, each continent needs to be represented. And the African continent right now is kind of the question mark. Who will be representing? Ruby Faith Lilly from Oceanside, California, 14 years old, no shortage of skate parks or skateboards in Oceanside, one of the original meccas of skateboarding.
Yeah, Ruby just got 8th in the Nationals, nice 5-loaded tail slide. It is a trail slide. Ruby has some power. I like how she's hit the lip on lots of her, not a lot of carving, not a lot of dead space, it's just wall-to-wall action.
Good, big pump through that corner.
Lead is after. 10 seconds.
Ruby spends time at CATF. I'm sure she skates Prince Park a lot. Pretty sure I've seen her in the bowl at Foods Park. So
nice lead and tail there to end things off. That was a solid run.
Yes, you can tell how comfortable she feels, and that is just due to probably the amount that she skates. And luckily for her, she has access to a lot of parks that are very similar to this. Do you think, Kim, that skaters from Southern California might have a slight advantage in a park like this, just due to access?
I think so. I mean, you know, that's one of the biggest things is having access to, you know, not only skate parks, but also ones like this one, which is not the average skate park. So I think having that advantage is helpful here for Ruby, and it's looking like it was.
Those airs into that backside nose grind through the corner, that was amazing.
And we've got a new leader, Ruby Faith Lilly, with a 35.14, a solid start there for a 14-year-old ripper out of Oceanside, California. And now, the comeback, Grace Marhoff from Cocoa Beach, Florida. It's her birthday today. What do you think she wants for her birthday? Qualification?
Definitely to make that top 20. Off to a good start, lots of power from Grace. Nice frontside ollie.
Grace stormed the scene as a rookie.
Oh, eggplant completely stalled out. That was great. Backside transfer there. Backside ollie over the hip. Just got away from her, barely.
That's a rare fall for Grace. We know how consistent she is. And she has battled back from a couple of injuries in the past couple of years. She looks healthy and happy, and you know, right there, almost a full 40 seconds. She left about 5 seconds on the clock. Let's see what the judges do there.
She can definitely clean that up. I mean, if she stays on and makes that complete line, she's going to be a threat for first place.
Yeah, Grace is one of the skaters that I've been excited to watch. I know she's coming off of 2 ACL surgeries, so lots of rehabbing. I talked to her earlier. She said she's feeling confident physically, but mentally, you know, that's still a battle. It's never easy coming off an ACL surgery.
No, that's, I mean, has some big, deep skate parks. We've seen the photos, so we know what kind of terrain Anna has skated right there. Just making, anytime you grind into a corner, you just make it twice as difficult as normal. So
yeah, and we've got a full 40 seconds. Unlike a lot of competitions, you can drop back in if you bail. So yeah, that makes it a little easier for someone if they can recover from a fall.
Probably shaking off some nerves here too. I imagine, you know, if you're later on the start list, you've been watching everyone, it's just more time to get in your head. And, you know, probably a little bit of nervousness for Anna here.
Yeah, and hats off to all our competitors with the start stoppage with the rain. That hasn't made things any easier. So, yeah, definitely a little mental challenge at play here.
Well, that's not going to be the score she wants, but they're getting some getting some support, get those jitters out, and you know, just dropping in and rolling around is going to help. It's going to help with those nerves, because she's just going to have to rely on her second run.
Yeah,
to get
again,
those full points.
Again, I think it's like, again, so easy to watch at home, but in reality, you know, you're here, it's a big venue, you know, you flew from halfway across the world, you got an audience, you know, people are at home watching. It's a lot of pressure, you know, so really shout out to all these girls here for making it happen. Super proud of all of them.
So if you're just joining us, we're making a big cut from 41 to 20. This is Cody Tamanaha.
Wow, nice limp into the people to fakie. This is off to an amazing start.
One of the
Cody's got power and style.
One of the many rippers representing the Hawaiian Islands. Cody from Oahu.
Yeah, and she was just getting coached by Christian Hosoi, USA Nationals last weekend. And she is representing. Nice frontside air. I thought she had that.
Right when you said Hosoi, she did a Hosoi-esque frontside air. Unfortunately, didn't come down with it. Cody Tamanaha, you've seen her name at basically every skate competition in the past couple of years. She's super consistent, focused, and if Christian Hosoi's got your back, you know you're doing something right.
There's that backside lip slide, and yeah, she's won a Vans Park Series regional event into that people to fakie, and then got 7th last weekend at the USA Nationals. That frontside air just barely got away from her. I want to see her put that whole run together.
Skate scene on Oahu, vibrant. Some incredible skate parks there. There's a park on the north shore of Oahu, basically right on the beach at Pipeline. I've seen Cody skating there. There's multiple cement skate parks around the island, so expect to see more pro skateboarders coming out of Hawaii in the near future, because the scene there is just blowing.
Yeah, we'll see where that run ranks. It was still some amazing tricks in there, even with the falls, so we'll see.
Yeah, Cody's no stranger to competition. She's been coming out to California, and she's been in the contest scene, you know, for a while now. Always love seeing skaters come out from Hawaii. Maybe a little bit of that surf culture influence, you know, in the skating, especially in the bowl, because we have Jordan Barrett also, who's from Haleiwa.
That's a nice jump up the leaderboard, 26.93 for Cody. That'll put her in second place. Remember, all of these skaters fighting for a spot in the semifinals coming up next. We've got Emily Antunes from Brazil. We don't have to tell you how big and incredible the Brazilian skate scene is. You already know this. And Emily representing well so far. 30 seconds left.
Nice front there over the hip into a big boneless.
So fast.
That was huge.
I definitely see a Pedro Barros with the amount of
nice
speed and
style.
air.
Yeah, nice backside air there. Good grind on the coping, keep it moving. Another frontside air. Wow, power. Emily's got a good line here. Oh, disaster.
Not too big of a deal, because there was only 1 second left, so she kind of ripped for a full 39 seconds. I would say she's going the fastest so far, displaying her power.
That frontside air transfer onto that plexiglass wall.
She used the whole park. This is going to be a good score.
There's a massive frontside boneless.
I got our first boneless on the boneless counter. We will see more.
Styly frontside air.
Ooh, I don't think that would be WEC approved on the manual, but it did get her to where she needs to go.
Yeah.
Yep, same boat.
Thank you.
It's a good run, but good enough. Looking to beat a 35.14. I would say she's going to be close. I'm going to say she's going to make a jump up the leaderboard. That was just solid skateboarding right there. Fast, smooth, powerful.
Yeah, great
she's
flow.
Smiling. She's having a good time.
Brazil,
That's what it's all about.
Brazil has really stepped up in the governmental support of skateboarding. I know that a lot of skaters on the Brazilian team are getting help traveling. Right there, Emily Antunes. Not the score that I was expecting, but if you take a look back, the judges do like to see a lot of tricks, not a lot of pumping. So maybe with the speed that she was getting around the course, maybe took away some opportunity for tricks. Still a solid score. A 19.20, that's enough to get her in 5th place. Here's your leaderboard so far. And I think, 7 to 11, we're gonna see improvement there. Hopefully the nerves have been shaken off for some of our rookies here at Dew Tour. We're gonna go back to the top of the lineup, 12 years old, representing Australia, Ruby Trew. She's got room to grow, 24.79. That was our benchmark for a while. Currently in 3rd place. Here we go, Ruby Trew.
There's that backside air. And a nice Smith grind. Nice fronted air with the corner. The hip into that backside 50. She's flowing. 20 seconds on the clock. Get him, Ruby. Oh! Going for 540. I love it. Went for it there.
I've seen her pull that on Instagram many times. I love she pulls that out. Throws caution to the wind in the qualifiers because you know the talent in the rest of this division, so you got to throw it all out there. That was a pretty good run up until the fall at the end, but I love the effort. I love the thought to throw that 540 in there.
Yeah, well, she's just got to make the top 20. So with her sitting in 3rd place right now, that score of 24.79 may hold.
Let's see, we got about 30 other skateboarders that watched that run.
12 years old, throwing 5s. For folks at home, that is not the everyday thing. 12-year-old throwing 540s.
You're upside down, you're spinning, you're about 12 feet from the flat bottom.
Yeah.
A lot can go wrong.
And she's placed 1st before in a local contest, Bowlzilla, out in Australia. So she's got some competition experience, and it showed.
Now we're waiting to see what the judges are going to throw out there. Smart competitor, run 2, 19.45. Not going to beat that 24.79 mark, but right there you can just see the tactics, right? Get that first run under your belt, skate for a full 40 seconds. Maybe not do every trick you've got, get a score on the board. We'll see if it holds. Dropping in next, we've got your skater representing Chile, Manuela Vasquez Correa.
Get him, Manuela. Review the Park here, what she got for us. Frontside 50-50. Nice frontside alley over the hip. Rock and roll with style.
Five seconds left for Manuela.
Frontside air over the hip. She hangs onto it. Nice. Right, well, that fall was after time, so a complete line for Manuela.
We got 22 countries being represented here at Dew Tour in women's park. Chile being one of them. Manuela Vasquez Correa, her previous run.
It's currently sitting in 8th place.
It was a 9.71. Definitely going to be better than a 9.71. She basically completed the full 40 seconds.
Very few people do double truck frontside 50-50s. So,
it's hard.
Well done.
It's a hard trick. It's I would say an underrated trick for how hard it actually is. That's a cool shirt.
Yeah, and these women,
I wouldn't mind adding that shirt to my collection.
Right? Yeah, and these women have been battling nerves, weather, a lot of stops and starts, not a lot of practice time. So it's been challenging. But they're all on an equal plateau as far as the challenge they're facing.
Waiting for scores to drop, and it comes through. It does improve, 15.19. It's going to jump her up the leaderboard just a bit. It does. She is now in 6th place. Dropping next, we've got Manuela Colorado Serna, representing Colombia.
Back 50-50. 50 there for Lunas. Nice there.
Like she's kind of found herself. She did get a little bit lost on her first run. I think she's kind of figured out the line that she wants. Unfortunately, there's just not enough speed.
She's going to try to hustle and maybe add one trick
Here's where
Just a full 40 seconds.
Just go for something wild.
Frontside rock. Way to end things off. Oh, for a little nollie, big spin shove it there.
Okay.
I like that.
A better showing than the first run from Manuela Colorado Serna. Stoked to see Colombia being represented here at Dew Tour.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see, some of these countries that we haven't really seen, many skaters from. So in this heat specifically, we've got Colombia, South Africa, Morocco, Indonesia, just like a full global community out here coming together in Des Moines, Iowa for the first time ever, actually. It's history being made.
I could see many skate events to follow at this park. It's just perfect for a skate contest. 11-6-4, the final score for Manuela Colorado Serna. Coming up next, we've got Nimas Bunga representing Indonesia from Jakarta, a lively, exciting city.
That melon air over the volcano into the frontside air. Nice frontside boneless.
Add another boneless to the count.
Nice backside air. Hanging on to it. Backside ollie over the corner. Another backside ollie. 20 seconds. There's that nollie lip slide to the corner. Pulls it this time.
Already got to be considered better than the first run.
Backside disaster. Hanging on to it. I like it. Gotta stay on here. Going for the nose bar.
Not bad, not bad. Representing well. Nimas Bunga from Indonesia will definitely improve from her previous score. She got a 13.99 on her opening run. We'll see if
yeah, I think that beats run number 1 with making the nollie lip slide through the corner in a complete run. Nice method there over the Mountain Dew can and the volcano.
Yeah, that right there was about as good as it gets. Cool style too. Like
that nollie lip slide.
Relaxed arms.
Into the backside disaster.
I'm backing it. Nima Bunga. Waiting for scores to drop.
Definitely see some more confidence on this run. Like we said, the first one's always super nerve-wracking, and also there was some rain, so she got a redo.
There's a jump.
Stoked to see Nimas put down that last one.
18.23. So
that bumps her up into 6th.
Sizable improvement all the way from 9th to 6th. So she's in the mix now. Dropping next is going to be Aya Asakwas representing Morocco. Will Morocco be represented in the first iteration of skateboarding in the Olympics? Well, it's up to Aya. Starting with a little tech line.
Oh, half cab rock fakie. Woo! Hanging on. There's that blunt rock fakie. She makes it. 15 seconds. Oh, the frontside Smith stall. It just gets away from her there.
5 seconds left. Maybe time for one more trick. She had a pretty decent slam in her opening run, so it's just nice to see her bouncing back from that. And she's going to call it a day. Run number 2.
Yeah, I think that improves on her first run score of a 4.63.
I'd say so. She got nearly 30 seconds into her run. Couple good lip tricks.
Rock to fakie. I'd say that's the highlight of that run.
Boom. That alone right there is going to be better.
Blunt rock to fakie.
That's a 4.63 in itself. And remember, she did a bunch of other tricks leading up to that, so we'll see if the judges say there. The pit crew doing their research. You know, and for some of these younger skateboarders, maybe just kind of starting competition, this right here is a huge learning experience. It's a 5.57. It's probably not going to get her to the semifinals, but what this is going to do is set her up for her next contest. She already knows what it's like to compete at the highest level of skateboarding, so we'll see what she does next. All the way from South Africa, probably one of the longest flights, the most traveled to get here to Iowa, Melissa Williams.
Get it, Melissa.
You guys should make some noise right now for Melissa Williams.
Sun's coming out, backs at Ollie, the hip there, there's a 5-0.
I'm going to get to Cape Town to get to surf on and skate on one of these days.
Melissa repping Cape Town, South Africa.
Big surf town. Cote, have you been out to Cape Town?
I never have.
Oh, the way that front rock gets away from her again.
I've watched some really cool, you know, we saw what Maloof Cup go to South Africa, so they definitely have had their share of, you know, big skate events. You know, the South African skate scene growing so quickly, and definitely with a lot of organizations, you know, helping with underserved skate communities, getting boards over there.
Also just newer skate communities,
Exactly,
you know?
yeah.
Skateboarding hasn't existed for a long time in a lot of these spots, so.
Yeah, and just all the exposure that these women are getting and these girls are getting by being together, being on such a huge platform like Dew Tour, and they're so young. They've got such another decade of skateboarding competitively ahead of them in some cases.
Skateboarding, and you know, even at the contest when there's a lot on the line, they're having fun, they're supporting each other. It's a family out here, and that's what we love about skateboarding.
Yeah, camaraderie, and it's international. It's you know, all countries inclusive. They all vibe off each other and feed off each other.
And even sometimes when there's a language barrier, you know, you speak the universal language of skateboarding, so you don't even need the words.
Truth.
Similar score to her previous run, Melissa Williams, 6.97. She's still stoked. I mean, who wouldn't be? To fly halfway around the world and skate with your friends?
Yeah, repping South Africa, out in Des Moines, Iowa. I think it's just a win for her to be here, and really excited to see her.
Well, your leader for Heat 1 is back at it. Ruby Faith Lilly.
Starting things off with a bang. A couple of airs there. There's that 5-0 tail slide. And a lean tail slide.
High speed right here.
Oh, there's that backside nose grind through the corner.
Insane. Nice whip through that corner, too. You can tell she's...
Lean disaster. Yeah, she's focused.
Added some aggression to her run. Love it.
Showing you why she's in first place so far. Lean a tail. Ollie, huge over the hip. That was a great run. I think that might even improve on the first run.
I think so. I mean, faster, more tricks. She did have the fall at the end, but she's got 35.14. I'm glad I'm not a judge, because they're so close. I mean, they're just looking at the minute details right there.
That method air into another method air. Yes. Speed, style, power. There's that 5-0 to tail.
Just such an excellent representation of the youth at just 14 years young, coming from Oceanside, California. You know, we talk about the teen explosion, and Ruby is just a greatest example of a youngin' with many, many years to come.
Patiently waiting for scores to drop. You see we're flanked by so much concrete. This is just one part of this.
It went up.
Park. Score comes through, 36-28.
So she steps it up.
Your current leader is still your leader, improving just a bit there. Judges are spot on so far.
Yeah, I would say so. I think that's the kind of run you're going to want to see to get that top 20.
Grace Marhofer, the birthday girl representing Cocoa Beach, Florida, back in. I'm looking for some kind of invert variation. Grace, she has back tricks.
Outside Ollie, almost hung up there.
There we go.
Nice eggplant.
Perfect.
Love how she stalls those.
There's that
floaty backside Ollie. She stays on this time. Into another invert. Nice frontside air. She's got to stay on in the final 5 seconds here. Nice boneless. Good sketch and then recovers.
Great recovery. Sketchiness is good. A little bit of sketchiness will kind of let the judges know that you're right on the edge. And I don't mind it. I don't mind a good recovery. In fact, I kind of prefer that. I like to see skaters almost battling sometimes to make these tricks. Grace right there doing it, dare I say, Grace under fire. I'm sorry, I had to say it. Grace Hoffer. That could potentially be a top 3 run. We're going to leave that up to the judges, of course, but just from everything I saw, the speed, the power, the flow, the use of Park, the variation of tricks. You don't want to see the same trick over and over. Grace gives a lot of different looks in different places.
Yeah, there you see that tuck the eggplant and a regular invert there. Hand on the coping.
Best inverts we've seen so far.
For sure.
If that's an award, I don't know if it is, but if it is, Grace has it for now.
There's that big boneless for Grace, staying on.
Are we just going to break down and start calling that the boneless bank? Is that what's up? Because that
the
seems
boneless
to be
wall.
The zone.
Oh,
girl.
look at that.
Solid
Bumps her
run.
up in a second.
I would
Celebrate
say
her
that's
18th birthday.
Yeah, I would say that's a birthday present, but that was more of an earned score. The judges doing her, they don't know that it's her birthday. Yeah. We don't let them know any of that information. That's all on the merit of the ripping that she just did. A 31.30. That'll put Grace solidly in second place. Nice. Cody Tamanaha is going to be in third. Right now we're looking at Ana Maria Falatoro. She's currently in 11th for 0-2 so far.
Hang up there on that backside air. That one hurt.
She does have time to put a couple more tricks in. She's trying to erase a 4.02.
That frontside air.
And let's remember, a slam like that would take the majority of us out for at least the day, if not the week.
Yes, nice half tap, rock fakie.
They do make it look so easy. They just get right back up.
And then we see what it really feels like. Okay, Ana Maria Falatoro. She has a big future in skateboarding, representing Colombia. Fairly new to the competitive landscape.
Yeah, and it's just got to be amazing for some of these girls to come out here and be on this huge platform like Dew Tour in front of a huge international audience.
When you can hear a slam, you know it's a bad slam. So full credit to Ana Maria.
It's just a testament, yeah, to just how gnarly these girls are. To get back up, keep skating, it's all part of the game.
Yeah, a slam like that, kind of awkward. Your body's in a weird position. That can kind of send a lightning bolt through your whole body, not just the area that hits the concrete. We will see more of Ana Maria Falatoro in the future. Could be the end of her run here at Dew Tour. We'll wait and see. A lot of skateboarding left to come. Coming up next, we've got Cody Tamanaha, skater representing Team USA from the island of Oahu. Also representing Hosoi Skateboards, an iconic name in the skate world. Pastris, you said that Christian Hosoi was with her at the USA Championships. What kind of coach is Hosoi to these young proteges?
You know, when I asked him that question, I said, what kind of advice do you give? And he said, really focus on breathing and staying relaxed. So that's part of Hosoi's game. Stay relaxed, stay in the game, stay loose, fly high.
Maybe do some yoga in between. Get that breathing rep going.
Nice frontside Smith grind there.
High speed attack here.
Cody is in third with a fall, so she needs to put together a full run to really secure a position there. Feel comfortable.
Great frontside air. Flying around, using every corner, every wall. It's not mandatory, but it's definitely part of the scoring criteria. Use of the mark. Great run for Cody Tamanaha.
Yeah, she got a little bit lost there towards the end of the line. I'm guessing she might be sticking with that first run score of a 26.93, but we shall see.
Pastris, you were close to your call of that 40-point range being kind of the benchmark. Current high score of 36.28. Did Cody improve on her 26.93?
It's tough to say. I mean, That was a complete run, so perhaps. Nice Smith grind there on the highlight reel. There's the frontside air, hanging on. Toey. That's what got away from her in the first run, so you might be an improvement on our score of 26.93.
Score comes through, does improve, 28.42. Judges loving the complete run from Cody Tamanaha, enough to keep her in third place. Only one skater left that could potentially shake up the standing. It's Emily Antunes from Brazil.
Yeah, and I think Cody's sort of the bubble. She should feel somewhat secure with third place, but lots of skateboarding left.
Bom dia to all of our fans watching from Brazil. Here goes Emily Antunes, flying as we saw her in her previous run. One of the fastest skaters on the course so far.
Nice frontside air. Plexiglass wall. Big boneless. The boneless wall, as we call it, Cote, right?
The boneless bacon full effect.
Nice backside ollie over the hip, and another backside melon there.
Yeah, loving the speed. Got her hair blown in the wind.
10 seconds left.
I'm a big
nice frontside air.
I'm a big fan of this kind of like knock-kneed style. Look, I mean, I do see a Pedro Barros influence here, no doubt, but it truly is her own unique style.
Front rock at the end, solid run.
That is going to make the judges question all decisions because there was a solid run, not a ton of tricks, but high speed, and a couple highlights there. One thing I do know, and I do hear the judges talking about this, they don't want to see a lot of setups.
Yeah, a lot of carving.
Grinds.
Sure.
They want to see tricks.
Wall-to-wall tricks.
Yeah.
That's the secret to placing high, because anyone who's just hitting a lift, like every time they turn through a corner, is just accumulating points. You can't have a lot of carving.
Well, you know, you talk about kind of degree of difficulty, which is a kind of a cliche way to talk about skateboarding, but the judges want to see you trying tricks that could potentially end in disaster. You know, that's what they want. And if you kind of do safety tricks, your score is going to be safe. Well, 20.89, not bad. Emily Antunes now in 5th place. So I would say that number right there is going to be kind of that bubble number. So keep your eyes on Emily to see how she fares through the rest of this event. So far, Team USA with Ruby, Grace, and Cody, 1, 2, 3. Big scores there, the 36-8, the score to beat after Heat 1. We've got tons of skateboarding yet to come. 41 skaters here in the Women's Open Park Qualifiers. We have 12 pre-qualified skaters waiting for these skaters to join them in the semifinals. So far, I'm saying so good. You know, we got a good mix of everything. We had some nerves going into those first couple of runs, which could be expected, but I'm thinking Ruby Faith Lily has to be the surprise of this heat so far. We knew how good she was, but for her to just come right out of the gates and rip, we knew Grace Marhofer was going to be consistent as well as Cody, but Ruby Faith Lily right there, drawing the line in the sand.
Yeah, and Ruby is only 14 years old, so really an example of the youth generation. And then we have the birthday girl, Grace Marhofer, so far in 2nd, and Cody Tamanaha, just such style and control. I want to see her make it into the semifinals because she still can put more together. I think she can really improve on that score of a 28.42.
Kim, any surprises for you in this first heat?
I'm just stoked to see all these girls out here. Definitely hyped on Grace, you know, coming off that 2 ACL double surgery, but, you know, shaking the nerves out and getting some solid runs down. 2nd place, that's great. So overall, a great showing. Just Heat 1, we have 3 more heats left and lots of great skateboarding from all over the world coming at us.
Yeah, and I'm not even going to mention anything about what's happening in the sky.
Don't do it.
It's looking good. I just did.
I
Sorry
feel
about
sun.
that. Anyway, park's dry. The park is flying fast, as you just saw by all the skaters that have dropped. These 40-second runs are going by so fast. And now that the rest of the field has had the opportunity to watch the competition, I feel like we're only going to see that level rise up, and we know you're going to be watching that with us as well. When we come back, more open qualifiers for women's park skating. We're live from Des Moines. This is Dew Tour 2021. Stay tuned.
We get out, fire it up, hook big ones. We get out and rip it, and we track them down. So crack a Mountain Dew, get out and do.
Des Moines. The S's are silent. Our city is buzzing. Catch what you've been missing today.
Do you want to get better at skateboarding? Perhaps you're just starting out and you want to learn some basic tricks, or you're already an accomplished skateboarder and you want to fine-tune your craft. I feel that I can help you do that. I'm Chris Cole. Welcome to Stomp Sessions.
I'll show you how to unwind. Come on, babe, let's go outside and take the boat out for a ride. I'm ready, I don't wanna wait. Cause the only time I'm feeling free is when I got that ocean breeze, so kicking it out on the lake. Get on board. Got the sunshine and the short line. It's a good life. Get on board, get on board. Have a good time, passing that line. It's a good life. Get on board, get on board. Get on board.
When the skateboard's just too big, you need a handheld rig. Tech deck, the world is just skate park. Tech deck, build your own skate park. Tech deck, with tiny little shred sticks. Real skateboards and super sick graphics. No need for a plug in a socket. All the pros have one in each pocket. Start small, go big. Tech deck.
Just like that. Nestle the Mountain Dew into the fresh snow. Let's add a little more. Make that bottle nice and cold. Remember, it's your world, your delicious dew. There are no wrong choices. How about we add some happy little droplets? Sometimes in life you get a little thirsty. And when a refreshing opportunity comes along, you can just... shoot, that's good.
There's so many rad sensations within skating. Grinding is one of the most cool sounds probably in this world. The grinds and the ollies, the snapping of a tail. This is skateboarding, this is fun, this is rad. So stoked. That's perfect.
Good right there?
Yeah.
So why are you getting the mermaid today?
I don't have a good answer for that.
No? Well, it works.
Yeah. I grew up on the North Shore of Oahu, one of the best places in the world to grow up if you want to be a surfer. I always loved surfing, I loved the water, but I was never competitive in it. And all my friends that are still pro surfers to this day, like, they were so good at like age 6. When I started skating, I realized that I have that same passion that they have for surfing, that I have that for skating. And that's like really where I found myself, and like I found my people, I found what I love to do, and this is my thing. This one back here my first tattoo with you.
Yeah.
Still probably one of my favorite tattoos ever. It's so good.
That's awesome.
So sick. And then
we did the camera.
Yep. A lot of the skate videos that I've watched over and over and over are all from like the 80s. Looking back, a lot of the tricks I do, I don't even think about it, but I do a lot of their tricks and stuff like that. Watching these 80s skaters skate in the 80s and also now, and that's kind of like where I get my inspiration from. Since I became a part of Team USA, I'm training, but I'm also like, make sure I'm having fun. If I'm not having fun, there's no point. Skateboarding is to have fun at the end of the day in my eyes, like, and that's it.
Welcome back to Des Moines, Iowa. We are in the midst of the women's Park Qualifier. My name is Todd Richards, and I'm joined here by Alex White, and we are going to break down what's happening for you guys in the women's park competition today. We've had a mixed bag of weather, Alex.
Yeah, a lot of rain, damp out here in Des Moines.
A high dew point.
If you will. Bear with us.
Thank you, I'll be here all week. All right, well, like I said, we're in the midst of the women's park qualifier. This is run number 2 that's coming up. So we're going to check out some highlights from run number 1. And, you know, it's kind of a crazy one when you're competing in a competition like this, when it's like a hurry up and wait situation where everyone gets, okay, be here at 8:30, we're going to start, and then all of a sudden the rain comes and people are running around with leaf blowers trying to dry this thing off. But what do you think that does to like a contest mindset as far as like getting ready for something like this?
Oh, that hurry up and wait. I mean, we've been doing that for 2 years now, basically. So with everything we've been through, I think some rain is pretty minor in the scheme of things.
Right. Well, and also, you know, what does rain do to a cement course like this, Alex? Just break it down, like how impactful it can be when you get moisture on the courses, especially like the stickered areas. And
Well, you know, it gets a little dewy, it gets a little wet, and it gets really slippery, and it's just not really safe for the athletes out there. So, yeah.
All right, well, the women from heat number 1, these are your results, and we were sitting up here watching the entire first portion go down, and no surprise, Ruby coming out in first. Really, I mean, just there was a lot of talent that is in this competition. Everyone is just trying to claw their way into those coveted spots to represent their country in the Olympics. Let's check out this run from Ruby. Alex, break this down for us.
Well, Ruby has come out strong. She's only 14 years old, and she's from Oceanside. Just skating beyond her years, Todd.
Yeah, I mean, it was just so clean. You can tell the younger skaters have so much confidence now. They don't know that you're supposed to be nervous.
Yeah, no nerves from Ruby, even with the start-stop rain. She really brought it together in a run. Came out strong. She's got really great technical tricks like this backside nose grind through the little corner there. No one else is doing that in the entire heat.
Yeah, a little pop out like that, really showing that she's got full control. And, you know, like just putting together tricks like that, lean disaster in there, and just keeping her speed up through the entire park. It's kind of been, I think, maybe a chore to maintain your flow through here. You can get lost really easily in some of these corners.
Well, we've seen like a lot of really amazing skaters out there like this, and then this whole heat was really packed with a lot of talent.
Yeah, and also representing from various different countries, and it truly is an international field here today, getting ready to try to get those qualifying spots. All right, so this is heat number 2. We're gonna get underway here. Each skater has got 40 seconds to come in here and string together a line that's technical as well as flowy. You try to go big over these hips and just maintain composure through here, keep your style up. And yeah, you're just looking at it right there, international field.
Yeah, we had a really American-packed first heat. Now we're seeing like a much more broader international field. A lot of these people have traveled from far and wide to be here. and they're going to bring it.
Yeah, which is a feat in its own considering the current state of the globe.
Oh, God.
All right, so we're going to start things off with Erika Leguizamon from Brazil. And I mean, like you said, we've got skaters from China, from Finland, from Austria, Argentina. So the way it goes here, Alex, I mean, I look at the qualifying process to get these skaters to actually represent in Japan, and it's not an easy thing. It's not an easy thing for a commentator that's used to looking at stats. But in order, these skaters have to sit here and kind of figure out, do a whole bunch of math to be able to like understand the qualification process. But 20 athletes per discipline are going to be able to go in there, and you've got to break it down by the continents. So there's a lot of different things. We're going to talk about this continental battle here a little bit more as we move on through the weekend, because it truly is interesting. All right, so let's get things going here. Skater from Brazil is going to kick it off, Erika Leguizamon. Tell me what you know about Erika.
Well, I know that Erika is 14 years old, and I've seen her in practice right now, and she's got a really solid line going here. Fast skater, Brazilian skater, skates with a lot of passion.
We hear that a lot.
Yeah, the Brazilians are known for their passion and their fearlessness. They come from very far away, and they really want to rip it up, and they really want to make a good showing.
Erika making the most of this course, transferring back over the little island in the middle. How important it is for the judges, to see you really using every single portion of the course. They don't want to see you mini ramping this pole, do they?
Yeah, Todd, when you talk about she just let go. Mini ramping would be like staying in one section of the course and not really utilizing this whole beautiful park that you have to offer. So judges are really looking for you to hit every corner of the park and the really big feature obstacles like that big gap in the center and the big wall.
Yeah, it's definitely important. You got to hit all these different corners. You go fast, you have a trick for each one, you're going to get those big scores.
Good frontside Smith grind for Erika. And feeble through the corner. Solid moves.
Yeah.
Starting off with that backside air. That's the big wall. That's where we're seeing kind of the big airs.
And it's all about strategy, too. If you've got some big trick, like a 540 or a big backside air, you've got to work your whole line in to basically put you in that big wall in the perfect time for that big move. So we're waiting here for scores. We're going to see a lot of coach conferring here over the weekend. Something that we don't typically see in skateboard competition, but hey, the script has been flipped here. We are going to the Olympics. This is really weird. It's pretty awesome, but like over the years of just like growing up skating and basically getting spit on in high school to now it's going to be an Olympic sport. It's kind of a strange one to process, but it's really cool to see these skaters, putting in so much time and effort.
Yes, and there's Erika's score right now. She's got a 19.41.
All right, coming in next, coming out of Canada, is Alicia Stevens. Alicia Stevens on course right now, 40 seconds to put together the best run that you possibly can.
Now Alicia's coming from Toronto, and there's great parks there, but there's not some really big parks. So you have to travel far and wide to get some good, big, deep concrete. But she works with what she's got, and she's come all the way out here to Des Moines to compete at Dew Tour.
That's right, representing for her country right here. And you see, maybe just getting a little bit lost in the bowl, not finding that speed straight away. And that's going to dictate your entire run, as that first trick is going to set the pace.
Yes. Maybe a little nerves here, maybe a little bit inexperience on big courses, but Alicia Stevens making her first run. Falling off only a little short, maybe 6 seconds before the buzzer.
We're definitely having some problems keeping speed. I mean, with any park, you want to get in there early and kind of find the speed lines. You can always, there's always one or two skaters that seems to tap into that earlier than the others. Basically, all you got to do is copy them and then kind of make your line branch off and be individualized from what they've discovered for speed. All right, moving right along, the Austrian skater, Alyssa Fessel, will be coming in next, as Alicia Stevens sitting in 13th right now. A lot of room for improvement. Each one of these skaters gets 3 runs, 40 seconds.
Alyssa Fessel, 19 years old, coming from Austria.
dropping in.
Europe has some really good cement parks over there. Quite a burly cement over there. I think it's like some of the parks are a little bit older, a little bit more weathered.
Eggplant.
Put things together straight away. Kind of carried his speeds over here into these hips, kind of connecting the hips a little bit.
Oh, backside disaster. A little delay of game up on the backside disaster.
One of the scariest ways to do a backside disaster.
So wait.
And going down the backside nose blunt. So, as I said, first run of 3, you're building blocks. You know, you're trying to build a house here. Your first run, you can use that as kind of a throwaway practice. Shake those nerves off.
Yeah, a lot of support. International cast up there on the deck. Elisa's getting the love. Here's that little air to start it off. Kind of decked it. She's working her way up. Here's her eggplant, hand on the coping. And the backside disaster, making it scarier than it needs to be, but still pulling it in.
Judges kind of like that little element of terrifying. Sometimes, if you're just a little bit sketchier, the judge is going to give you a couple more sketchy points.
I felt like that about Bob Burnquist a lot.
That's right.
Yeah, it's like, oh my God, it's going to live. Huge trip coming here all the way from Austria. It's a feat in itself for her to be standing on the deck here at Dew Tour in Des Moines.
Yeah, like so many of these competitors, you've just got to go through the whole rigmarole of COVID testing, and even, you know, just to get into the United States right now is not, it isn't easy.
And she's probably feeling pretty good. Her first run is done. The nerves are shaken off. She can relax a little bit and open up a little bit on her second opportunity coming up. Still waiting for the score.
The wind has picked up a little bit. We're just, you know, looking over our shoulders here. There are some fairly ominous clouds, but for the time being, we are not seeing any precipitation, which is really nice, because this morning when I woke up at 6, I was like, oh, are we doing this today?
Yeah, I had a really rainy start. It's been a dramatic start to the morning. I think as we're getting underway here, everybody's getting a little bit more comfortable. Really excited. It's really like a global celebration of skateboarding right now.
It is, and the judges right there up in the tower deliberating. What's you know, who are these guys up here?
Well, right now I'm seeing in that screen, I see Lincoln Ueda, who's a famous vert skateboarder,
legend,
household name, as well as Renata there too. She's from Brazil. I can't really make out the other judges too, but there's an international field of judges. They're all World Skate certified judges. They do this day in and day out, and they've been trained, and they take this job very seriously.
You know, just over the years, as far as like what, you know, judging criteria, have they changed a little bit since the Olympics has come into play, as far as like, you know, the criteria and ticking off all the boxes for the big scores? Yeah,
the criteria has changed, and there's like a global scoring system of 0 to 100 right now. And you're seeing a lot of the women's scores, the top women's scores so far, hitting in the 30s. But right now we have Lu Jaya dropping in from China.
Which is kind of an interesting thing. You didn't really hear about a lot of skaters coming out of China until probably about 10 years ago, and then they put up some of the biggest skate parks in the world in Beijing. Obviously kind of eyeing the long game to bring home some medals for skateboarding, and a great run so far here.
Yeah, from a relatively unknown skater, Lu Jaya.
Skating with some power, for sure.
And you said there, China's making a huge investment in skateboarding. They see that it's a really wonderful passion and hobby. They're building great skate parks, great infrastructure. They're buying American products. They're creating their own products there too. So China has a burgeoning skate scene of its own.
And also probably one of the most skatable cities on the planet.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Dream spots, dream parks.
There's 5-0 through the corner.
Yeah, Lu really put it together. Stalefish into the transfer into that wall.
Look at that, frontside air.
For the cameras.
Gregson getting the shot. We'll see more from him in his rolling follow cam later. The best follow camera in the business in skateboarding right now.
It really is. You have to be a talented skater to be a follow cam filmer like Chris is. Oh, some wind.
Yeah, it's a light hurricane coming in right now.
Waiting for the scores for Lu Jaya. Conferring with the coaches for China.
So you can kind of see here on this course, I mean, this is only one small portion of this gigantic skate park here in Des Moines. You can see those Dew cans. Obviously, those go away. When the Dew Tour leaves town, there's kind of some Dew-specific obstacles that have been integrated into this course. On Monday, when this whole circus leaves, those will all be gone. They will remove the Dew cans, stickers will be gone, and then the residents of Des Moines will have this whole skate park to themselves because this thing is sprawling.
Look at this overhead shot, beautiful. There's the street course right there, and it just goes on and on. There's so many great little sections. It's a really well laid out park, Todd.
It really is. You can see that little plaza there with those two hubbas. I believe that will leave because I think that's kind of made of wood right there.
Yeah, they built it up a little bit bigger for the street comp.
There we go. Nice frontside air. There's that Gregson angle.
Nice job, Chris, with the shot. Nice air, Lou Jaya.
So just waiting for scores. Putting together an altogether fairly solid run. Judges taking their time. And that is the top 10, or top 8 right now. Ruby's still on top.
Yeah, no one from Heat 2 has cracked that top 8 yet. So about a quarter of the way done with Heat 2, run 1. Run 1 for Lou Jaya, 17.70.
Squeaking into that 8th place right now.
Just cracking the top there. That must feel good.
Moving right along with the international theme here coming out of Finland. Aine Luotoa.
Aine dropping in. Nice long 50-50 grind on the big wall.
A lot of amazing skaters coming out of Finland over the years, probably most notable. Sorry. It's frontside air there, but it's really, oh wow, long frontside 50-50, frontside ground hop in on that.
Corner. I did not see that one coming. How about that?
Kind of has more of like a pool nar style.
That's what I was just thinking. She seems like she maybe grew up skating a DIY or something.
Right, definitely, you know, the Cro-Mag shirt kind of adds to it. Maybe a disciple of Dwayne Peters.
Disciple of Dwayne Peters.
Some people grow up, you know, they watch Rune Glifberg. Some people grow up and they watch Dwayne Peters. Different strokes for different folks.
Nice. Look at that overhead shot of that frontside air. Nice tuck knee from Heine. And this is that long frontside 50-50 transfer and then a little tuck grab in. Dwayne Peters, definitely.
Yes.
Some influence there.
Master of disaster. So skater from
Yes,
Finland. Flexing it out there.
I bet that feels good. Come all the way from Finland, get your first run done after the rain delays and everything and all the drama. Must feel really good. The weight's off your shoulders. You completed your first run.
Do you feel like some of these skaters come into this park section and kind of think it's a little small? Like there are some kind of smaller walls in here.
Yeah.
Especially for the bigger moves like the 540s and stuff like that.
Certainly, yeah. This is a little bit smaller. Some of the people that are more talented at getting above the coping, doing big airs right now, are going to have to maybe bring it down a notch, be more technical, more transfers.
So waiting on this score. I can't wait to get into some of this park. I mean, we're not going to actually be able to skate the competition format, but there's just so much more here than just where these skaters are competing. As we look again at the scores, Ruby on top. Jai Lu bouncing into that 8th place. And in 12th place right now is the skater from Finland. So run number 1 in the books, just something to build on.
It's great. She knows where she stands. You know what you have to do to bring up that score a little bit. Coming next, Shawnee Brew.
We got a France.
Shawnee's an amazing skater. She's super talented. Just here on the Vans Park series a lot.
A lot of confidence standing up tall on that backside 5-0.
Yeah, she's been skating some really big stuff this last year, like vert ramps and really large bowls in that new Vans park that's sitting out there in Paris. All to herself, pretty much. Oh! That's unfortunate.
Hanging up a little bit on the transfer into the flat wall.
Shawnee Brew.
kind of seems like a lot of the parks now too, especially since the Olympics has come into play. There's like a standard kind of Olympic recipe park that has like all these different features. Nice invert right there to end off that run, but she gets 2 more. You can tell that she's not happy with that one. Started off really strong though.
Yeah, she did start off really strong. I think there's just a bit of nerves, a lot of travel, just a lot going on right now. So super proud of her for coming out and getting on her board and kind of like shaking her legs out. You see what her line is. It's a good looking line that she's got going. Now if she can just put it all together, stay on the board, she's gonna get a good score.
And there's that transfer. It just kind of steps off the board.
That was strange. Yeah, she looked like she had it.
And the ever awkward stand there while we focus on you for 30 seconds. So waiting for the score to come in.
And the judges are taking their time. Let's see, 7.24 for Shawnee Brew. That's putting her at 13th spot. Not where she wants to be, but she can do better.
All right, so moving along, Faye Ebert from Canada is in next.
Another Toronto skater, same as Alicia Stevens. Faye Ebert's from wonderful town, Toronto.
Faye carrying a lot of speed over the little island with ease, making that transition too, which is very important, keeping your line consistent.
Frontside Smith through the corner for Faye. 5-0, a lot of strength, a lot of speed beyond her years. Tail slide.
Tail slide right there.
That's a tricky one. You can really hang up on a tail slide on a fresh, cool coping. Oh, just coming off on a boneless. That's gotta hurt. I mean, emotionally, not physically. But she's back at it. I love this. I love this energy she's putting into her run.
Yeah, she came out swinging the first couple of walls very fast. Kind of got lost going up that flat wall on the boneless, but you know, 2 more runs.
She's a ferocious little skater. I saw her last year or 2 years ago in Montreal. She's really good. She never stopped skating.
Yeah, melon over the island, perfectly done. That's kind of going to be the popular combo, I think, is landing something high on the island and being able to pump into a backside air or something even more difficult right there on that flat wall.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest walls. We are going to see the airs on there. And that tail side, that's a super tricky trick. Cool coping. Brand new park.
So waiting on the scores, the young skater from Toronto, Canada. They just seem, they're so young now. Like the skaters are getting so good at, you know, 10, 12. They just don't know any better. They see a video once and they're like, oh, that's possible.
They don't even know what videos are, Todd. They're just looking at Instagram.
Oh, did they find it on TikTok, the
TikTok.
tricks?
They learned their tricks on TikTok.
Okay, good, good. Trying to keep up with the kids, you know?
Me too.
It's difficult.
They're fast. They're good skaters. Yeah, there's a lot of teenagers in this contest. I'm not going to be surprised if the top 20 that move on to the Olympics are mostly under the age of 20.
That's unreal. Unreal.
Stupid bones.
So as we see, you know, more of the younger super talents to come. We got like Sky Brown coming up a little bit later on in this competition. Some of the younger, crazy good skaters. Ruby's still holding on. Speaking of teenagers, holding on to that top spot right now.
Did they do the thing yet? What? You're waiting for it. All right.
And coming in to 6th place right now, Faye Ebert. So obviously that early portion of that run, the air over the loaf, the island in the middle, definitely playing into her score right now.
Yeah, getting her up at that 6th spot is not bad for falling off in your run. So she knows that she's got a good run and works.
And another teenager coming out of Great Britain, Bombette Martin. Probably one of the coolest names in this entire event.
Oh yeah, Bombette. Bombing into that first air. Nollie lip up on the extension.
That's a stretch. That was a nollie. Kind of a pivot into
Kind of a
frontside
pivot.
lip.
I'll give it to her. I just like saying her name.
All right. Nice frontside air. Getting these transfers going. Frontside 50-50. Keeping it moving. Very important.
Coming in switch to the big wall. What you got?
Whoa.
Oh, it looks like maybe a cab mute.
360 there.
Skating for Great Britain too.
Backside D on the flat wall to get things done at the end. So solid run, a little bit of trouble in the middle. So you can tell that she has a line, and if she can get there, she's going to put up a decent score.
And Bombette and her brother are both skateboarders and Olympic hopefuls, so it's a family affair here.
Yeah, how's that going to play out at the dinner table if one of you make it and the other one doesn't? Look at that Smith grind, though. Full lock on that.
Here's that backside air. That's the wall that we're going to see a lot of airs on. The choice wall. Here's that backside disaster.
That foot is just wanting to hang out somewhere else.
Maybe a little bit of nerve to Bombette. Frontside 50-50.
But it's nice to see her stand up on these tricks, fully commit to them. That's definitely going to play into the judges' scoring.
Yes.
Not timid on the lip. That's great.
That's good. Conferring friends and family and judges, coaches.
You're going to start to see. Oh, does she have her own? Oh, you have a bunch of sponsors on her shirt there. I thought she had her own name on her shirt. That would have been a bold strategy to roll in with your own name. Don't forget,
who
it's
I am.
Right there on the back. So, you know, when we're looking at runs like this that they're not full course makes, it starts to become a little bit more interesting for the judges because then they have to start picking things apart. That's why it's taking a long time to get these scores, because the judges have to sit here and really pick apart these runs. So Bombette coming in 10th right now with a 16 flat. So she got 2 more runs, though, yet to go. Moving down the line, Mexico City, Veronica Zamudio.
Veronica Zamudio of the I Can Skate crew, Mexico City. Great skateboarder.
What's the skate scene like in Mexico?
There's a really wonderful skate scene there, and she's a big part of it. Oh, that's just critical. That sucks to come off on that wall right there on the 50-50. But what I was saying about Veronica is that she's a super good skateboarder. She skates street too. And there's some really great parks in Mexico City.
How hard is it to double dip these days to be, you know, be competitive in street and in parks? There's not really that many that do it, is there?
No, I think Alana Smith is probably the only other one in the women's field that does it. But I mean, pretty much everybody has some tricks on both. But
sure.
Yeah, to compete both, it takes a lot of focus. But, yeah, Veronica gonna have to call it with that run.
She's got 2 more though, so the pressure's not on yet. She's got another, you know, she's got 80 more seconds to make it happen. And you figure in a lifetime of skateboarding, 40 seconds isn't a long time to stay on your board, but it might as well be an eternity sometimes as soon as you put that tail on the coping.
Oh yeah, especially in these circumstances, it feels like time just stretches out.
You know, it's either the shortest 40 seconds of your life or the longest. So not really much of jumbling of the top 10 right now.
Yeah, we're seeing some warm up over here on the street course right now too here. Starting off with a slow morning. We're waking up, we're drying off. Here's that look at that park right now.
Still high dew point though, really.
High dew point.
Just high dew point. It's not going to stop.
It's not going to stop.
We're really just getting warmed up with the dew puns. All right, in 20th place right now with a 3.60. A lot of room to improve for the young skater from Mexico City. All right, next skater up, coming out of Russia, Lilia Sukankova.
All right, Lilia's dropping in on her first run here. 50-50 up on the wall. Oh, that was a nice little tuck-in transfer over the cans.
Nice side pivot up there. Trying to figure out the rest of this line.
Frontside early grab over the hip. Backside Smith grind. Backside
Whoa!
disaster.
Looked kind of like she wanted to go backside D, back Smith on that.
Back Smith too.
5-0. And just falling off there. That was a good start to her run,
Yes,
really coming
it was.
out. But she did do a little bit of mini ramping at the end, like we mentioned earlier, Todd. If you're not moving around the whole course, that really does affect your score negatively.
That's right. They put those corners in there for a reason. You need to use those. But I do like that little frontside grab transfer technique over the middle islands. Kind of unique, too, because no one's really coming back this way in transferring. I think it might be for, you know, to use that coping to kind of bonk into it that way is a lot easier than just alling over the low from the rounded side for sure.
There's another little early grab, tuck knee grab over the hip. then she got a little stuck in this section, made the most of it, and then came off on the frontside lip slide. Lilia Sukankova.
I don't know much about the scene, the skate scene coming out of Russia. I know, like in other action sports, they're definitely pushing hard. I mean, the youth are definitely really excited about flying through the air. Doesn't matter what they're on.
Yeah, you probably see a lot of snowboarders out of there.
Yeah, there's been a ton of snowboarders.
Now she's got to wait for the score, the awkward wait. But it's good. The judges need to take their time. They need to set the right pace. So they're really going to look at these carefully.
It's a good shot of the Dew cans. The island of Dew. What are we calling this? We need to come up with specific names for stuff in this competition.
You called that section the loaf?
That's the loaf. It's kind of loafy.
It kind of is like a bread loaf. The Dew cans.
Average age of the competitors here in Women's Park, 19 years old. I mean, we've got a couple 13-year-olds in this. We've got a 31-year-old, still not really that old, and 11 countries looking for 19 Olympic spots. And there's 4 countries, Japan, USA, Brazil, and Australia right now holding down 3 slots. So there's kind of room to move. All right, moving right along here. Argentina, Paula Malin Videla coming in right now. Next, right after we get the score here. Sitting in 12th place, 14.56 points. So not in that sweet spot, top 10.
Yeah, it looked like with Lilia's run, they did reward her for staying on for most of the run, too. So even a 14 there's not too bad. Paula Videla dropping in now.
Come on, everybody, let's hear it for Paula.
Backside grind on the wall. Chooses not to air over the loaf. Goes into a little air on the other wall.
Ooh, nice little pivot up there on the plexiglass wall.
Frontside boneless with extension. More of a flat bank wall.
Getting lost with the speed here.
You know, Argentina, too, is another one of those countries that doesn't have the privilege of some really wonderful deep parks. There's only a few parks there. There's some bowls, but they're a little bit older. But a great skate scene there.
Yeah, we're talking, you know, a lot about the different skate parks in different countries that these skaters get to experience. And, you know, do you think, like, coming into a park that's this smooth, like a lot of skaters get used to riding really rough, rugged parks that have been weathered over the years. You get something this smooth, is it like, I think that affects the skating a little bit? I know that I grew up on a rough park, and as soon as I went to the first smooth park, I was kind of sketched out because I was almost going too fast.
Yeah, I could definitely see that, and like understanding what kind of wheel durometer you should use at a good park when you've been used to riding maybe softer wheel durometers at your crusty old park. So an adjustment period for sure.
They were crusty in Massachusetts.
I bet they were.
Very
Their
crusty
weather.
parks.
California's too perfect, you know, for a lot of people. And out here in Des Moines, too, this park is a California skate park's creation, and it's very perfect, and the ground is very smooth.
So as we wait scores here in the final run of the first round of the second heat. 19th place right now. So let's check out the overall of what's going on in the competition here. Remember, we are in Heat 2. We've got a bunch of competitors yet to roll through this. We even have a street competition here this afternoon, weather permitting. Right now, top 5, everyone is in there from Heat number 1. Ruby still sitting on top with that great run early on in the competition. But Faye from Canada squeaking in, middle of the pack there, 6th place. And you can see Erica squeaked in there from Brazil as well. So we are here in the booth, and we are joined by a legend of women's park riding, Lizzie Armanto. Hi, Lizzie. How are you?
I'm good.
You're
Stoked
good?
to be out here.
I bet. I bet. You've had a very interesting year. We got to see, you know, your recap just about a week ago with Tony Hawk and Jason Ellis about your, you know, slam of a lifetime, I would say.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was cool to go on the podcast and talk about it.
Yeah. kind of get it off your chest a little bit.
Kinda. It was almost like I had to like re-remember it too.
Oh my
But-
gosh! I saw, I just listened to it. I didn't see the footage. Chris Gregson showed me the footage the other day. It's just you're skating and you're back on your feet and you're sitting here and you're chatting, and I always like seeing slams like that just look so burly. It's just rad to have you back in this and just hungry to get back at it again. It's really cool.
I'm thankful to be here.
I
It was
bet.
definitely like a crazy situation, and I myself haven't even seen the footage.
Well, don't.
Oh, don't.
All right, so we are back in this run number 2. Lizzie, you want to help us out here by, just doing some commentary with Alex over here about, what the judges might be looking for and what constitutes a good line through this park today.
This park is like really easy to get stuck going in a circle. Like once you're going one way, you're just like hard to reroute.
Right.
And you can definitely tell by like the people and the lines that they choose.
Do you feel like that some of the walls are a little small, as far as like trying to keep your speed up?
There's actually like a good amount of like bigger walls, and the transition all the way around, like there's a lot of places to like come from. Like you don't really get stuck in the middle. I mean, you can, but it's pretty easy to stick to a wall.
Do you feel like, okay, so when you're trying to build up a strategy to come in here and put together a line for the judges, do you feel like I feel like some of these younger skaters are trying to put tricks in every corner instead of maybe just passing up a trick, pumping it for speed, and setting yourself up a little bit better? Maybe that's just kind of like inexperience with competition, because there's some really young kids in this competition right now that are, maybe first timers.
Yeah. I think it's super easy to like just start focusing on tricks and skip lines. Like, I feel like so many of the younger people are just like trying to make their trick bag deep.
Yeah.
When a lot of it is also just like learning how to ride the course, or any park for that matter. Like that's a skill in itself, and I feel like that's what really separates the people that have been doing this for like longer.
Sure, like for yourself and just watching all the other elite park riders these days. Like I said, like there's a lot of maybe you could have done something in that corner, but you're using it to whip around to actually set yourself up better for like maybe 5 good tricks instead of like 8 kind of like maybe squeakers over the coping. So it's cool to see different strategies kind of being worked in here.
Do you have a strategy, Liz?
Yeah.
Like when you warm up there, is there like a certain route you take or somebody you like to watch?
I mean, at this event, I really haven't like watched too many people, but in the past, like I've definitely like watched a lot of like the men's lines, and there's like a handful of people. Like I feel like Tristan Rennie always has amazing lines, and like Kevin Kowalski. And for here, I feel like I was just like trying to get comfortable in the bowl and like see what the transitions are like, because you can see a piece of paper or like even video, but then until you're on that on the course yourself, you don't know if it's bumpy or slick or how it's gonna react. Especially like with the weather too, that like even changes things.
Yeah, just being so weird and humid. So let's kind of talk big picture for a second. I mean, obviously, the elephant in the room is like this is all to make it to the Olympics. So when you're looking at a year like this, does it change your kind of approach to things right now as far as like, it's not just, it wouldn't just be a Dew Tour win. It's like there's point stacking on the line to make it to the Olympics?
There's definitely some strategy here. Like you kind of know based on how many, like the point system and all that, like where you need a place, and like looking at all those things will kind of make you realize like, okay, I really need to step it up at this event. Whereas like in general, I want to skate my personal best no matter what, but then knowing what's on the line definitely helps me personally. But to each person, like sometimes that's like, that makes it harder, just more pressure.
What was the decision, because you're representing Finland going into the Olympics?
I am.
Is that true? So what was the decision behind that?
I really just wanted to see skateboarding look the best possible in Tokyo, because so many people are going to see skateboarding for the first time, and like the better the skateboarding is, like the more people are going to like appreciate and like want to get into it.
Sure.
And the more people that get into it, it's like the more skate scenes will be built around the world, and I think that's so cool, because like it's not, for so many people, like they don't have access to like maybe mountains or like surf or something, but like pretty much you can like skate anywhere in the world. Like you just need a flat piece of concrete and you can skate. And a board.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, I think it's interesting too when you look at some of these countries. Like you've got the USA stacked to make the team, Brazil stacked to make the team, Japan. Like it's very interesting to see. Like, you know, you want the best skateboarding on the planet to be represented, but the way the Olympics are formatted, you don't always get the best representation of the best skaters on the planet. So, smart move. Very smart move. All right, so as we look here back into the course, where are we here? Jibber jabbering here for 10 minutes.
Elisa Fessel is dropping in, the Austrian.
We saw her on her first run.
What do you think of Elisa's approach?
I'd rather trust the locals.
She has a lot of speed. Like, you can tell she's like really like using. She's doing an invert in like a smaller part of the bowl, which is really cool too. That's like not easy. Definitely getting around the course. She's also going like in the like toilet bowl, like just like kind of stuck.
I like the nickname of the toilet bowl right there.
It's
Getting
highlighted.
stuck. Oh my God.
Whoa!
Oh, that was amazing.
Knee grab, backside nose, one
Yanking.
pop in, yay. And a weird eggplant below the coping. I've never seen anyone do that before. I will argue that's harder.
That is
than putting your
harder.
hand on the coping. So decent full pull on that run. Maybe a, you know, kind of got lost a little bit at the end for speed, but she's definitely excited that she made it through the entire run.
That's honestly one of like the best feelings. It's not just like what's it called, doing the tricks, but like just making the buzzer and like not having to crawl out of the bowl.
How nervous do you get still after all these years of competing, you know, before you drop in?
It depends on the contest, honestly. Like having this break, like even during practice, I was like, oh my God, I'm nervous and like I feel like I need a rush when, I don't know, you only get, there's only so many runs you're gonna get anyway, and if you just like don't think about that part, like usually you end up skating better. But I don't know, I think it's like normal to like be nervous. It just means you care.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I mean, I always wanted to throw up and I couldn't feel my feet. Somehow, like when that run was over, I was like, oh, I just did a run. That was crazy. But it's cool that you guys have, there's like a bowl that's kind of behind the park course that you guys can kind of stay warm. That's kind of unique to this setup that they have here. So run number 2, doing a lot better on that run.
Yeah, 13.24. She must feel really good right now. Like you're saying, one of the best feelings is to have a run completed.
Jia Lu coming out of China. We were kind of discussing, Lizzie, just how strong the Chinese skaters have been just over the past couple of years. It just seems like all of a sudden there's been a big uptick in, you know, talent coming out of there.
It's amazing to see the progression. Like at the first Olympic events, like these kids and we're just like, you know, barely pumping around. And now they're doing like a handful, like more than a handful of tricks. And they go for it too.
Yeah. And it's weird too. I mean, I know on the snowboard side of things, when we didn't see many Chinese athletes, and then they were basically just plucking them out of gymnastics and saying, all right, guess what? You are now a snowboarder. You are now a skateboarder. You've got some balance skills. But it's cool to see these sports, especially like skating and snowboarding, where like once, you know, you're going through the motions, but then all of a sudden it kind of unlocks the whole passion of the sport when like all that stuff kind of goes away and you just want to have that feeling of rolling around on 4 wheels.
I think there's a really great opportunity in China too, because there's no culture of skateboarding yet there. It's developing right now. So for men and women, there's a lot more equality with women coming up into the sport. There's no preconceived notion that this is a men's sport.
Yeah, that's really cool. And it's so different these days, and I think it's so cool. You know, my favorite events to watch are like women's park, women's street, women's slopestyle and snowboarding. It's just because the progression is happening at such a crazy rate, and it feels like every competition you're seeing the bar get raised. There's no like, oh, they're just phoning it in. Like people are just blowing it up every competition. I think it's really, really cool and super inspiring. As someone who has a daughter, it's really cool to see you guys do what you do just to set the bar, you know, and just see what happens in years to come. All right.
Hi, Nate.
Finnish skater, Your
My
Finnish,
teammate.
your Finnish teammate.
Yeah. Can you tell us a little bit about Heine?
Yeah, she skates actually like a lot of DIY stuff. Like she's gnarly, and I can only imagine what it's like for her to come skate this park where it's just like so smooth and
Yeah.
like the coping just like you get on it and you go faster.
You're really paying off what we were talking about before, Lizzie. Thank you very much.
We had an inkling that maybe she came from that. Is there like a park that she frequents a lot there that you've talked to her about?
I've seen her skate. What's the park called? Oh my god, I'm having like a space right now.
Would it be the Dwayne Peters signature curb? Because that's kind of what it appears. Like
I
she
don't
just
think
comes
they
in
have
hot.
those
No?
in Finland.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't think Dwayne's been to Finland.
No.
No.
Well, there's
his influence house.
There's always a chance. Yeah,
I
he's
believe
definitely
that.
influencing Finland. Well, you know, as we're moving through this round, we've got a lot more heats yet to come today. Who are some of the people that you look at, you know, that you have your eyes on to be like, okay, you are a problem in my quest for maybe going home with something here?
I mean, I don't feel like there's anyone that's like a problem. Like in the end, like I love seeing the progression myself of like everyone else. Like it inspires me, and it definitely like puts a fire under my butt to like feel like okay, like
You need those people.
I do. Like I feel like it's like you have those couple people, and it's like that's what makes it, and that's what makes the event fun to watch. Just seeing like the energy of two different people like going for it.
Yeah.
Or more than two people. Obviously, there's like a list of like the women's list for this contest is massive compared to like years ago. Like it's insane.
What's it feel like to you to have like, okay, you got some of these, you know, the average age here is way younger than any Dew Tour I've ever seen, and you've got a lot of these kids, and they're looking up to you. You know, they're saying Lizzie is the one that we are looking to. Like, how does that make you feel? Like, just to kind of like describe what that's like to kind of be influencing a generation of skaters.
It's a big honor. Like it's pretty crazy for someone to go out of their way to like say something like that about you. And I don't know. It's like even when I see someone like wearing like I just like came out with like a helmet and like pad set, and I like see them around, and I just think it's like so crazy that they're into that too.
Right.
And I don't know. In the end, like I love skating and I love just like hanging out with my friends, and the fact that other people are like down with it too, it's really heartwarming.
Well, it's such a different thing too. It's like skating's not like any other celebrity sport because you're literally in the trenches with your fans. So it's like,
it's true.
If you're kind of a jerk, like you're gonna have to see him tomorrow. So it's like it's this, you know, I just feel like there's a lot more love in it and a lot more like embracing of, you know, just embracing your role in skateboarding. I think that's
And Faye Ebert is back in. She's got tons of potential with this. She's really hungry.
wow, Faye is cruising.
Yeah, have you seen Faye skate before, Lizzie?
I actually was just looking at her Instagram. She's ripping. It's cool to see her skating in person too.
A lot of speed carrying through these corners. Far more speed than the other skater. Yeah,
That was a
tailside.
solid tail slide. Wild, like she was pushing it.
Lost here with about 6 more seconds to go.
It's really hard to go back up if you miss pump and you're like a little bit, you're like little. Like you don't really have the weight to just like get yourself back up.
Ooh, kind of missing on the lip slide, but I think that was already a time. So damage was done. Do you, you know, quote unquote train? I can hate that word more than anything else, but do you like, are you doing work to like make your legs strong so you can get stronger pumps through the corners?
I feel like train makes me feel like I'm like going out of my way to do something.
Right.
Whereas like I do go to the gym and I've been doing like strength training to a certain degree.
Sure.
Or I definitely have been doing strength training, but it doesn't feel like I'm training because I know that I'm just like working all the other stuff that like skateboarding doesn't get. And to be strong and feel good on my board, it's like that's what I need. And I don't know, like you said, it's like you can use the mentality of like, yeah, I'm training, but then that makes me feel like kind of lifeless. Like I'm just doing it to like complete this task that I don't really care about, but I do care. And so it's more like, this is all in my best interest and I love this. And like, I want to feel good on my board.
Sure, and I mean, it's totally different. Like that word training, is just so yucky to me. But I come from a generation where it was like, well, we don't train, we just go and do it. You know?
Training is uninspiring. Like
Right.
the word itself is like, it lacks like luster and like it doesn't feel like you don't train creativity per
Right.
se. Like you wouldn't say I'm training my creativity.
Super good point. Super good point. All right, so Faye is bumped up into 6th. So right now, you're going to be facing off against Faye. Later on, potentially, Lizzie. Here we go. Bombette Martin. Coolest name in the event.
Lizzie, do you have any background on Bombette? Have you skated with her before?
I don't think I have. Unless maybe she's grown and I just am not recognizing her.
That happens a lot right now.
There's after like this past year too, it's like seeing the progression and like all the younger kids like grow up a little bit. It's weird.
Yeah. I have a hard time recognizing them. At first I was looking at them like, eye to eye. Now they're all taller than me.
Yeah, also like I've been seeing all these girls like with masks on.
Yes.
So I can't like, unless I'm down there right now and they don't have a mask on, it's hard to tell.
Yeah, everyone's got their costumes on these days. COVID costumes. It's hard to recognize anybody.
Bombette, it looks like she's going to come out on top.
Wow.
That was a solid run. That was a solid run.
Really solid run.
She got the cab, she got the back D, and the invert at the end.
And a solid invert, too. It wasn't just like a rotating around your arm. She put the effort in to extend herself. I would call that an actual invert. It wasn't just a hand plant.
Yes.
See here coming through. Nice Smith, full lock on that.
Yeah. Was there a little body varial in that?
No,
Did
I think it just looked
just
that
the light?
way.
Sorry.
But solid run. She's gonna jump up in the placings right now.
Look at that big smile. Like you're saying, Lizzie, what does that feel like?
It feels awkward when the camera's just staring at you.
I know, we were talking about that. Like, all right, just stand there and
just waiting for your score, and then like, what's it called? Whatever the score is, whether it's good or bad, you're just like,
awesome. Yeah, there's nothing worse than like you just ate it on wall number 1. Just stay there for 40 seconds. We're just gonna zoom in on you. 5th place right now and run number 2.
So she's overtaking Faye Ebert right now. One young gun after another.
The pressure's on.
Yes.
Pressure is on. Remember, it is just the quest to qualify for the finals here. Where are we here? Okay, this is Veronica Zamudio coming out of Mexico City.
Mexico has a really good skate scene.
You have Norma Barra down there. You have the You Can Skate crew. This run's looking better already.
They made it past the first wall.
Oh, yeah,
curse of the commentator.
I'm just going to be quiet now.
It's all right. Well, she has one more run to put it together. Remember, it's the just to put one on the book. There's nothing that's being totaled together here. 3 runs, best run out of 3.
I mean, also, it's been so long since the last contest. Like I said, I was like nervous at practice, so I can only imagine what it's like for these girls that are like here for the first time and like, I don't know, even just not hanging out with people for the past year.
Yes.
It must be so weird to be in this scene.
Yeah, let's talk about that for a second because this is like the first time I've really been social with other human beings in a long time. And it's a little weird.
Checks out.
Yeah. Dinner was weird with you guys last night. I didn't know how to act. I didn't know where to put my hands. I don't know. This is weird.
Yeah, how have you felt, Lizzie, like being back on the deck with everybody?
I feel like I don't know how to talk to people. And like saying hi, I like you don't know what like hand gestures do. Like, oh, like don't touch them.
Yes,
don't do that. I don't know. Like, should I like go roll around like 5 feet from you or not?
Yeah.
A lot of question marks.
All right, right now we have the skater from Russia. She goes down early on this run.
I want to skate a park in Russia. I'm like really curious because I know their culture is so different.
It's different, but it's not as different as you would think. The younger generation it's not as weird.
But I want to experience some of the weirdness, honestly. I'm like curious.
Oh, it'll get weird.
Lizzie Armanto down to the weird.
Spend some time in any big city in Russia, and you will experience some weirdness. I'll tell you that right now.
Honestly, like her going for that, I was like about to whistle, like I'm there.
That's good. All right, so Lilia on run number 2, trying to put down the kickflip. And she's definitely got the ingredients for a good run. She just needs to kind of link them together a little bit. 12th place right now by virtue of run number 1 with that 14.56. Ruby's still on top.
Holding strong.
She did have a really strong run. She went for 542 on her last run. Is that kind of what I saw?
Ruby Trew went for a 540 on her last one.
Okay.
I don't think Ruby Lily did she? I don't know. I haven't seen her.
I didn't pay attention to the first run. I was too
First
busy
run.
trying to dry off. That's very dew.
It's very dewy.
Very dewy. All right, Paula Melin Videla coming out of Argentina. Buenos Aires. South American skate scene. She will be the final competitor of run number 2.
Ooh, hanging on that one.
So Lizzie, I heard you have your own ramp in your backyard now?
Yeah, I do. I have like a little vert ramp.
I like the vert ramp because they're more fun to me.
Kind of sounds like an oxymoron. What's a little vert ramp?
Yeah, what is a little vert ramp?
So my ramp, it's like 10 feet tall, and it's, you know, like you go to, okay, so coming from Tony Hawk's ramp, that thing is like, it's like going to a football stadium.
Yes.
Like that's what it feels like. And then you skate my ramp, and it feels like it feels like a tall mini ramp.
Maxi Mini.
And like if you go skate like your local park has a pool in it, it's gonna feel closer to my ramp than if you went to a straight proper size vert ramp.
Right. I had a vert ramp in my backyard where it was 9 with a foot, and it was like, I hearken to those days. I go to Tony's ramp, try to stand up on a frontside grind, I feel like I'm on the edge of a cliff.
It's scary.
It is very scary. But they all tell me, oh, it's easier. No, it isn't. Sorry.
It's just different. Like, it's easier once you're used to it.
Yeah.
And like, anyone who skates that thing, of course it's easy because they go to everything else, and like, it's just like, it's weird that it's so small.
Right? I keep it small and weird.
And I have pool coping on my vert ramp too.
You do?
Yeah. So
both
it's a little,
walls or one wall?
Both walls.
Both walls.
Yeah. So it's not like like I said, my ramp is like, it's not like a vert ramp, and it's really fun.
That's cool. Very cool. It's nice to have a ramp in your backyard too.
It is. It's really satisfying to stare at.
Well, especially with everything that's
Also
not here.
skate.
Yeah.
All right, so after the first 2 heats, this is what we are looking at for scores. As we said, Ruby is still on top. Erica, coming out of Brazil, holding down the top 8. We had a little bit of movement in there. Bombette kind of jumped up into the top 5. The 20 skaters that are going to make it, it is cutthroat to make that 20th place. That is the hot seat. Lizzie Armancho, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you guys.
Can I come skate your ramp?
Yeah.
I'll sign a waiver, I don't care, whatever.
Mandatory.
Mandatory waivers. All right, thanks. We'll have great fun this week, you know, integrating with other human beings and skateboarding as well.
Thank you guys. Good
All right,
luck.
we'll see you later. All right, when we come back, heat number 3 here in the qualifying process. Is anyone going to shake up the top? Let's see. You can stick around and find out.
Coming in, they'll fully put their pads on and stuff, and you're like, all right, like she probably skates good, and then she'll go up and do like a 6-foot high 540.
When I was 15, I was super carefree. I was just like, oh, we're just skating in a contest. And nowadays, their mentality is to win.
I just want to do tricks that boys are doing, you know?
It's not like their own division where they can't compete with the guys.
We're all fighting for the top spot and wanting to be the best, but behind all that, we're really good friends.
みんな練習頑張ってるからかな。
Definitely the progression is going to go way up.
I mean, women's skateboarding in the past year has progressed so much, probably more than the past 10 years.
I think that's pushing a lot of us to like kind of step our game up a little bit.
Sakura,
she's crazy. Sky, Brighton, Lucrezia from Italy, Poppy from Australia, Kisa, Mommy. Literally, it's just insane.
To see how friendly they are and cheering each other on, but also so aggressive at the same time.
watching all the girls ripping it. Just skating with them's fun.
I was not doing 540s when I was 12. That's for sure.
My brother and I have been doing everything together. He tried to do everything I do, so it was nice to have him, you know, do stuff with him. I mean, I started before him. He kind of like saw me, then tried doing it. My brother always makes everything fun. My name is Sky Brown and I'm 12 years old. I go surfing almost every day and like twice a day. I've been surfing for 6 years, I think. No. Nobody. No. Nobody. My dog's name is Waimea, and he is 10 weeks old, and we've had him for now like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. After we went surfing, we ate edamame, chicken with really good sauce on it. Tamagoyaki, it's like egg, but it's like different. With like leek in it, it's really good. And then we have an onigiri, which is rice bowl, and it has tuna mayo and some spice and seaweed. And then I had kiwi fruits and then orange juice. After we eat, we're gonna go train, do some school, and then get some skating. Right now we're about to train at Nakoa and yeah, get some training done. It's gonna be fun. This is actually my first time here, so I'm really excited to see what's there. And yeah, I always work out other than skating. I always try to stay fit, and I always try to work out with my brother at home or do like boxing and stuff. We love working out.
Competition face. Kill the competition. Good, okay, next. Rub it, it'll dry out. It's really weird, you guys will see. Now trust your strength. You got it. Yeah, that's good. Yep, angry. Good, angry.
When we were working out, I had to be on the Zoom call for school just so I don't miss anything. The school that I do is a charter school. Now it's just online, but before I used to go in 2 times a week and the rest I do it online. So it's perfect for traveling, and now I just do it all online. It's pretty easy to balance school and what like I do, like skating and surfing. I just do it in the middle, and it's the perfect amount of time. Okay guys, we just finished. Now we're gonna go do some skating. It's gonna be fun. So we're in Fallbrook. I've skated this ramp a couple of times, but it's been a long time since I have. So I'm excited to get back on it. We just finished skating here. Now we're gonna go to Prince, and I skate Prince a lot, so I'm excited. Let's go. just finished at Prince. Now we're gonna go to Chris Borse's ramp to have a little fun protect session. So I guess I'll see you guys there. Bye.
All right, doing good now that they came.
Christian is so cool. I mean, he's just the best. He's so sweet and he always helps me with my tricks and stuff. He's always been my hero and Ocean's hero too. So it's just really cool to skate with him. Christian's taught me a lot of my tricks. Like, he's like helping me all the time. Even today, like try to tweak it more. He helps me so much and I'm really happy. Excited for the Olympics. I mean, super excited to start traveling and do Dew Tour. I'm excited to see all my friends and go for Britain because my dad's British and my mom's Japanese, so I basically get to bring Britain to Japan because Japan's my home, but I get to go, you know, for my dad's country. It's kind of cool. I get to like bring the countries together.
To family, to friends, and to skateboarding and amazing filmers and photographers.
Fun fact, you know Mountain Dew and spicy chicken is the perfect combo?
Does it look like I don't know that?
Okay. Didn't mean to ruffle your feathers.
You know, we both did the employee training, Gary.
Okay, don't jump down my beak.
Doing spicy? Do the do.
Summer's here, and with a great deal on a new Toyota, you can go out and enjoy all your favorite summer sports, like softball, beach volleyball, triathlons, woo, racing, golf. Whoa! Someone needs lessons.
What makes an amazing deal even better? How about that every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, a 2-year or 25,000-mile no-cost maintenance plan with roadside assistance.
Get your Toyota today.
Toyota, let's go places.
Who really has the best beef? Meet the facts. Fact, Hy-Vee standards are so strict, their cattle have to be hand-selected. And only about 6% of all beef is able to bear the Hy-Vee brand. Only 6%. Many claim to have the best beef, but it's time to meet the facts. For more details on Hy-Vee's strict standards, go to meetthefacts.hyvee.com. Hy-Vee has the best beef guaranteed.
Well, things are rough.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, like, the floor is actually lava rough.
I can't, bro.
But you're not.
Me?
You're a reactor, a mover, a better than what came before you doer, a slayer, a crier. Let me tell you about this funny thing that happened. You are realness and weirdness, chaos and hope. Yes! All this talk about good things to come? Nah, you're the good thing.
Nothing feels quite as free as being out here.
Except this free soda.
Where'd you get free soda?
At Casey's, you can win all kinds of free stuff.
I love free.
Then you'll love this. Bought this jerky, won this free donut.
I love donuts.
And these chips can win me the big one.
What?
A free concert from country music superstar Lee Brice.
I love free Lee Brice.
With Casey's Summer of Freedom sweepstakes, the more you buy, the more you can win, including a free Lee Brice concert for your town.
Free Lee!
No.
After almost 20 years of award-winning work, the Tony Hawk Foundation is changing its name, but not its focus. Now known as the Skate Park Project, we continue to support community skate park projects across the U.S. and skateboard programs internationally. Since 2002, the organization has helped fund more than 600 free, quality public skate parks in all 50 states. The Skate Park Project brings the many benefits of skateboarding to youth in underserved communities around the world.
Welcome back, skateboarders of the world. coming at you live from Des Moines. This is Dew Tour 2021. We're in the Women's Park Open Qualifier. What does that mean? Well, that means we've got 41 skaters for now. We're going to cut that number down to 20, get our semifinals lists, who will meet up with the 12 pre-qualified skateboarders. We've already seen some incredible action go down. Big stars rising to the top. As it stands now, Team USA, 1, 2, 3. You got Ruby Trew from Australia in the 4th spot. Bahmet Martin representing Great Britain in that 5th place spot. We're looking for skateboarders to make the cut into the top 20. I am Chris Cote. I am with Chris Pastris. And so far, it's been so good. Slight rain delay to start the day. The park is dry. The park is getting shredded, and that's what we like to see. Pastris, what do you think so far of the level we're seeing of the open qualifiers?
Well, definitely heat number 1. We saw some amazing skateboarders that, you know, there's our top 3 in Ruby, Grace, and Cody. You know, some new names coming to heat number 3. You know, skaters traveling from Italy, Poland, China. So a really diverse group for this heat number 3. And then heat number 4 is just insane. But there's our heat list for heat number 3 right now.
This is awesome. Talk about an international field. Italy represented. You've got Chile. You've got Poland represented by Emilia Brodka. China is in the mix. Shanae Collins from Australia. French skateboarders, Brazilian skateboarders, Leticia Goncalves. This is going to be a ripping heat. Some of these women we've seen compete quite often, others not so much. So this is going to be an eye-opener for all of us skate fans. From Torino, Italy, home of Ivan Federico.
Nice.
So some champions coming out of Italy. Bit of a rough start there for Valeria Bertaccini.
Valeria was with us for Dew Tour 2019. That was when she was a new face to us, so 20 seconds left.
Well, Torino,
she's got the same height and build as Ivan Federico there.
Yeah, Torino, Italy, has hosted a Winter Olympics, so obviously Olympic fever for an area like that is going to last for a long time, and hopefully with Ivan and now Valeria in the Olympic conversation, that Olympic fever is just going to raise to that next level. So not a great start for Valeria, but she has another chance.
Yeah, she's going to be looking for run number 2. So it's 40-second runs, best run counts, and you got to complete 40 seconds. So if you bail at 15 seconds, jump back in there, do something with a bang, surprise the judges. We saw a few people crack the top 5 with falls. It's possible.
So that score will probably not be what she's looking for now. She'll get another chance coming up next. Also from Italy, Lucrezia Zaratini. These are 2 names I haven't seen skate that much, so that's one of
Another
my favorite.
name out of Italy?
Yeah, one of my favorite parts of these early rounds is seeing new faces and new styles. You know, these are some of the names that you could potentially see competing in the Olympics, but no doubt we'll see in competitions around the world coming up. You know, I'm thinking 2022, 2023.
Exactly.
Full bore contest years. Let's do this.
Yeah, and Lucrezia is a full 10 years younger than Valeria. So Valeria definitely the veteran there, and Lucrezia, the young gun, but only 17 years old.
That first score comes through. It's a 3:11. So that'll put her in 23rd spot, but remember, she does have another run to go. Lucrezia Zaratini from Sagrate, Italy, dropping in with speed.
And the fans are at 50 there. Love the sound of that pool coping. There's the boneless on the boneless wall, we're calling it.
Yep.
Nice frontside air. She's got the fans. I love it. Nice frontside ollie over the hip. Got good flow.
A good, clean, solid style. So far, she's used the whole park.
Frontside air over the volcano. A little deck check. Nice backside air afterwards. Final moves here. Nice back D. Melina tail. Wow, on edge. Whew. You know, she made that one.
If you kind of mess up a trick slightly, have a little bit of fumble, you can erase that real quick by following it up with another solid trick. She did it right there with that deck check, but then bam.
Melina tail. Yeah, she had a couple good moves in there. Stayed on her board, too. Nice frontside ollie over the hip. Going through that pool coping corner. There's that indie air. Didn't quite make the gap, but recovered well with a backside air.
Yeah, I like how she could just kind of get that little speed blast out of nowhere. That was cool. Lucrezia waiting for scores. Looking for something, obviously, in the double digits. If she can get up into that 20-point range, she'll be looking good for a potential advancement into the semifinals. Judges deliberating, getting ready to drop that number. I don't think it's going to shake up the leaderboard too much, but it will put her in a position to potentially climb up.
Yeah, and it's so cool to get everyone together here from all over the world. We're getting a taste of Olympic fever here with just the diversity and how many different countries are represented this week. It's amazing.
And it's cool. It all becomes kind of one gang.
Yeah.
So it's awesome to see everybody coming back together. And, you know, I think we all know how fortunate we are to be able to even pull this event off. So full credit to Dew Tour, the staff, the production team.
Seriously.
Not an easy feat to put on an event of this scale in a pandemic. And it's been nice and smooth. Well, the protocols are in place. Obviously, safety first. Safety first, shredding second. And they're neck and neck because so far we've seen some amazing skateboarding happening. And this is just day one of basically the rest of your week is going to be filled with Dew Tour
competition. That's right.
We will have women's street qualifiers later on today. We've been watching the men practice on the street course, and this is one of the best street courses I've ever seen.
Yeah, the men's street practice is going off. We were watching it for a little bit there.
Numbers
All the big guns are in.
1850 for Lucrezia Zeratini. So that will be enough to get her above the cut line. Right now, Paula Helen Videla with a 6.07 is at number 20 skater. And she's got to be feeling worried all the way up to, I would say, number 12, Manuela Vasquez Correa. Right now, dropping in, Evelyn Marisol Enriquez representing Argentina.
A couple skaters from Argentina. Wow, that 50-50 hanging on there. Front ollie over the hip. Argentina's representing here. It's good to see. Nice frontside ollie there. Backside ollie.
Argentina definitely has a presence in the Summer Olympics. Always competitive in volleyball, soccer.
Nice stand-up 5-0 grind to end off and run there.
And now potentially skateboarding. Evelyn Marisol Enriquez. That was just for the fans. That wasn't even for the score. That was for the fans. Love to see it.
50-50 stall and then 270ing out frontside. That was tricky. Nice move. Just got to get that in time.
Lauritsen Skate Park here in Des Moines, Iowa, the biggest park in the country, utilized well by this young skateboarder from Argentina, Evelyn Marisol Enriquez. Pastors, what do you think? Is she going to crack that top 20?
I don't think so. It was a solid run, but I think you got to go wall-to-wall tricks. So, you know, a little bit of some carving that lost some time, and yeah, I'm not sure that she's secure. But I'm not a judge.
Yeah, thankfully I'm not either.
Well, ranked 16th so far.
Everybody
but keep in mind, we still have heat number 4 with Minnestes, Jordan Santana, Jordan Barrett, Indiara Asp. So
yeah.
It's by no means safe to be in that position right now.
And some big names left to go in this heat as well.
Yeah.
Josefina Tapia Varas, representing Chile. A couple skateboarders from Chile competing here at Dew Tour. Love to see it.
Yeah, and each country's trying to crack that top 3 with their skaters and compete and travel on to Tokyo. Nice. She had that Smith grind.
Get back up. Get back on that board.
20 seconds left.
There's a couple different formats in skate events.
Yeah.
Skate to fall, jam sessions, and right now with the 40-second run. So
It's
sometimes
kinda
it could
nice
be
to be-
unclear what to do when you fall.
It's kind of nice to see people have a chance to jump back on your board for the end of their run. But my advice would be do the hardest trick you can possibly do in those final seconds if you're jumping back in the ball.
Yeah, exactly. Get back, just drop in and
let it all
throw
fly.
down. So now a full 40 seconds have gone by. Josefina Tapia Vares from Chile. A decent start. She does have room to grow. Might potentially crack that top 20 with a double-digit score. We will see. Still a lot of skating left to come. Remember, these skaters only have 2 chances here in the open qualifiers. 2 40-second runs.
Yeah, a lot of pressure there. 2 runs only. We're usually seeing 3. So, yeah, you kind of have, there's no room for a safety run. You got to just put it all together.
Well, you could see someone asking them, well, how long did it take you to get into the Olympics? 80 seconds. Josefina comes through with a 12.20. She will jump up to that 15th spot.
Yes, it puts her in the bubble.
Precariously, but still above the cut.
For sure.
Coming up next, a name we've seen time and time again deep into these skate events, Amelia Brodka, heavily involved with course shredding, as you see, but also
she's got plenty of time.
Also with empowering young female skateboarders. That's really Amelia Brodka's mission.
Really super active in the scene, and can rip. She won Vans Park Series Malmo with us in 2017. So 31 years old, a veteran. All the women skaters look up to her, girl skaters, get a lot of advice from her. Great human being.
I'm surprised.
Nice Smith grind.
She's super consistent, but she's back at it.
Front to there. Yeah, she's recovering well. You got to pretend the fall never happened. Nice Smith stall.
From what I've heard, that plexiglass bank wall is scary, as it should be. We got to challenge the world's best skateboarders. Can't make it easy for them. Amelia Brodka, like you said, Pastors, great recovery. Had that early bail, but shook it off, jumped back on her board, and finished really strong.
Yeah,
Good
yeah.
combos.
She's going to want to try to put that whole line together. Nice frontside air. I like the nose grab over the hip there. Old school backside air.
She had a couple good Smith grinds, some high speed 5.0s. Solid run. I think she kind of wiped off the bail in the eyes of the judges. We'll see.
It's just like us. We mess up, we just keep going.
Yeah, exactly.
Never happened.
Don't mention it. Like nothing happened. Amelia Brodka waiting for
we're waiting on scores. Yeah, my guess is that's going to be a pretty decent bubble score. Let's see.
14.87.
All right.
That'll get her up into that up into the teens.
Yeah, 13th on our leaderboard. So
she'll be right there. So
that's a bubble spot.
Somewhat
could make
safe.
it. Yeah, I don't
Kinda
know.
safe,
It's
maybe?
hard to say. It's hard to say. We got half of heat number 3 left. We got a whole nother run arounds of runs, and then we got heat number 4. It's jam-packed.
From Beijing, China, Yin Zhang. Nice start there.
And Zin placed 9th in the Nanjing competition 2019, so she knows what it takes. She's done okay in competitions. Nice backside air. That's speed. There's a smooth Smith grind. Beautiful corner. Yeah.
Perfect.
Nice 5.0 grind. See, that's the kind of stuff you don't want to just pump. You got to hit the lip. Front rock.
Fully decked.
Yes.
That counts, folks. You're going to deck it, fully deck it.
Fully decked. And see, just like the little things, like the stand-up 5.0 grind, instead of just carving, are going to accumulate points.
That was a great run.
Yeah, not
So
a lot
solid.
of dead space, not a lot of pumping and carving. We saw the boneless.
The boneless bank.
Here we go. The boneless bank.
Okay, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's the best boneless of the day so far.
I don't know. I don't know. Grace had a pretty nice
Grace
one
had
as
a good
well.
one? Okay.
Nice invert. Her wheels bonked on that. Crazy.
Just the right amount of sketchiness. We like.
Backside air. That was nice. Old school nose grab. And there's that frontside rock with authority. I like it.
Well, if you grow up in Beijing, you grew up with basically Olympic fever all around. We all know Beijing hosted the Olympic Games in the past. Skateboarding is growing probably faster in China than anywhere else in the world. They're building huge parks. Now that skateboarding is in the Olympics, Chinese government have really gotten behind their athletes and skateboarding in general.
Yes, indeed. And she's going to be looking at scores.
Boom.
There it is.
21.04. She'll be up into sixth place.
Up into sixth. Wow, that's somewhat safe at this point.
And she's got another opportunity, so she's got a good solid run under her belt now. So China coming through there, Xinzhang, ripping her way to a 21 point. And when you see the red shirts jump.
Can we get the leaderboard back up to 10?
We got to dry some of our park areas real quick. Slight drizzle coming through.
Yeah, hopefully this will just whiz on by. We've been having this little drizzle throughout the day.
Let's talk about our leaderboard so far. The top three still safe. You had Ruby Faith Lilly with the highest score so far. Grace Marhofer still in second, and Cody Tamanaha in third.
At the top of the leaderboard, Kemp. There we have it. So Ruby still ahead by about 5 points of Grace Marhofer. And then Cody Tamanaha down behind that with 28.42. And then there's a 4-point differential between Cody and Ruby. So there's some distance there with Cody, Grace, and Ruby. I think it is pretty safe to say we will see them in the semifinals. So we're cutting from 41 down to 20. Those 20 meet our 12 skaters that are pre-seeded, the Bryce Wetsteins and the Brighton Zoiners of the world that have been pre-seeded here for this competition, get slid into the semifinals, and then we cut to 8 for our finals.
I was talking to Jordan Barrett just a little bit ago, and she's saying, wow, I'm so lucky to be in Heat 4, because that just means her scouting report is that much more
deeper.
Yeah, she's been able to sit and watch. She said she's got a rundown. She knows what she's going to do, but it always helps to just see what's scoring, see where some skaters are taking creative, unique lines. It's only going to help. So there is an advantage to being ranked as high as Indiara and Jordan and Ariana. That just means you get a little bit more experience studying the course, which definitely helps.
Yes, and definitely with studying the scoring, like you mentioned. All right, and we are going to take another look at the leaderboard here.
You may ask yourself, well, how did I get here? We'll explain it. Your leader right now from Oceanside, California, Ruby Faith Lilly. Here's what she did to get that big score, the 34 points. Just good, clean, solid skating.
Smooth, confident, not really any dead space in her line. She hit a wall with a lip trick or an air and kept her speed, had good style. That backside nose grind through the corner, that's one thing that definitely got her up there in the rankings, because that is not an easy trick. Nice smackdown disaster there.
I think everybody got the memo that you do have to switch up your tricks. You can't do the same Smith grind or frontside air over and over and over. It might feel good, but in the eyes of the judges, they want to see some variety and creativity.
For sure. Yeah, and Ruby's straight off the Nationals where she got 8th, so she's got the contest legs under her. I feel like the people that were with us at the Nationals a week or so ago are just in the zone.
Yeah, and
they had a lot more practice.
Regardless of where you had finished in the Nationals,
you're here and you skated.
You still have experience. I am Chris Cote. This is Chris Pastras, a.k.a. Dune. And we have been privy to some great skateboarding so far. A couple of little stops and starts due to the weather, but so far, so good. We've seen some ripping go down. And of course, you can't talk about women's skateboarding without talking about progression. You look at what's happening now compared to 10 years ago, and taking nothing away from the icons and legends of our sport, but the level that the young women have reached today is off the charts. Everyone will say that. Even the icons, even the legends, they will address the fact that the current state of women's skateboarding is beyond, I think, beyond what anybody even thought was possible.
Yeah, we're seeing stalled inverts, 540s, you know, complete lines. I think if you look at even like 5 years ago when we were doing the Van Doren Invitationals and the Vans Combi Girl Competition, it's got, the level has increased 2-3 times since that. That was just 5 years ago, you know? So it seems like every year, every season, especially those that are hanging out in the top rankings, like the Jordan Barretts and the Bryce Wetsteins, and they're just getting better and better and better every competition, every month. And you know, Kim spoke about it. Some people really took advantage of the break we had with 2020 and really skated their butts off. And some people came down a notch. So, you know, the people who did skate like mad with all the free time they had, it shows in their results and in their skateboarding.
Yeah, and we're going to see more of that. Right now, our weatherman on the scene. We've got Blair Alley in the park. Blair, what's going on down there on the deck?
Chris and Chris, we're back. We haven't done this in a while. How are you guys doing?
Feeling good. Feeling good.
Good. Yeah, you know, it's not bad down here. It's not cold or windy. It's just a little light drizzle, which we've been getting. We've been dodging it yesterday and today. You know, it lets up and the course is dry really quickly. So, you know, other than that, once the rain stops, the weather's perfect. You know, there's a cloud cover and there's no wind. It's cool and breezy. People Des Moines are out here. They're not going home. You know, they're going to stick it out. So that's what we're doing. Everyone's just taking a breather, drinking some water, and just waiting for this to pass. And we'll be back in no time. But hey, it's fun to be back doing this again with you guys, huh?
No doubt. So yeah. Blair, I know you look at cities differently than most people through the eyes of a skate photographer.
Oh yeah.
At Blair Alley on Instagram, you got to follow him. His images are amazing. When you look around Des Moines, do you see a lot of potential in terms of not just this incredible park, but street skating in general?
Yeah, for sure. I've been seeing spots all day, just walking around the city, checking it out. They got the shop Subsect that's been here for years. You know, Heath Kirchart was a partner in that. I was hanging out with Spencer Pratty and Andy Mack last night, and Mike V just moved here. And now with this park, I could see it becoming like a big skate destination, you know, for tours, demos, teams coming through, or, you know, even moving here too. My buddy told me how much he paid for his house, and sounded pretty good compared to California, let me tell you.
Competitive rates here in Des Moines, and yeah, there is a lot of natural beauty around us as well as we wait for this small rain squall to pass. We just watched a little bit of practice over here on the men's street side of things, but if you're looking forward to later on this week, men's park is set to be a showdown of epic proportions. And Blair, I know you know all the names that have come here. You see a lot of American flags next to a lot of these names, but there's only a handful of spaces. What are you looking forward to when all these skaters drop in the park and a lot of these Americans fighting for not a lot of spots?
I want to see Jagger Eaton because I was lucky enough to see him practicing back home in his home park. His runs are insane. Yeah, his runs are insane. Heymana, which I don't know if he's going to be here, but he's also right there. Alex Sorgente, Pedro Barros, Corey Juno. Jagger actually told me Corey Juno is kind of like the guy that he sees as his main competition. Yeah, I mean, this park is brand new. I think they just finished it like a couple of weeks ago, so I can't wait to see how they adapt to this and the lines they find and how they use the big Toyota and Mountain Dew extensions. Like, yeah, the men's park is always, you know, the sickest thing of the weekend, pretty much.
And they're going to have to be going for it because this is the final competition before Tokyo for Park.
Yeah, it's another good reason. And you know what? We'll probably meet skaters from Japan, Brazil, Italy that we didn't even know about this weekend, you know? There could be those things where, like, we never heard of this guy before, and you know, he came out and won it. So that's always fun, too.
Can't wait to see what happens. Well, we're going to wait this rain out for just a little bit. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more action. You're watching Dew Tour Des Moines. Stay tuned. More skating to come.
Let's get a chant. USA, USA, USA.
The Olympics for the U.S. in general is obviously extremely tough. You're going up against some of the best skaters in the world.
my God!
It's crazy to think about that I'm up on. Since I was young, they beat me in contests. We've like gone back and forth. It's an amazing feeling.
People that were just not hoodlums. We're like actually dedicated ourselves to something that was
a sport. We're all athletes, and I think it just brings skateboarding in more households.
There's 4 people underneath me that are just a couple thousand points behind me, so this next contest, the Dew Tour one's gonna make a big difference.
It's gonna be tough, you know? One more event.
I'm competing against a lot of my friends because we've been skating together for years.
It's gonna be a good contest. Everyone's gonna be definitely going for it. It's the last one, so the Dew Tour's the last chance to make it.
I don't know, it's gonna be different going back into it because nobody skated a contest for a year and a half now.
My biggest thing was just pushing through that and just being like, all right, I want to train like there is going to be a contest. All the skate parks were being closed and stuff. It was hard to like stay motivated, you know?
Skateboarding is such a adaptive kind of thing.
And especially with how COVID happened and gave us all like a year to practice. We didn't see anybody for a year, and then everybody's just back and just like skating better than ever.
The pressure's on, but at least for me, I just try to not to think about it.
I think it's a little intimidating and nerve-wracking.
Just tell myself I got it and just picture my line.
I think everyone's been working on stuff for like a year now, so.
Everyone is just killing it.
It's honestly like happened way more natural than I thought it was.
I think it's going to be fun having a contest again.
Coming in switch.
All the girls got so much better.
Figuring out a park is honestly the best session.
But the spur of the moments, that's what the contest is about.
Contest skating is all mental.
But sometimes you're just in the mood to do hard tricks, and sometimes you have to do it because you have to do it.
The worst thing that can make you not land your run is getting in your head too much.
Like, they call your name and they say go, and you got to be ready to fire.
I spend most of the year in like crazy hectic cities like Paris and Sao Paulo, and then just get to come home and like enjoy the nice air and like the trees and just like the quiet. Hi, I'm Tristan Rennie, and we're here at my house in Crestline, California. It was the day after Father's Day. I found out I was having a baby, so I was like, wanted to get just a house, and like, I didn't really want to rent, just wanted to be able to like own something. I like flew back from Salt Lake, bought the house, and then flew to Brazil the next day. So I was like signing papers in the hotel room at like 1 in the morning their time. It was pretty crazy. I looked in every city in California, from probably like north of LA to like all the way down in San Diego, and there's nothing. I started looking in this area once I realized how affordable it is, and then met with a realtor. We looked at probably 30 houses, and then finally found this one with like a nice yard, 2 bedrooms. It was just like the perfect house in like the good area of town. It's right by the lake and stuff. This is Lake Gregory. This is pretty much everything in Crest. This is Lake Gregory. This is pretty much everything in Crestline is centered around here. There's like water slides over there. There's fountains. This is the living room. It's been kind of taken over by the baby at the moment. She's chilling in the swing. Yeah, this is where we just hang out most of the time, just kind of relax. Did a lot of like renovation work. We redid the whole floor, like put in the tile countertop. So yeah, the goal is like come off this, have more patio space, and then hopefully one day build a little mini bowl over there. I just want to be able to wall bash the shed. This is the dog's racetrack right now. They come in around the tree, jump the stairs, and then hit the berm. It's like the people that owned that house also owned this house. He passed away, and like they ended up selling this one, cleaning it out, working on it. But I got it 5 days after it went on the market. Getting the family ready for their day. Car seats out. It's my girlfriend's car, and then I drive a mom car. Maybe get her like happy. This is the baby, Isla. She is almost 4 months old now. We were just like brainstorming names, and she said she liked the name Isla. Yeah, now she's starting to sleep through the night, and she just plays all day, so it's easier for me to get out and start skating more. I have to pull the car out, and then we gotta get her all situated in the Jeep, and then she's gonna visit family, and we're gonna go skate. It's the impossible family car. And we gotta get pull equipment. All right, now we're actually ready to go skate. We're here in Fontana at my local park. I've been skating here since I was like 9 years old. Yeah, coming here a lot of times I've learned everything from weight grab backside airs to inverts to, I've learned so many tricks at this park. And we're here with Steve Salba. This is where we always come to warm up, and then we're gonna go skate some backyards. My dad, who I grew up skating with, took me everywhere. Yeah, he grew up skating pipeline with Steve, and then when that closed, they started skating pools. And when I was born, I started going along on pool missions and skating parks. And I remember like skating with them, like at parks, not knowing anything, and then getting like one of my first magazines. And I like saw Salba in there, and I was like confused. I was like, Salba's in this magazine. My dad's like, yeah, he's been pro for like 20, 30 years. Like, and I was this little kid, like didn't know anything. I was just skating. We got kicked out of the park for a little bit due to Corona. They have to like wipe it down and do some stuff, so we gotta just hang out for a little bit.
Picture with Cody, man. That'd be cool. This is his life,
You stood all over yourself, man. This way or that way?
Facing the park.
I've been hanging out with Tristan's dad since the old days, Pipeline Skate Park in the 80s. And when Pipeline closed, we all had nowhere to skate, so we built a skateboard ramp. So that's when I really got to know Bill then, is when we had the ramp. I mean, we skated together Pipeline, but I really got to know him then. We started skating ramps together more, skating lots of pools. And then through the time, like, all of us started skating, our kids are skating. And ever since then, Tristan's been kind of hanging out with a lot of the guys. The thing about Tristan I think is really impressionable is he comes from a good family unit. His mom and dad are totally straight up rad people. And I think when you got good parents, and then you start introducing your kids to skating and surfing and all the cool things that we think are cool, and your kid starts accepting it and kind of getting into it, and it starts excelling, then all of a sudden the kid's better than all of us within like 2 years. Like, hell yeah, man, let's root for the kid, because not only does he come from us, but more than anything, I'm super proud of him because he's a hometown boy. He's very humble. He's a great kid, super ripper, and he lets his actions speak louder than words, so he lets his skating talk for most of the time, and I like that. The cool thing about all of us, and Tristan included, is again, skating, man. The age goes out the side, and all your society stuff goes out the door. It doesn't matter. Once you got that skateboard in your hand, it's all that matters.
We are going to Mario's pool in Rialto, which is where I grew up, but we're just waiting on the pin because I had never saved it. Yeah, the owner's cool with letting us skate, so we've been coming here the last 2 years, I want to say, and then before that, Salba skated it in the 80s, and I want to say Wheels on Fire. It's been going for a while. Yeah, when you're out at pools, you have to have buckets and a broom, and I always have a shovel too, just in case it's like muddy or anything. Sometimes lacquer, towels to dry it, and sometimes you don't even have time to do that. You just gotta go around the puddles. We just finished skating and we're heading to Taco Dude's to go grab some food, and then we might go to Baldy Pipe afterwards. So this is the owner of Taco Dude's, Eddie. He's known my dad for years, and he just started out catering, and then he opened this restaurant right here in Chino. Whenever we're in the area, we always stop by. I always get the pastor, the chicken's good, the asada's good. Everything here is super proper.
I've known his dad for, geez, almost 30 years, and we all grew up skating together, and this guy just growing up, he started just ripping, and I started a catering company, started wearing my shirts, and sponsored the guy. Been riding with me, getting free food for I don't know how long now. Yeah, before the restaurant.
Cater my birthdays.
Catered all your birthdays, I've done all that stuff. Yeah.
And catered the baby shower.
Yeah, we just all kind of just help each other out, you know, and skate together. That's what it's all about right there, what it came down to, you know. We all get together, have some tacos, have some food, have a good time, you know. Shop decorated with all kinds of skateboard stuff and Badlands memorabilia, and, you know, we just all got a little connection, you know. It all works out.
Once I found out I was having a baby, I was just like, I need to save money, like get ready. And then once that initial like shock of finding out wears off, then it's like, you start to think like, oh, okay, it's gonna be fine. And then once she's actually born, then it's another like, then it's real, and you're like, all right, now I have to take care of this little human. As she gets older, it's like way mellower. It's like, it's scary, and then it's just like, you start looking forward to it, and then it's scary again. And then it's like life.
Man, like, skateboarding is just family. We got along so quick, it's crazy. It's so you don't see that any other sport.
It's very diverse. It's worldwide, you know, like every continent on this planet has skaters.
You can be from Brazil, Mexico, South America, Japan. You can be from anywhere all over the world and just come together as like one when you're skateboarding.
It's always protected that aspect of our diversity. There's never been any pressure to like force that on people, you know? Everybody skates, every gender, every race.
Skateboarding has always fought for what's right, especially here in the US. Skateboarding has helped bring light to a lot of issues.
We share from the same passion. It doesn't matter if like you don't enjoy his style. Who cares? It can't go to those directions.
With the Olympics now, you know, there's so much more equality and so much more going on for the women's side as well. You know, there was just a few women skaters. Now there's a lot.
There's really not much requirements to skate. It's all personal preference, and I feel like that draws a lot of people in the world to just gravitate towards it.
Anyone who steps on a skateboard and actually goes and skates and tries to learn and realizes how hard and difficult and frustrating this thing is, you form this bond because it's like hardship.
It's crazy they get so many different races, so many different type of people together in one thing. That's the reason why I love skating, you know? It's like, it's awesome.
We are from third world and everything is so hard. Most of us are like coming from a very like poor family and like very humble like youth. So you get hooked on skateboarding and you just do it for fun, but then once you see like, oh, there's a career involved, I can do this. So there's only one option, make it or make it, you know, so you just go like all in.
It's like everything's hard out there. Like it or not, you have to be better than other people every day, you know? Like, I don't speak English that good, I'm not American, you know? And then a couple skaters, they're starting to know, you know, Rodrigo TX, he made it, he came here, you know? I was like, damn, it's possible, you know?
Most of the Brazilians, they don't have access to a lot of cool things. So they gotta make coolness with what they have. You know, it's my different style and my different self of what I can do with this, my interpretation.
My city is like 80,000 people. It's like super small. And now, last year I got like second place on the world ranking, and they sent me money to do a skate park. Don't have skate park in my city, and now what they gonna do, you know? Just because I'm in a ranking, it's crazy.
I've been competing my whole life, and I'm always competing for Brazil. But we never had that, like Olympics before. Like we never had to wear a Brazil jersey. The Brazil team, it's really helping us. It's the first time that we train as a team. It's the first time that we have a coach. So everything's like super new to us. And I can't wait to be in the Olympics and represent Brazil.
I keep getting better at street skating. Putting together a run when you're younger, you're just kind of like, these are my tricks, I'm gonna do them all, and you don't really think about it. It's not as calculated. That's something that I started to enjoy more as I got older.
Kids nowadays, they look at Instagram, they look at this stuff, they only want to do those things because those are trendy now. They don't learn the basics, you know? Why have you skipped, you know?
When you're younger, I feel like you don't really know what the judges want to see. You're just like, I'm gonna do the best, hardest tricks, and they better know that that's sick.
There's a lot of training involved. Like, you really got to stay on top of your game, and that adds up.
I feel that's the OG stuff. You know, we've been around for so long, and we see it all.
For being a little bit of an older guy, I think the oldest guy. No, I'm not. Okay, good.
Paul, Manny, Shane, all those dudes have been in Dew Tour and every other contest for like 10 plus years. So they have it dialed to just like snap of a finger, they're ready to go.
It's a patience game. It requires a ton of patience to compete in these contests. The young kids don't get that yet. But it's definitely a pleasure watching them skate because they go for it. And I like that.
I'm older than Manny. I'm 36, yeah. I'm older, so I am the oldest.
My brother and I have been doing everything together. He tried to do everything I do, so it was nice to have him, you know, do stuff with him. I mean, I started before him. He kind of like saw me, then tried doing it. My brother always makes everything fun. My name is Sky Brown and I'm 12 years old. I go surfing almost every day and like twice a day. I've been surfing for 6 years, I think. No. Nobody. No. Nobody. My dog's name is Waimea, and he is 10 weeks old, and we've had him for now like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. After we went surfing, we ate edamame, chicken with really good sauce on it. Tamagoyaki, it's like egg, but it's like different. With like leek in it, it's really good. And then we have an onigiri, which is rice bowl, and it has tuna mayo and some spice and seaweed. And then I had kiwi fruits and then orange juice. After we eat, we're gonna go train, do some school, and then get some skating. Right now we're about to train at Nakoa and yeah, get some training done. It's gonna be fun. This is actually my first time here, so I'm really excited to see what's there. And yeah, I always work out other than skating. I always try to stay fit, and I always try to work out with my brother at home or do like boxing and stuff. We love working out.
Competition face. Kill the competition. Good, okay, next. Rub it, it'll dry out. It's really weird, you guys will see. Now trust your strength. You got it. Yeah, that's good. Yep, angry. Good, angry.
When we were working out, I had to be on the Zoom call for school just so I don't miss anything. The school that I do is a charter school. Now it's just online, but before I used to go in 2 times a week and the rest I do it online. So it's perfect for traveling, and now I just do it all online. It's pretty easy to balance school and what like I do like skating and surfing. I just do it in the middle and it's the perfect amount of time. Okay guys, we just finished. Now we're gonna go do some skating. It's gonna be fun. So we're in Fallbrook. I've skated this ramp a couple of times, but it's been a long time since I have. So I'm excited to get back on it. We just finished skating here. Now we're gonna go to Prince, and I skate Prince a lot, so I'm excited. Let's go. We just finished at Prince. Now we're gonna go to Chris Borse's ramp to have a little fun protect session. So I guess I'll see you guys there. Bye.
All right, doing good now that they came.
Christian is so cool. I mean, he's just the best. He's so sweet and he always helps me with my tricks and stuff. He's always been my hero and Ocean's hero too. So it's just really cool to skate with him. Christian's taught me a lot of my tricks. He's helping me all the time. Even today, try to tweak it more. He helps me so much and I'm really happy. Excited for the Olympics. I mean, super excited to start traveling and do Dew Tour. I'm excited to see all my friends and go for Britain because my dad's British and my mom's Japanese. So I basically get to bring Britain to Japan because Japan's my home, but I get to go, for my dad's country. It's kind of cool. I get to bring the countries together.
To family, to friends, and to skateboarding and amazing filmers and photographers.
Do you want to get better at skateboarding? Perhaps you're just starting out and you want to fix your trick, or you're already an accomplished skateboarder and you want to fine-tune your craft. I feel like I can help you do that. I'm Chris Cole. Welcome to the Fun Session.
Alright everyone, we are doing our best to dry the courses here. Looks like the rain's letting up a little bit, so we're looking to get back to skateboarding here. Now, shout out to all the fans, Des Moines, Iowa, in the house. Assuming some of you have traveled from farther away, so really stoked you're here, and we're going to get going soon. Appreciate your patience. Alex, tell me a little bit about, how you wanted to be
Hey, what's up? It's Mario McCoy. I'm originally from Reading, Pennsylvania, but right now I'm in Los Feliz, California at Kingswell, my favorite store in all of California. And I heard Dew Tour and TikTok got a truck outside for me with a bunch of stuff. So I'm gonna get the homies. Let's go. I'm gonna get all the homies. We're gonna check out what's going on outside, see what they got. Damn.
That's all you. Nose One City.
Damn. Look at that thing. So yeah, when the truck showed up, I like opened it up. I was like, damn, this is gonna be like a real thing. Like we're like really filming a bunch of stuff on this. I love being creative in my head. Kind of just being like, I'm gonna skate this and this and this, and you know, just once I opened the truck, I just had all these ideas. You know. That's sketch. That's sketch.
Let's do it.
Holy shit.
Like anything to grind or just a manual, like a board side nose manual.
You should. That's you.
Okay, I'll do that for you.
Or board side, tail side. I want to skate. This is like probably my favorite thing out of all of them. Got your LA picnic table. Really don't need to describe much there. It's a table and it goes. Little ledge right here. Got your launch ramp. You can put this shit over anything really. Like we're gonna figure something out. Don't even ask me about these, man. I don't know what's going on with this. Yeah, this is straight stick for me. Stick and fall forward. That was our day. Stay tuned for some more skating for myself and all my peeps. We're gonna go check out the Griffith ditch, see if we can kind of get into some over there, maybe bring it to like a little more of a street spot. We'll see how it goes. Hey, what's up? It's Mario McCoy. I'm originally from Reading, Pennsylvania, but right now I'm at Kingswell, and I heard Dew Tour and TikTok got a truck outside for me. We're gonna check out what's going on outside, see what they got. Oh, damn. Got the fire hydrant, got the table, the ledge, the kicker ramp, all these crazy rails, got the curb ramp over there. Yeah, let's get to it, man. Let's just skate.
So we're outside Kingsville right now. Me and Mario unloaded everything out of the back.
Skateboarders came, they saw, and now we got the full crew. Got some homies that we knew, got some new homies that we didn't know, so they was out here having a good time. Kind of try to mess with those rails, but maybe someone will kind of figure something out and we'll just get to skate mode. Just being in this environment, being at my local shop, being around all the people I love, like that just, honestly, it gets me so stoked. It's just so natural, and like everyone's just here just to have fun. So like, it's always easier to be in a creative mindset that way. A lot of those dudes are skating way harder than I am, honestly. Like, they're going for it. That just makes me want to go for it more. Skated this little like kind of makeshift, it's like this square bar that the skate shop normally puts on like this curve, and we just kind of did like little line there. We set up the little launch ramp to go over the picnic table, but the launch ramp was like kind of a little too boosty for like this tiny picnic table. So I looked down the street and I saw the Kingswell sign, so I was like, shit, it's like perfect. So I was gonna just skate it off of the kicker, and then Melcher grabbed it and put it on top of the table and was like, hey, we should do this shit. And honestly, looking at it, I was like, this thing is way too tall, there's no way, but it ended up just working out. Switch it up, go up the street, only about 5-10 minutes to Griffith Park, and packed up the van, brought all the stuff here, just kind of a little change of scenery. Shout out Dew Tour, TikTok, Kingswell, the man Melcher, and everyone who came and skated. So, peace. That's it.
Yes, it's exciting. Our city is buzzing. That's what you've been missing today.
welcome back to Des Moines. This is Dew Tour 2021. You're looking at a 99% chance of dryness here on the street course. That means the park is also drying up, and this is great news for all of us. A couple rain delays here throughout the day, but some great skateboarding nonetheless. Chris Cote here with Chris Pastris. We're looking at an overview of the largest skate park in the nation, 88,000 square feet of radness. This is Lauridsen Skate Park here in Des Moines, Iowa. This is the cultural mecca of the Midwest, also the home of legendary iconic skateboarder Mike Vallely.
Yeah,
this
good
place
buddy
is
of
going
mine.
off.
Oh, it's growing. Yes, it's growing, and we're here for the Women's Park Open Qualifier. We've had a few rain delays, but some amazing skateboarding nonetheless. Ruby Lilly in first place, Grace Marhofer in second, and Cody Tamanaha in third. So, yeah, we've seen some great competition so far. We just need this weather to stay with us here, and no more drizzles, and we'll get through heat number 3 and heat number 4. Some big names. So Jordan Santana, Jordan Barrett, Indyar Asp, Ministes, all in heat 4 still. So we got a lot of skating left.
Oh, it's coming. We're just 2.5 heats in as it stands right now. There's 3 rounds of competition. Qualifiers, semifinals, finals, top 8. You are going to be rewarded with huge points, of course. Cash prizes,
60,000 points for first, which can completely make or break someone.
Yeah, this is the last park event before the Olympics. So what happens here, we can't put a period on the end of this sentence, but what happens here will most likely dictate who you will be seeing skating park in the Olympics. We've got a lot of skateboarding to come, 4 full days going all the way to Sunday. Pastris, I know you've skated in and around the Midwest. Some of these, the smaller towns, Des Moines being the capital of Iowa, so this is the epicenter here. But what does it mean for a town like this to get a park like this that can really change the whole scene?
I would say the locals are just curious. They haven't had a lot of skateboarding. There's no other parks here really, and it's sort of a first. And I think they're just excited and welcoming. The Midwest people are just so appreciative. Compared to Southern California where we see skateboarding on every corner. So, yeah, Des Moines has been a great vibe. Everybody's really welcoming, and all through this Midwestern region. They're just really appreciative when pros come through, and, it sticks with them for years.
Well, some of the top pros have already come through. As it stands right now, your top 3 dominated by Team USA. Here's a look at current number 3, Cody Tamanaha. She's coming out of Oahu. So from Oahu to Des Moines, quite the difference there. Grace Marhofer in second, and your current leader. This is Ruby Faith Lilly from Oceanside, California. So unlike local skaters here in Des Moines, Ruby has 20 parks within a mile of her house.
Yes, and she's only 14 years old. Must mention that.
So 3 Americans on the top right now, but check out this international field behind them. You've got Great Britain, China, Canada. 13 women currently in the top 30 of the world from the United States. So this is going to definitely be a battle for Team USA.
Yeah, for who those top 3 positions are. It really is going to be a battle.
Yeah, I mean, if you go by percentages, Team USA is the toughest team to make, just numbers-wise. Here you go from 9 through 16. Good to see representation. Again, Italy. We've got Chile in the mix, Poland.
Brazil, of course.
Russia and Lilia. So I'm just loving the look
Colombia.
of all these flags that you're seeing. South Africa, France, Shani-Bru.
Finland.
So your current standings right now, all the way down to 27th place. You've got Valeria Bertaccini. We have a skater from Morocco, Aya Asakwas, and another skater from South Africa, Melissa Williams. So there is a sub-conversation that we're talking about, looking toward the Olympics. 2 skaters right now in the standings from the African continent. Unverified, one of these skaters could potentially qualify for the Olympics here today.
Amazing. Put African skateboarding on the map this weekend.
That's right. There you see, that's exactly what we want to see, a nice dry
park.
Of course, we are looking for these Cinderella stories for both men and women. This is the round that you're going to see that start to unfold. Will an undergrounder, will I don't want to say no-name skater, will a lower-ranked skater break on through and make it to the top? You're going to have to watch the next couple of days to find out. And this is a look at Melissa Williams. She is from South Africa. Again, there's a coveted spot reserved for Team Africa, for the African continent.
Yes.
So Melissa
she
Williams
could be in the Olympics with that run.
Looking good so far. I mean, we've seen big events go down in South Africa, in and around that area. We know the talent level is there. So Melissa Williams right now, I mean, I don't know, this is one of those things with so much going on.
Yeah.
Do you know all the scenarios
all the
happening?
math.
Most of
Some
them
of
do,
it.
I would say.
Yeah. Yeah, and I've been to South Africa. Beautiful place, man. Cape Town, Joburg. A lot of deep skateboarding routes there that people wouldn't guess are there.
So if you're looking at the rest of Heat 3, we've yet to see Shanae Collins, Tanaya Myers, Madeline Lacharon, and Leticia Goncalves, and those are 5 really good skaters right there.
Shanae's sort of like a somewhat of a veteran at only 28 for Australia, but she's been skating competitions for a few years now. And Leticia, the Brazilians are no joke. I expect her to bring it.
Then you go into Heat 4 and just look out. I mean, you've got the biggest names of the unqualified skaters, I should say. These are skaters that have to make it through this round to meet up with the pre-qualified 12. And Heat 4 is going to be a hammer. Minna Stess, flying Ariana Carmona, Jordan Santana with that 540 that I'm sure she will be unleashing. Jordan Barrett, Kahana Ogawa, Indiara Asp. Of course, you've also got Victoria de Souza Bassi and Lily Stefasius from Germany. So Germany, Spain, Julia Vendetti will be representing España, and Kihana Ogawa from Japan. Most of the, you're wondering, well, I'm hearing so much about how good this Team Japan is, but where is everybody? Well, most of them are pre-qualified. That's how good they are.
Right. Well, here's Heat 3 start list, which we were about halfway through.
So due to the rain affecting her run, Amelia Brodka will get a rerun. I believe she got
That's
about
good news,
halfway through.
Yeah, she's 14.87. She's on the bubble right now at 14.
Yeah.
So she's going to want to secure a safer spot for herself for sure.
Yeah, she's one of these a standout in any contest that she enters, be it vert, arc, street, whatever. She'll rip it all.
And
So,
she's in 14th with a fall, so she's just got to stay on.
Yeah, so as it stands right now, we're going to get competition back underway. If you're just joining us, you're watching Dew Tour Des Moines. This would, in the past, we would have called it Summer Dew Tour Skate. Amelia Brodka, representing Poland.
In. Nice 5-0 grind through the corner. Smith grind. Starting off very comfortable and strong. Nice frontside air. Another Smith stall there.
Looks like she's got the same idea. You can tell she's kind of doing the same run, which I'm all for when it's a run this good. Unfortunately, slamming right there in the corner. She's got 10 seconds left. Maybe time for one more trick.
Yeah, that was like the easiest trick in her line. That's a lot of times, unfortunately, how it goes down. Nice disaster. So Amelia, a reboot from run number 1, which means she does have another run after this.
Exactly. Well, the Des Moines area is now officially going to be part of Olympic history, with potentially some of these skaters qualifying for the Olympics. There has been Olympians from Des Moines, Lolo Jones and Sean Johnson from right here in Des Moines, Iowa.
What sports?
Gymnastics.
Nice.
So they do know what's up, the Olympics around here. And also arts and culture, this being the cultural hub of the Midwest.
Yeah, lots of murals, lots of cool architecture.
You got the one and only Bill Bryson from right here in Des Moines. Also Steve Higgins from the... But let's get back to skateboarding. One of our favorites will be coming up next, as we just saw another one of our favorites, Amelia Brodka. Always a performer, waiting for her score.
Yeah, Amelia's sort of a veteran at 31. She's been ripping for years. As we mentioned, she won a Vans Park Series Malmo event 2017. So she's got what it takes.
We call Shanae, yeah, Sheezy. That's her Instagram name. She is a bona fide social celebrity in Australia and around the world, a ripping guitar player. And if I'm not mistaken, that is her lucky shirt.
Nice.
And when Shanae's wearing her lucky shirt, watch out. 19.03 for Amelia Brodka. And you're going to hear it. Always has the Trew on her back. Shanae Collins from Melbourne, Australia.
Yeah, she's a bit of a veteran and showing her style there with that frontside 50 through the corner into the 5-0.
She's super good at really long, extended grinds. Not afraid to take it to fakie.
Got some good speed there. Nice backside ollie over the hip. Another high-speed 5-0. 50-50 rolling out to the deck.
Ollie the wire, which no one's done yet.
Nice cruisy run there. Got a little lost at the end, but yeah, good building block there. She can, I think she can step that up. Run number 2.
I think her body language is telling the story of, wait, what just happened? She kind of just dropped in, going so fast, and maybe just got a little lost there in the flat bottom. She will have another opportunity.
Yeah.
You watch her on Instagram.
Yeah, it's tough, man. You've been in these holds, and you haven't dropped in 20 minutes, and you got to put a run together. That backside ollie over the hip. I like these high-speed 5-0 grinds. She's got the makings of a great line here.
Definitely a fan favorite.
Oh yeah, the crowd's going nuts.
And the fans being her friends, the rest of the competitors,
She's
everybody
going for a
loves
foot
it.
plant there on the Mountain Dew can. Want to see that in run number 2.
16.17. And that'll get her above the cut line. Currently 24th in the world is Tanaya Myers. She'll be coming up next, also representing Australia, Coolum Beach.
There's Tanaya. There's that boneless on the boneless wall. Scoop backside ollie, just got away from her.
It's all right. There's time to go.
Definitely time.
25 minutes, 25 seconds. Problem with falling early is it takes you a minute to build speed back.
Yeah, unless you just drop in and punk it with something. Nice backside boneless. Didn't hang on to it. Tanaya's going to have another 40 seconds to make some magic happen. She did that backside ollie and that backside boneless and that kickflip. We would have ourselves a run.
That's right. And you know what? I like that she kind of just pushed that last trick in, kind of just get the feel for it. I'd love to see her put all of those tricks together.
Yeah, when you got to fall, that's what you got to do. Just try something really difficult.
So Tanaya, time's up. She'll get another 40-second opportunity. Looks like she's just going to sit down, take a breath, and go, okay, come back strong, you got one more chance. But we talk about the pressure, we talk about the stress. They're having fun out there, of course, but there is, there's ramifications to these runs. You know, the best
80
skaters.
seconds that could put you into the Olympics.
The best skaters, competitively speaking, have the ability to be able to do that. 15 years old from France, 23rd in the world, Madeleine Lacheron.
Nice flow here.
Yeah, she's currently in a qualifying position, so hopefully she sticks with it here. Nice feeble grind there.
I like that low to high ollie she did. Kick things off.
Nice backside air. Showing you why she's qualified 23rd so far.
She's got a rad style too.
Nice board slide. Don't see a lot of regular rock and roll board slides these days.
Could you also call that a rock and slide?
It could.
It might sound like a door, but it could. Either way, that was awesome. And that was a great run. I mean, fast and furious right there.
Yeah, only 15 years old, skating with style and power.
One of the handful of skaters riding rails. For those people watching right now that don't know the difference between riding rails and riding just your raw board, what does that do for you?
Slide, baby. The rails give you a lot of slide. Yeah, just go faster, further. Like that board slide through the corner. The rails were definitely an assist there. Nice Smith grind. It'll help you on that as well. And there's the board slide I'm talking about. Definitely rails will make that slide another foot or two.
I gotta say, in watching the highlights just now, the replay of that run, that was pretty great.
Yeah.
She put a lot of tricks together. She was
a lot
going
of tricks,
fast.
style, speed.
I think she's going to launch herself up towards that leaderboard.
She's got to put that all together without the fall.
No change to the top 8 as of yet. Haven't seen a lot of action on that glass Toyota wall.
Yeah, that thing is no joke. It is no joke.
Scary.
That's all guns out there. Yeah, a couple of the girls have said it's a bit slippery due to the rain. So
I would say so. And it's steep. It's big. It's got to be intimidating. 21.71 for Madeline. That's going to get her up into 6th place. So from last to 6th. Not bad.
Not bad.
And
yeah, that's with a fall.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm putting her on the list. Leticia Goncalves, one of 6 Brazilians battling for the Olympics. Just like Team USA, your road to the Brazilian team is going to be tough.
Nice. Easy front. Oh, Stalefish. Nice. I like the all-white look.
I was just
nice
going to say,
air.
the Heath Kirchart vibe is looking cool.
Oh, 5-0 grind gets away from her. It's crazy how, like, often skaters fall on the most, rudimentary trick in their line. It happens.
I think it's a case of too much foreshadowing. You're halfway through that
Get ahead
trick,
of yourself
thinking about
mentally.
the next trick.
Yeah. You fall on the 50-50 or the 5-0.
And it was a good start
Nice
to this run,
Stalefish.
too.
Yeah. There's the makings of a great run there. Nice fronted air transfer.
I like that. All the ingredients were there.
Yes.
Something in the recipe.
The stew is there. Just got to put it all together.
More time in the oven. Score's going to come through. Could potentially get her above that 20 skater cut line. We'll wait and see. We always leave it up to the judges. We don't really like. I don't really like to throw numbers out because I don't like to be wrong.
We're just talking heads.
17.07. I was just gonna say that. That's about 17. But that's good enough to
get her in 15.
Get her right up there above the cut line.
That's on the bubble.
We're halfway through heat number 3. A lot at stake here. You got to get up above that 20 cut. Ruby, Grace, Cody, all still in there. Newcomer to the top 8. Madeline. Shanae Collins in 16th with that 16.17. She's
currently on the bubble. Yeah, because the top 20 go on to meet our preceded top 12.
Here's where you're worried. Manuela, Lilia, and Elisa along with Josefina. They're in a precarious position because we're looking down the barrel of Heat 4 and it is stacked. Of course, all skaters in Heat 3 have one more run each. Got to try to get yourself up into that mid-20s, mid-30s range, and you'll be feeling a little bit safer if you're sitting right now on a 17, 13.
Yeah,
you're worried.
You're worried for sure.
So in between these heats, in between these runs, there's just some quick warm-ups happening. So Des Moines, Iowa, the home of now the nation's biggest skate park at 88,000 square feet. Lauritsen Skate Park. As we are in women's park qualifiers, straight back into it with Valeria Bertaccini from Italy. We left about 5 seconds on the clock. I like that we're just rapid fire, knowing full well it could drizzle at some point, but We're not going to put that out there. But we want to say a big welcome to new local here in Des Moines. Mike Valley, welcome to Dew Tour.
Good to be here. Thanks, boys. Thanks for having me.
So, Mike, Des Moines, how is it? How are you liking it?
I love it here, man. I've been here 5 months now. Moved out here with my family. Everyone say, "Oh, you moved out here because of the skate park?" Well, that doesn't hurt.
That's the icing on the cake.
Yeah,
That's
we
awesome.
love it. We love it here.
So I know you've been, like us, just marveling at what we're seeing here. Women's park skating has been taken to that next level, this next generation of teenagers really pushing everything.
Very young. It's really, really cool.
It must be cool, too, to see the mix of tricks. I know you love to go everything from what's happening now to what happened at the beginning of skateboarding.
Sure.
It's cool to watch how these skaters take a cue from people like you guys and also add their own twist to it, which we're going to see, no doubt. This is Lucrezia Zaratini.
Yeah, well, there you go. Boneless. I've seen so many of those in these open qualifying heats. I didn't think I'd see that. I thought I was the only one who did that stuff.
The boneless game is on. We got the official boneless wall over here. I believe we're
doing
about
it for
12 boneless.
Italy. She's 17, 10 years younger than Valeria. Nice backside air. Staying on her board so far. Nice backside disaster. And there's that invert. Yes, she makes it in time.
Nice. I love to hear the buzzer go off right after a solid ender there. That is going to be a big increase from her previous run. Lucrezia Zaratini representing Italy. Mike, I know you've been around the world and back with your skateboard. You know, when you used to go to places like Italy, like Germany, Russia, Argentina, obviously at the beginning, these are tiny pockets of skaters and they're kind of going, whoa, what is that? What are you doing? Now when you go to these places, what difference do you see?
Well, the difference is we were visiting them. And now they're visiting us.
That's true.
That's awesome, man. I feel like a real proud father, Like, I really was sincere in wanting to travel the world and spread skateboarding in the most positive way, popularize it in the most positive way. And so it's like, I don't know, it's like a dream come
true.
true.
You planted the seeds
I was
out
lucky
there.
to be in the van a few times.
Yeah.
Yes, Mike gave me my start in skateboarding. And put me in the van at age 17, whatever, and we drove across country. So, hats off, brother.
Just to every parking lot, strip mall, skate park, skate shop, anywhere that someone would have us.
Yes.
We just wanted to show them what skating was about.
Yeah, Mike,
Now they're showing us.
Did you ever think, as a kid, skating around the Midwest, did you ever think that skateboard would be ridden in the Olympic Games?
It wasn't it wasn't one of my goals, and I don't need the Olympics to justify skateboarding to me, but yes, I think it's the natural evolution of what the work we started, and that work I started in 1984. It's the natural evolution. I didn't push.
Wow. We just saw a drop in on that massive vert wall.
I didn't push for the Olympics, but I'm really happy to see it happening,
I'd say, Mike, our era, skateboarding was so small and core, it was like in every town you'd know the skaters, and there was like 5 to 10 skaters per town or something like that.
Yeah.
So just to see the explosion is nice.
We're looking at Evelyn Marisol Enriquez representing Argentina.
I almost clapped. I guess you're not
You
supposed
can
to
clap.
clap
No,
at
you
the
can clap.
announce
We
table.
can do whatever we want up here. This is Dew Tour. One thing, fun is the actual main goal of all of this. We want to watch the fun. We want to be inspired to go out and skate ourselves. And the cool part about this, and I've seen this a couple times now that a lot of these skate contests build the permanent skate parks, open them up to the pros, and then open them up to the rest of the world, is local kids here in Des Moines are watching the best of the best break in their park, and that's going to give them some really good ideas of where to start in this amazing skate park.
Definitely going to help inspire some ideas, but I'll tell you, day one when this park opened, the locals, their game already elevated just by having the park.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Good slam there.
Going for that hurricane style.
I can appreciate a good slam when they get up and walk it off. This shows the toughness 11.47. That is something that you can't be an elite level skateboarder without inherent toughness. All these women have it. We've already seen some pretty solid slams, and that's part of the game.
Big time.
Evelyn
Josefina.
Marisol.
Evelyn doing it for Argentina.
Coming up next, representing Chile, Josefina Tapia Varas. Drop it in. Plenty of speed to start.
50-50 into the backside ollie. Nice flow. Nice backside air. Into the Smith grind. Nice frontside ollie. This is a good run so far.
17 seconds.
Nice 5-0. He's got to stay on. Nice frontside air. She's trying to improve on her score that got her in 20th place right now. Nice tail slide at the buzzer.
This is a run the judges are going to like. A lot of tricks, a lot of speed. She used the whole park. She didn't, sometimes you see people struggling to kind of get to where they want to go in the park, but
yeah, it was
nice.
strong.
Yeah.
She hit the lip a lot, so great run. I think that's definitely going to improve on her first run score of a 12.2.
Yeah, she was looking for kind of that big finish there. I gotta say, full credit to that Smith grind. Not an easy trick, but when done well, it looks
the
so
sound
great.
on pool coping too.
I would honestly look to the women of park skating if you want to see some of the best Smith grinds in the business. Mami Tsuzuki, Sakura Yosizumi. These are skaters with textbook perfect Smith grinds.
100%.
And the one I just saw right there was pretty sweet.
I've noticed that the Smith grind is on point.
The Smith grind and the boneless.
Yeah.
It's like a prerequisite. You got to get those Smith grinds in. I would, our fellow commentator, Kim Woozy, who skate like a girl, I would love to Smith grind like a girl from what I've seen so far.
So Mike,
proper.
You and I grew up in New Jersey. Does the Jersey weather in your roots help you with Des Moines?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure. It's it's the Midwest. It's not the East Coast, but it's definitely not the West Coast. It's more East Coast than West Coast as far as the places I've lived.
Yeah, you've toughed it out before.
Yeah,
you've been through some winters.
It's way more familiar to like what I grew up with, Yeah, I was here for all the whole winter, skated through the winter. Locals got upset with me because they said, no, now you're making it so we have to skate in the winter. I said, I always skated in the winter.
Yeah. Typical Mike.
I remember skating with you with double the sweatshirts, parking garages, 2 sweatshirts on.
We put everything on and then just start slowly stripping it off as our body heated up,
Truth.
Score comes through for Josefina. It's a 20.81. That's going to get her above the cut line. So now we're starting to see some shakeups in the standings. I believe we're going to see more. Amelia
what is the cut line?
Cut line right now is 20.
20, okay.
Alyssa Essel with a 13.24. So if any of the skaters from here on out can better a 13.24, they're going to be in the semifinals.
Okay.
Will Amelia Broad could be there?
Amelia did. Nice Smith grind. Speaking of Smith grind,
she hung that thing at the end,
Yeah. Nice frontside air.
Amelia's a ripping vert skater as well. Skates with Tony Hogg.
In third place. 13th place with a 19.03. She can definitely up that score if she stays on. Nice 50-50. Keeping her speed. What you got?
Switch.
Fakey Smith style. Okay.
I like that. I like when they make you guess.
Smooth, no falls at all.
Solid
Amelia. Definitely solid work there. As we mentioned, in 13th place, so she's sort of on the bubble right now.
I think she's going to move up.
I would say that run topped the first one.
And remember, the first run got cut short due to the little rain delay, so this is kind of her first legit full run. She did get a rerun, but didn't better her score. Nice frontside air. Great camera work. I believe look at that Chris Gregson right there. One of the best in the world filming skateboarding.
I like the little ollie up to Smith stall. 50-50 through the corner. Kept her speed through the entire line.
Amelia, heavily involved with Exposure Skate, not only spreading the love of skateboarding through her skateboarding, but also through her actions through Exposure Skate. You should check it out if you have a daughter, a niece, a neighbor, a little kid in the neighborhood that looks like they're lost. Send them to Exposure Skate and expose them to skateboarding.
Nice.
Now we're getting into it. So you see final runs coming up next. A 20.20 for Amelia. She does improve. That's going to put her up to 12th. So I feel like she's pretty safe. We're going to wait until the end to really make that call. Her first run was a 21.04. This is Xin Zhang from China. She kind of came out of the gates hot.
Nice
it's
invert
like she's
there.
continuing that.
Yeah, currently in 7th place. The backside air over the corner there, over the hip. Just gets away from her.
She's skating out
currently
of,
in 7th place with a 21.04 from the first run, so that's pretty safe at this point.
I'd venture to say she's safe. She's skating out of Beijing. China has a blossoming skate scene. Shanghai, Beijing.
There's a nice
streets.
backside air. Nice Smith grind through the corner.
Beautiful Smith grind.
It's really tough because if you step off or fall, the time is so limited, you know? It's like...
Yeah, and then you got to gain your speed and momentum all over again.
It just makes it really hard.
Oh, going for the kickflip Indy.
Well, hopefully, if she does advance to the semis, we'll see that trick go down.
Yeah.
With the levels only going to go up from here. Obviously, these are all really advanced, elite level skaters. But when you go up against pre-qualified skaters, the best in the world, your level's going to raise as well. So we're going to see that happening the deeper we get into this contest. Solid score there for Shin. She's going to rest on the score of her first run. But as of now, qualified. Coming up next, out of Australia, Shanae Collins. One of the best Instagram follows. Trust me when I say this.
She's got a following, man. I hear the fans screaming for her.
She rips her local parks. Extended 5.0 fakie. I mean, that's kind of one of her specialties. I'd love to see her do that here.
Sort of a veteran at 28. Still killing it.
Ripping guitar player, too. And a fan favorite. You hear the hoots and hollers go up. And here we go. Shanae Collins.
Nice front 5.0 there. Another front 5.0. Keeping her speed. Nice frontside ollie. The backside ollie there over the opposing hip.
Power slash grind right there.
From 50.
Unfortunately, this is not indicative of how good she really is.
Yeah. Yeah, currently sitting in 17th place, so definitely not in a safe position right now for Shanae.
Yeah, and for, she's got to be thinking too. Heat 4 is stacked with talent.
Love the queen shirt.
I think that's her lucky shirt, from what I remember. Saw her rip the Vans Park Series event in Salt Lake City.
Nice front 50-50 there. Fluid backside ollie.
Mike, we were talking a little bit about the difference of the backside 50-50, which is kind of pretty much everybody's first mini ramp trick.
Yeah.
The frontside 50-50, I always say that is an underrated trick for how difficult it really is.
I think it's difficult. I broke my collarbone on one, so.
More than anyone.
It's difficult. Backside 50-50 like a setup trick. Frontside 50-50 a trick.
Trick. Tanaya Myers from Australia. We know she's got the talent. She has the potential. She needs to bounce back.
Nice backside ollie. There it is. Bailed that on her first run. On her toes. So sick. Another backside ollie. I like the speed and that she's choosing to go backside through the whole park so far.
Cool style. I always look to the arms. Her arms are just nice and casual by her side. Makes it look really smooth, clean. Do it.
She makes it. Yes, the backside boneless. That's the first one of the day.
Another underrated scary trick.
Very scary trick.
Okay, that was after time, so I like what we saw there. Variation, mixing up the maneuvers. What do you think, Mike? Is that a qualification run?
Yeah, I think she had frontside boneless, backside boneless. She had really good flow throughout. She was going mostly backside there, but then she turned it back around frontside. I think she had a little bit of everything.
Yeah, currently in 30th place, so definitely can improve on that score.
She's looking to better a 13.
Yeah, she had a pretty rough first run, so she stepped off.
There's that backside boneless.
Yeah, she stepped off on the backside boneless on the first run.
And for those of you watching at home, they're making this look very easy. They're making this park look small. When you stand on the edge of the coping at any part of this park, this is a deep bowl right
Yeah,
now.
and a backside boneless stalled like that is no joke.
Yeah, this is there's an element of danger in this park for sure. It's perfect, don't get me wrong, but this is not a beginner's park. So Australia, you would have to put Australia up on that list of skateboarding superpowers, Poppy Star and the Crew, street skating, park skating. I think Australia kind of led the way in terms of getting skate parks built in like every town. Every small town has something. Concrete Park going all the way back to Pizzey Park. I mean, Mike, I know you've been to Australia a million times.
Yeah.
What's the skate scene like there from then to now?
I mean, as far as as a touring pro, Australia was the best place to go because they had the skate parks and they had a really great local culture at every park. So you're just so embraced. So of course we're going to see great skaters come out of Australia. I mean, they facilitated skaters long before the rest of almost the rest of the world.
Yeah, I think it partially comes from the deep surf roots there as well. I'm sure you've traveled there for surf events as well, and yeah, there's a hardcore skate scene there, and they were ahead of the curve with public vert ramps, public parks, all of it.
And right now, you're looking at Australian women with the biggest shot of filling up that Olympic team. Australian men, come on, guys, step it up. The women are really making some noise right now. An 18-point run for Tanaya Myers. So that is going to get her into 16th place, a precarious position towards qualification. But if she can fend off Heat 4, she's going to be in a good spot. Here we go. This is Madeleine Lacharon representing France. Can't talk about
Madeleine.
French skateboarding without thinking Marseille.
Yeah.
And that's where these type of parks pretty much came from.
For sure. Burnside and Marseille.
Yeah,
Madeleine currently in 6th.
Marseille is like the first dream park, right? I mean, of all places.
You can describe the perfect park enough, or you can just show someone a picture of Marseille.
Yeah. There's that board slide. High speed.
Another rad style.
Yeah, and in a pretty safe position right now with 6th place. There's the invert at the end of the run. Great job there from Madeleine.
I like that little subtle little dance. She knows she just put down a solid run. Like to see that.
Little shiver of stoke.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
Yeah, and she made it into 6th with a fall, so she's got to be stoked. Nice backside air. Backside rock and roll slide. You don't see those too often.
That was rad. I like loud skateboarding. You know, when you hear the skateboarding
wheels
from the
bark.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
I gotta hear my bearings, man. I can't have silent.
Yeah.
I can't have silent wheel situations.
Keep it loud.
She pulled that invert at the end of her line.
This could be a huge moment for this young skateboarder out of France, Madeleine Lacharon.
She is stoked.
Waiting, she's smiling. She knows she's done a lot better than she did in her first run, but how much better? Mike, we were saying, for some of these skaters, their road to the Olympics only took 80 seconds. is looking like a pretty solid qualifier.
In
The
fifth.
highest ranked women are going to be in the final heat, heat number 4. We do have 12 skaters pre-qualified. So right now we're looking for 16 skaters. Add 4 more. These 8 skaters right now. I'm not gonna lock anybody in, but safe to say,
if you do the math,
these are probably going to be qualifiers. But anything's possible. Leticia Goncalves with a 17-point run on her first go. We'll see. We know how talented she is. She's rocking the Heath Kirchart kick.
Gotta stay on. We want to see Leticia stay on for the full 40 seconds here. There's that stale fish every time. Frontside air transfer. Nice 5-0. No.
Same,
like the waterfall.
same type of
Got
fall.
her twisted
Same
up.
place, same
yeah. A little waterfall.
She's sitting at 17th right now. Nice. Sometimes I'm not mad at a forced trick like that. She just willed her way up to a back.
Yeah, she
right
hustled
there.
back in, man. She knows. She's in a critical spot right now, 17th place.
What are you guys seeing as the hot zones of this park? What are the obstacles that are kind of getting the most love, Mike?
You know, I think where everyone's doing the bonelesses, the frontside
The
boneless.
bank wall.
Yeah, the bank wall. I think that's kind of one of the hot zones. And even the sort of fly box area, I think, you know, getting over that without just rolling across it or manualing it.
Right.
You know, if you could get an air over that I think that's the way to go.
Definitely.
If you can get there.
What about you, Pasha?
I would say exactly what Mike said in the pool corners.
Yeah.
Doing a lip trick through the pool corners.
But just make your trick twice as difficult by doing it into the corner.
There you go.
Why not?
There you go.
The judges love it, and they've said they want you to go fast. Obviously, they want you to go big. And so far, this is the 8 skaters that have gone the fastest and the biggest. Ruby Faith Lily in the lead with 35.14 down to Emily Atunez from Brazil. So this is your top 8. Remember, we're taking 20. So still some
Yeah,
spots
and
to be
interesting to
filled.
note, the top 4 or so are from heat number 1. So those scores have held.
Yeah. And here is the cut Ryan right there. Lilia representing Russia. And to the rest of the field that's out, thank you. I mean, thank you for showing up. That's huge right there.
I mean, just look at all those different flags.
Exactly. I mean, this is you know, what makes events like this so special is not only, I mean, from the outside, we're looking at the whole skateboarding world, the whole spectrum here, but from the inside, you're looking down here and you're seeing, you know, the skateboarding community solidifying.
Yeah.
And this is kind of the thing where now you could go to Poland, you could go to Russia, and you have an ally.
Yes.
You know? That's what makes these events so fun to watch. It's just, you just see how global skateboarding is progressing and
Well,
growing.
it's always been the best part about being a skateboarder is you have friends all over the world.
Yeah.
You haven't met them yet, but the second you land there or they land here, it's on.
You're like, you do this,
Yes.
I do this. Let's do it together.
And speaking of skateboarding in general, Mike, I want to thank you for all you've done for me personally and skateboarding in general, man. You're such a great icon and ambassador for skateboarding. So I love you for it. Thank you so much.
Love you too, man. It's been an honor to do the miles with you.
Yes,
and
man.
I'm real proud of you, Chris.
Thank you, brother.
It's like I've known you since you're a little kid, man.
This is like my big brother right here.
Hell yes. I want to skate with you guys. This is
do
all
it.
this is getting me excited in this conversation as well. Chris Cote, Chris Pastras, Mike Valley, the legends right here. I am honored just to be sitting at this table. Mike, from Des Moines, thankfully we're going to have you all week. We've got you on speed.
Well,
dial.
we'll see. I mean, you know, if this weather continues to push things later and later and later, I'm going to check out. 'Cause I got dogs. This is my
Kids.
home.
6 o'clock curfew.
Yeah, this
okay?
is my
6
home.
o'clock curfew. So as we are ripping our way into the semifinals, we have one more qualifying heat. That is heat number 4. A couple more skaters left to go here in heat 3. But so far, so good. Scores right now, looking at you're going to need about a 15 or above to crack over that top 20. And if you look at the list of skaters in heat 4, these are the top qualified skaters for this open qualifier. That means By the numbers, these are the best skaters
can
coming
go. I think you got to be above the 15 to be in a safe position. You know, top 10 to feel really safe. But yeah, we've got some amazing skating. Ministes just won the national championships just last weekend, so she's on a hot one. She's coming up in the next heat, along with Jordan Santana, Jordan Barrett, Kihana, Indiara. So yeah, truly international field, and they're all some of the top women in the field.
I like it. Well, we do have time to catch up with some of our favorites right now. Blair out. Aussie. Oi, oi, oi.
Hey guys, I'm down here with Shanae Collins, all the way from Melbourne, Australia. How you doing? How's it feel to be in Des Moines, Iowa?
I'm really stoked to be here. It's our first time traveling internationally for like a year and a half, so it's so sick just to be here and see everyone, like all my friends and stuff. I'm hyped.
You got some teammates with you here from Australia as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. I got all my teammates here. My best mate Tanaya is here as well, and she just killed it, so I'm fired up from that. It was sick.
And for those who don't know, tell us about the park scene down in Australia, especially the women park skaters down there.
Yeah. We're kind of up and coming, definitely in Melbourne in the park scene. Like, there is a few rippers down there. We've got like some really good skate parks and stuff, but I'm trying to get like more females involved down there to get the next generation and push them up, you know?
And what's it mean for you guys to represent Australia possibly in Tokyo coming up later this summer?
Oh, I'm stoked no matter what. It's just been such a rad journey the whole time, like getting to travel the world and skate with your friends. You couldn't really ask for anything more, so I'm happy either way, you know? It would be sick, but no stress.
And Chris Cote is a huge fan of your Instagram. He just turned me on to it. And I want to say that there's going to be hours of entertainment ahead of that for me on that.
Yeah, thank you. Chris Cote is the man. I was like, can I give him a shout out before I go in? But there's no mic. So shout out Chris Cote. I love you back. You're my homie.
Shanae Collins, awesome. Great job. And have a great rest of your time out here in Des Moines.
There you have it.
Wow, man.
Yeah.
I'm done. Thank
Gave you
you. That
props.
was it. I won. Shanae Collins, she's rad. Thank you, Blair Alley. Again, right there. I mean, that is the epitome of skateboarding. Sharing the knowledge, sharing it with the youth. You know, when you're at your local park, no matter what kind of day you're having, if you're in your zone, but you always got to be cognizant of what's happening around you and uplift
100%.
the kids around you. And I love Shanae right there. Just said, let's do this, grow the sport. Thank you so much, Mike. Hopefully we'll have more of you throughout the week. Castris will be back very soon. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the final heat of this open qualifier. Women's Park is going off. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Dew Tour is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the Dew. Casey's, here for good.
Can I please get a heat list? All right, welcome back to Des Moines, Iowa. We are in the last heat of the qualifying round for the women's here in Skate Park. And we are getting underway here. And check it out right now. This is what we have for competitors in this last heat. Alex White is joining me. I am Todd Richards. Tell me who you're looking at in this heat to put down some decent runs.
This is an amazing group we have in the final heat number 4, women's park. Minna Stess just came off of winning nationals last week. She's 15 years old, really coming into her own. I'm really looking forward to seeing Minna skate. And Jordan Barrett, longtime standout. She's in this heat as well. This is going to be an action-packed heat, Todd.
Subject of many a, I guess, lifestyle piece that we've been seeing over and over again at Dew Tour. I gotta wonder, like, you know, if you're seeing yourself on the Jumbotron every 5 seconds when you turn around, does that get in your own head as we see Jordan right there?
Maybe it like pumps her up. She's like, yes, I am. I am Jordan Barrett. I have a Toyota Tacoma. I have a fleet of Toyotas.
Fleets. Is that what they do now? They get fleets out?
They get fleets. You can even skate a Toyota in this park contest.
That is true. And just for the kids that are watching at home that live in Des Moines, they are taking the Toyotas away on Monday. You don't just get to skate on a Toyota the rest of your life. But we look for Jordan to throw down in this round of competition. She's been a fixture at every skate park competition that we've had over the years. She does really big frontside airs. She goes really fast, and she's super powerful, pushes her grinds through the corners really well. So those are all the ingredients that get you big scores today.
She knows what she's got to do, and she does it really well.
That's right.
80s influence, Jordan Barrett.
That's right. 80s are coming back, along with big pants. I just hope the small wheels don't come back. Well,
big pants are back.
So it's 2 runs, 40 seconds. Each one of these skaters, if you haven't been paying attention and you just kind of tuned in right now, each one of these skaters has to put together a complicated line that incorporates speed. They need to be able to do hard tricks, grind as far as they can on the coping, and land clean all together while throwing some style in there. Anything else the judges are looking for, really?
They're really looking for how you use this park, and this is a brand new skate park facility. All these girls are getting equal chances to skate at equal practice time, so no one's getting a real advantage here. Everybody's fresh on this park, and you have to really pull together a good line. Yeah, and we've seen over the course of the day, there's been some people that are utilizing the corners and the speed to their benefit more than others. And we had some conversations earlier about how this truly is an international event. We have skaters from all over the planet coming here, and some skaters may not have grown up with bigger transitions or actually just anything with real good corners like this, so it's kind of hard for them to find their way around it. All right, so here are some highlights from earlier today as we were playing peekaboo with the clouds. It was raining. This last heat that just got done, you were actually commenting on this, over the loudspeakers here. Last heat had some great characters of skateboarding in it. Just altogether, like, really good shredding as the day kind of wound down. Yeah, and the women's park field is very young. I think most of them are under 16 years old that have advanced out or gotten to the top spots here. So we're really seeing, like, the teenage explosion here. And we will continue that theme on here into this last heat. Remember, these are all for qualifying positions to make it on to the Olympic Games. Top 20 advance. So we have, let's see, we have the breakdown here. We have 4 skaters from the United States in this next heat. And they're bookended by a couple of really good Brazilians, Japanese skater from Spain, and also from Germany. So really a truly international competition here. And this is a good overlook of what they are dealing with. There's a whole bunch of different corners. There's the loaf or the island in the middle that the skaters have been setting up for that flat wall to do their big airs. There's a flat bank over there. And there's that big plexiglass, I guess kind of like a slant wall over the Toyota. All right. So we will get things started off with a 13-year-old coming out of Brazil, Victoria de Souza Bassi.
Victoria looking really focused, ready to take on and kick off the Women's Park Open Qualifier, heat number 4.
Here we go.
Frontside Smith grind through the corner for Victoria, pumping around to get some speed. Here she goes, frontside 50-50 through the other corner. Coming back around, 50-50 on the wall.
As we feel a couple of raindrops here in the booth. As we said, we've been kind of dodging weather bullets all day long. And it doesn't take much for this. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, recovering really well with that frontside ollie after only almost slipping off on the lope, and then a decked frontside rock.
This is probably one of the better runs that we've seen here today as far as keeping speed up.
That's going to be time. That 5-0 around the corner was after time, but Victoria coming out strong and intimidating for a 13-year-old. That was a really good first run. For anyone, that was a really good first run. But being 13 and that level of confidence was really great. Young Brazilian getting the props from the coaches and the family and the love.
Carrying a lot of speed through these corners, Alex. I mean, that's got to be really important here as far as, you know, putting together the ingredients, you know, to get those big scores. But speed's not going to get you the big score by itself. You got to pack all these corners and these walls with tricks.
Yeah, and she's really showing her knowledge of big transition there. You can kind of tell from Victoria's skating that she's comfortable out here. Now she's waiting for the scores. The judges have been taking their time today. This has some really important implications for the Olympics. This is the last event for Park.
Yeah, and you think about how many talented skaters there are that are coming out of Brazil. It's kind of cutthroat to even make the team to represent.
Brazil, USA, Japan, they have a deep bag of really good skateboarders. And they're kind of competing with themselves. There's almost infighting to get those top 3 spots.
Yeah, that's the hardest thing about it is, you know, you want to talk about, oh, wow, check it out, jumping into 9th place, 20.85. But just to continue that thought, it's, you know, the Olympics, there are so many really good skaters on the planet that you may not get the best skaters there because you have to represent for each country.
Yes, as well as the continent of Africa.
Exactly. We will talk about the battle for Africa as this event rolls on. As we see, nice frontside Smith grind.
Lily Stofasius from Germany. Lily's another really young skater with a lot of talent. I think she's 14 years old.
Nice tuck the invert.
Mute air, transfer onto the flat bank wall. 50-50.
Coming into the last portion of the run, over the Dew can.
Rock and roll slide.
And there it is.
And that was right at the buzzer. That's going to count.
Full run, made it all the way through the 40 seconds.
Heat 4 is coming out strong. No bails, solid runs. Judges have their work cut out for them already.
I really hope that this weather holds off right now. I can kind of feel little bits of raindrops. It doesn't take much to make this brand new concrete really, really slippery. But it didn't seem to affect Lily at all during that run.
No, Lily stayed on her board. Did some beautiful transfers. You're seeing over there, that was a great shot from up overhead, right into that rock and roll slide.
Jumping into 5th place, 23.52. Solid way to start off this last round. Next up, from the United States, Ministes is up next.
Well, Lily jumped all the way up to that 5th spot right there. These are they're just taking out people left and right. Heat number 4.
This is the winner of nationals from last weekend at the California training facility.
Ministes, coming originally from Petaluma, California, up on the plexiglass Toyota. Backside ollie, no grab, transfer.
Backside feeble through the corner, carrying a lot of speed. You can tell that she's very comfortable at reading transition.
Got great style, frontside Smith through the corner. Minna's really come into her own at 15. You wouldn't call somebody a veteran at 15, but Minna's been competing already for 10 years.
Frontside lip, a couple blocks there.
Rock and roll.
that is time. Solid run.
Yeah, it looks like at the end there she was looking to finish on something and didn't get there in time, but Minna put together a really solid first run here.
Yeah, those first couple airs, she clacked off the coping properly. There wasn't any early grabbing going on. She definitely scooped into her airs. They were well above the coping.
Yeah, she kind of reminds me of a young Matt Beach. I've heard a couple people say that about her.
Wow, young Matt Beach.
That's style.
Look at that.
Proper air. Minna, no grab transfer, up and down. See how much height she got on that transfer. Right into that feeble through the corner. Minna.
Yeah, that backside feeble through the corner was proper. Nice front lip. And then just towards the end, getting a little bit lost and maybe not getting that one more trick in, but what she did do was put together a solid flowing line at the beginning of that run. And it shows right into second place, 33.73.
She's not showing too much excitement, but I know she's excited. Looks like a breath of fresh air. She's just relieved. Yeah.
I can do better next time.
Talking to Coach Neil Mims. Yeah.
Coach Mimsy knows a thing or two.
Mimsy.
All right. Julia Bendetti coming out of Spain. Julia dropping in. Spain has some of the best skate terrain on the planet. And they've had cement parks in Spain for so long, and they're everywhere.
Backside ollie drifting. Benedetti has some good flow. Frontside lip up on the flat bank wall, right into that frontside air. Crail tail. It's a great trick. Little scratch grind, get around. She's generating good speed.
Nice backside ollie. Clean.
Love those no grab backside ollies. Clean tail. And that's going to be time for Julia Benedetti.
Solid run. So like you said, heat number 4. They're not playing around.
No, they're not. They're like, we don't want it to rain. Let's just get it over with fast. Let's do our runs. Let's beat the weather. They're all business in heat number 4 of the women's Park Qualifier.
Yeah, that was a great run. As far as like linking the tricks together, solid backside ollies.
Little recap here. Backside ollie drip. She floated that a few blocks. There it is again.
Look at a scoop on that one as well. It wasn't the typical street backside ollie on transition. Very nicely done.
Here's those current standings right there. Ruby's still holding on to that first spot, but Nina is knocking on the door.
So 4 Americans in the top 4 right now. And that just kind of is a testament to, like, you know, there's just so much talent coming out of, you know, one country can have 10 of the, you know, best skaters in the world, but we're only taking a few from each country. So it's not only you against the world, it's you against your country mates as well to make that list.
Another country mate, Ariana Carmona, dropping in. A veteran at 22.
No, it's crazy, right? Nice. Oh, bails the Andrecht.
Glad that she went to an Andrecht. We're seeing a lot of eggplants today, or a little bit of nerves maybe.
She's got another run though. She has one more run to put it down. And it is nerves, you know, it's once you get in your head like Olympic implications, it can do a number on you.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line for these skateboarders. It's a lot of pressure.
It really is. A lean air. This is just rounding out that run and the time, running the clock out. So she'll have another shot at this.
Just have to leave it to run 2 for Ariana Carmona. Call first run warm up.
Yeah.
It's a little walk.
Practice. Shake it off.
She knows she's got what it takes. She's gotten herself this far. She's among the elite park skateboarders in the world at this contest.
Next up will be another rider from the U.S. We have You know, I'll tell you, the thing that worries me about these little rain showers is it's the stickers. There's a big Dew Tour sticker that's at the flat bottom. There's a sticker that runs about 6 inches under the coping. And that's like real danger zones, and just a little bit of water greases up those stickers.
Yeah, it looks like they're pausing for a second.
The 28th place right now for Ariana. Just get another run. So this has been a long day for these women. You know, basically it's been start and stop all day with the rain. You know, your practice sessions are not when you thought they were going to be, so odds are that you're going to come down here and hang out for a long time. Right now, the current standings, top 4 are from the U.S. And it's, you know, you think about the United States and Brazil right now as far as park skating on both the men's and the women's side of things. Also Japan factoring in there. It's really, really tough. So let's look back at Minna's run. You can just see how much composure she has.
Minna's got such perfect execution of her tricks.
I'm still tripping that you dropped a Matt Beach reference.
That's Rothmeyer. We were judging her last week, and I was like, that's very correct. So shout out Jason.
GNS and Birdhouse Pro Matt Beach.
Minna just turned 15 years old, so she is, again, another teenager with that laser focus. You know, during the COVID pandemic, she was stuck at home and stopped traveling, and she started street skating. And it was the first time she started street skating with her friends, and it actually really did wonders for her mental health. She actually says it was a blessing in disguise for her personally, because she was able to get out and really enjoy skateboarding and kind of find herself through skateboarding.
Well, we talked to some of the youth that are out here competing today in the park, and this is what they had to say.
All the young guns are coming in hot.
It seems like the generation's just getting like younger and younger.
These young girls are like coming in, they'll fully put their pads on and stuff, and you're like, all right, like she probably skates good, and then she'll go up and do like a 6-foot high 540.
When I was 15, I was super carefree. I was just like, oh, we're just skating in a contest. And nowadays, their mentality is to win.
I just want to do tricks that boys are doing, you know?
It's not like their own division where they can't compete with the guys.
We're all fighting for the top spot and wanting to be the best, but behind all that, we're really good friends.
みんな練習頑張ってるからかな。
Definitely the progression is going to go way up.
I mean, women's skateboarding in the past year has progressed so much, probably more than the past 10 years.
I think that's pushing a lot of us to like kind of step our game up a little bit.
Sakura.
She's crazy. Sky, Brighton, Lucrezia from Italy, Poppy from Australia, Kisa, Mommy. Literally, it's just insane.
To see how friendly they are and cheering each other on, but also so aggressive at the same time.
Watching all the girls ripping it. Just skating with them's fun.
I was not doing 540s when I was 12. That's for sure.
Fun fact, you know Mountain Dew and spicy chicken is the perfect combo?
Does it look like I don't know that?
Okay. Didn't mean to ruffle your feathers.
You know, we both did the employee training, Gary.
Okay, don't jump down my beak.
Doing spicy? Do the do.
Summer's here, and with a great deal on a new Toyota, you can go out and enjoy all your favorite summer sports.
like softball, beach volleyball, triathlons, woo, racing, golf. Whoa! Someone needs lessons.
What makes an amazing deal even better? How about that every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, a 2-year or 25,000-mile no-cost maintenance plan with roadside assistance.
Get your Toyota today.
Toyota, let's go places.
Who really has the best beef? Meet the facts. Fact: Hy-Vee standards are so strict, their cattle have to be hand-selected. And only about 6% of all beef is able to bear the Hy-Vee brand. Only 6%. Many claim to have the best beef, but it's time to meet the facts. For more details on Hy-Vee's strict standards, go to meetthefacts.hyvee.com. Hy-Vee has the best beef guaranteed.
Welcome back. We are in the middle of the final heat of women's park qualifiers today. I'm Todd Richards, joined by Alex White, and we are ready to start this final round of competition here in the park today. We have Jordan Santana on deck right now. We've been doing this all day long, fighting weather, sprinkles here and there, a lot of course holds, but the action hasn't really slowed down.
Yeah, the skaters have really brought it despite having to go start, stop because of the rain. And Jordan Santana was about to drop in and they said stop.
That is the worst. It's almost as bad as getting one of those phone calls about your car's extended warranty. I just got one, that's why I'm...
Stop.
Yeah, there we go. That's Jordan Barrett right there. She'll be up right after Jordan Santana.
Jordan with a Y.
Couple Jordans.
Jordan with an A on camera right now.
So she's coming out of Houston, Texas.
Another teenager, Houston, Texas. Jordan Santana dropping in.
Home of Mike Crum. Nice to get her to start off this run.
Jordan boneless up on the bank wall. Frontside grind around. We know what Jordan can do. We're just wondering if she's going to do it. Frontside Smith grind. Lip slide through the corner.
Clean, almost rips the back truck. Way back in.
Aiming for it.
Oh no.
She's got to be crushed right there. She took a really bad slam yesterday on the park. She hung up on a back Smith and fell straight to the flat bottom, but she doesn't look very hurt right now, but maybe she was feeling it a little bit there.
That lip slide through the corner, though, was amazing. I thought she was going to throw it away, but she just kind of ripped it in over the back truck. We'll get another shot of that. Watch this right here. Just kind of yanks it back in.
Those are the best kinds of lip slides, the ones that are almost out of control.
Judges like that too.
Oh, and it was just a feeble. It was just trying to get from one place to the other to set up for the next trick. And sometimes that's what happens, but a little bit of nerves. She's a fierce competitor, very passionate.
So she's got another run to put up the score, to potentially qualify.
Even with that fall, though, she was on her way to a really good run.
solid. Wasn't afraid of the lip. She was going at it really fast. That lip slide alone, I mean, just for the burly factor of that.
Yeah.
Judges do love that. They like you to ride that razor's edge of being very close to slamming and making things.
I think she's at 21st right now with a 17.6. That's not where she wants to be, but it's not too bad.
All right, moving on. Jordan Barrett coming out of Encinitas.
22-year-old veteran. So young. Jordan is so young. So talented beyond her years. Stale fish. She's got proper stale fish.
Just solid on her board as well. Very, very comfortable. Backside air.
Great stance. Jordan is a powerhouse.
She comes into the big flat wall. Nice egg, tucking egg there.
Proper tucking egg. Jordan Barrett. Front side ollie, no grab.
Put together a run that's got a whole bunch of tricks. Stay fast, find a unique line. Jordan does it. Tries to go for the frontside grind revert in the corner, but comes off. But damage was done early in that run.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that last wall is going to count against her. Buzzer sounded right as she was approaching it.
Yeah, it's one of those curses. Like if you pull something amazing kind of after buzzer, you know, it's like it kind of does factor into the overall impression the judges give,
Sure.
but it works the other way too. If you fall right at the buzzer, it doesn't really leave them, you know, with the greatest impression at the end of your run. But still, there was so much good stuff that happened previous to that.
It is judged on overall impression.
Let's check it out here on the replay.
That big boneless. Proper bonelesses are done when you jump off that front foot. Stale fish. Jordan's got such a good stale fish. There's that no-handed frontside ollie that's really hard to do.
Feet are doing all the grabbing.
Yeah, it's all muscle memory.
Definitely kept that line going. She had some other tricks in the beginning that were really strong.
Here's those current standings. I wonder if she's going to crack the top 8.
She's right there with Mimi Knoop, one of the pioneers of even getting women's park riding to where it is today. Giant shout outs go to her. Third place, jumps up at 32 flat. So she is stoked on that.
Nice jump. It's just Americans leapfrogging Americans right now in that top 8 situation.
All right, moving right along. International field coming out of Japan. Kihana Ogawa. Now the Japanese riders in the past few years have really shown up to play, especially on the women's side of things. Look at this run so far. Wow.
She recovered really well. That could have gone terribly wrong.
Kind of going from the from the deep end to the shallow end right there. Jack a little bit.
Kihana Ogawa, part of this Japanese contingent that is really answering these Americans. So watch out for them too.
Yeah, the beginning of that run was insane.
What? Back disaster. Kihana, that's going to be time for her.
Still, those couple tricks in the beginning, even just without completing that full run, were a lot better than some people's full runs that we've seen today.
Yeah, and the judges will notice that. That one little misstep.
They did like, you know, full pump over the low. See right here, she comes over, look at that. Clears it completely, not decking out at all. Straight into a big styly backside air, turns it a little bit.
Yeah, kicking the cameraman with their tail, but then just coming unglued unexpectedly. It didn't, I mean, that could have been so bad.
That's what we call the bug on a windshield.
Phew, splat.
So she has another run, and a lot of these skaters are probably, oh, so that's what she's coming with.
Yes.
Our final competitor in run number 1 is up next. Indiara Asp.
Now, Indy had a bad ankle injury that she had been recovering right leading into COVID, and I think that she's just been getting back into skating the last 6 months. The current standings looking right there. Ruby's still holding on to that first spot. Minna, Jordan, Grace, Cody. Americans on that top 5.
Indiara, as she comes up next, is currently 13th in the world. coming out of Brazil. Another one of those really strong skaters out of Brazil. So 15th place right now, even with a full bail. So just shadows of what can happen.
Inji.
Here we go.
Inji's got such good style. Coming from Florianopolis, much like Pedro Barros.
Wow, nice transfer. Oh,
gosh,
into
not
that corner.
expecting that. Still got about 20 seconds left. She can recover, maybe pull a couple tricks. But really slowed her down.
15 seconds left. It's not enough to get anything really major done.
Maybe recover the confidence a little bit.
Nice frontside bonus. Foot on the coping there. I will note that. Oh, and a frontside fast point too to end off that run.
She's got good fast plans and good layback inverts.
She's still going. She's like, I'm not out.
Practice. Smart tactic.
Very smart. So unfortunately for Indy going down early in that run, but man, oh man. As far as talent goes, coming into this Summer Olympics with skateboarding and with surfing, two new sports, it's Brazilian dominated for sure.
There's that backside ollie. That's just unfortunate.
Just hanging up a little bit, maybe not enough pop there. There's another look at it. Kind of comes up a little short and then kind of scoops it into that corner. Doesn't get the pull off the wall she needed, but look at that frontside fast point.
That's a sick trick.
So a little bit of a hipper, you can see there rubbing her hip.
Yeah, coming off of that backside air that got bailed. That hurt.
Don't worry.
She did jump back up and skate.
That's okay, you'll feel it tomorrow. 25th place right now with a 16.44.
Yeah, it's really not going to make the cut for her with her first run, so we need to come back strong on that second run.
All right, well, we're going to run back up to the top of the running order here. Victoria de Sousa Bassi out of Brazil. Victoria had a really good run. First attempt here. Standing up tall on the frontside 50-50.
Evil around the corner. Victoria. Backside 50-50.
A lot of confidence.
She kind of decked it there, and just lost control. It was when she decked it on the top there. Her back foot, her toe slipped off. It was just her heel.
Yikes.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Well, she got some work done on her first run, though. Whatever she does now, jacking out the frontside rock and roll. I do like that. That's full commitment on that trick.
Exactly time. We love seeing a good frontside skate run. Little transfer.
Just kind of practicing. Decked out, backside disaster, also terrifying.
She's like, I traveled all the way from Brazil to Des Moines. I'm in
Oh my God. Big spin, big disaster. Wow. He's like, I'm not done. Try and stop me.
Just show them what you got, Victoria. That was a really good way to end it.
We talked about the frontside.
It's like 50-50 revert back.
More like just like a frontside axle stall, pivoting back in off your front truck. That is terrifying.
Well, Victoria was off to a really good start on her run, coming out strong, but then right here, decked it.
Ooh, that back foot kind of bounced off her tail.
Just couldn't recover.
Her board went full Skylab right there. You gotta watch out. That was a reference for you 80s kids. You were scared of Skylab crashes. So 13th place currently. Top 20 is the cut, so she's looking good for now.
Yeah, that second run did not improve on her first run as we expected. First run will hold current standings. A lot of American flags right now.
So next up will be Lily Stofasis from Germany. We have a
big dark cloud. It looks like it might want to take us to Oz behind us. Here we go. Lily dropping in for her second run. Ooh, that backside air was going to be so sick. Kicked up behind her head like that. Just start it over. Start the run over. Nope.
Starting in a different spot now. Lily's going to take a different approach. Maybe go for another backside air. Hand plant.
Transfers here, trying to get that speed up. Very important. Maintain your speed.
I got 3 seconds left.
That's it. Good. Is that a varial? It's going to be a varial right
Is it a
there.
varial or a melon? I can't really tell.
Oh, we'll just give it to her.
Yeah.
But fall early on, it's definitely going to hurt her on run number 2. 2 bails. Judges aren't going to like that.
No, fortunately not. But she's super young. She's got a big future ahead of her.
All right, check it out, Alex. Tell me what went wrong.
Right here, this air, I think that people are getting squirreled out airing the lobe because when they come into this, it seems like a lot of them are off kilter. But yeah, she just kind of lost her balance there.
Scoops up into that backside air, kind of gets away from her. Just throws it away. So right now sitting in 8th place, but she wants to come here and put on a good showing. Run number 2 was under 10 points, so that's not going to do anything for her on run number 2. So next up, the young starlet from the United States.
Mina Stas. Sitting at number 2 right now. Look at that, nice.
Frontside air, turned it a little bit.
Mute air. On the wall. Nice transfer onto the bank wall. People through the corner like it ain't no thing.
Lots of speed.
Frontside Smith through the corner for Minna. 90 seconds. Oh, she messed up the lip slide. That's unfortunate too. She can do these lip slides and then pop it over to Smith. So I'm wondering if maybe what she was trying to do was transfer it over to a Smith grind on her second run and just
Kind of overthinking it a
Yeah.
little bit, maybe. Well, run number 1, she got it done. She's currently in 2nd place. So no stress, but you know, you always want to put down a good showing. Little backside ollie up, almost tapping the tail there. Combos that into the back feebler on the corner. That is a great combo.
There's Minna. Feebles around the corner on the lock. This is where it went wrong. Lip slide, and yeah, I think she was trying to go pop it over into the Smith grind. It's a really beautiful trick when she does it.
Yeah, putting those combos together on the lift will get you the big points from the judges.
Yeah, not many women are doing that.
No, run number 2 though, even with that fall, 22.58.
Not bad, Minna. Feeling a little bit of drizzle right here.
Yeah, like I said, I keep looking over my shoulder and there's a big dark cloud.
Yes.
They did forecast thunderstorms for this afternoon here. You see those leaf blowers? Those are to dry this cement as quickly as possible. So we're in a bit of a weather hold right now. Just been playing this game all day long. So if you're just joining us here right now, we're taking 5 here to squeegee off the cement, try to get ahead of this rain. The women's qualifier, and this is the way it looks right now. Ruby, Faith Lilly in 1st place. Minna Stas in 2nd, Jordan Barrett in 3rd, Grace Marhofer in 4th, and Cody Tamanaha in 5th. Top 5 are Americans. They will join Bryce Wetstein and Brighton Zoyner, the 2 pre-qualified Americans, so heavy American final. Top 20 advance into the next round. International field here, Olympic implications on the line. Blair Alley is with Minna Stas.
Yeah, I'm down here on the deck with Minna Stas. We're getting wetter by the second, but congrats. First run put you in 2nd place. How do you feel?
Good. I don't know. I just wanted to land my run, and it just ended up second place. My second run started getting a little rainy in my face on my Smith grind, so that's kind of annoying, and now it's raining even harder, but I'm just happy to probably just make semis. So.
Yeah, I noticed it literally started raining pretty hard in the middle of your run, and I was like, oh man, I hope it doesn't get too slippery. But yeah, now we're getting soaked. So the top 4 are all Americans. How's that feel?
I actually did not know that, but that is pretty cool, I guess. I don't know, I haven't even looked. I just got in the second, I was like, okay, cool, second. So, yeah.
How'd you like the bowl? Was it working out? Were you able to find lines? You like the design?
Yeah, I like it a lot. The volcano is pretty fun because the knuckles like mellower, so it's pretty easy to air over it. But yeah, I found like one line because I only have like 45 minutes of practice each day. So
yeah, I know it's been kind of crazy with the weather. And right now I'm gonna let you go because we're getting soaked. But looking forward to see you skate in the semis. Ministes.
Yeah, thank you.
We're getting out of the rain.
Thanks, Blair. Well, we have a rain out right now, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't take long to dry cement, but we need some cooperation by the elements. But until then, let's take a look back at Minna and her dominance. Oh, now it's raining a lot harder. And Minna was actually just killing it here. Look at this backside feeble through the corner.
Minna right here, that lip slide popping.
That was run number 1. Killed it on run number 1.
You know, get it done with run number 1 before the rain comes. Minna's been good strategy.
Yeah, solid. Jordan Barrett, look at that frontside stalefish, solid on her board. When we come back, we're going to have the conclusion. Hopefully, if Mother Nature cooperates with us, we're going to wrap up park and move over to street. We got lights here at this Des Moines skate park. We might be here till tomorrow morning.
Let's
we'll
do
see
it.
you in a few.
Dew Tour is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the Dew. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle.
Where I grew up, it was pretty rough. I've seen a lot of things that most people haven't seen before in their life. Seen people get shot at, people killed. There's a lot of dangerous things that happen around town, but when I come here, I feel very safe.
It's like a really big part of my life. It keeps me out of trouble, just makes me really happy. If a bad thing happened to my day, I can just go skate and my day gets better. It's really fun around here skating. Once you get to know everybody, then become friends.
The park gives you something to look forward to when you wake up in the morning. It's an outlet from just the day-to-day drama that goes on all the time. It's amazing.
I think that the skate park really did help define kind of who I am. In life, you fall down, in skate park, you fall down, but when you get back up, you're making a promise to yourself that you can always get back up no matter what challenges you're facing.
Words can't describe how much gratitude I have for these skate parks.
It just feels good to have something really, really cool. Yeah, and it feels good that Tony cares and that all of you guys care.
You have a group of people, they all want to have change. You can do it. Don't give up on hope. We're living in it right now. As we stand here at this skate park, we are literally living in change. Don't give up on the dream to change the community that you live in, because it can happen.
Thank you, Tony Hawk Foundation. This park is like a real important park to me.
I moved to California when I was a freshman in high school, so I think 2013. So I've been here for a while. I lived in Encinitas for like 4 or 5 years, and now I've been in Oceanside since. I surfed in Oceanside a ton. I surfed in Carlsbad a lot. My buddy, he has a jet ski, so you take it to the DMJ and we do like step offs, where you like drive on the ski and you're on the back and you like step off onto the wave. Yeah, we're just checking it out there right now. It looks pretty fun. It's kind of like huggy and kind of crowded, but
Man, like, skateboarding is just family. We get along so quick, it's crazy. It's so, you don't see that any other sport.
It's very diverse, it's worldwide, you know, like every continent on this planet has skaters.
You can be from Brazil, Mexico, South America, Japan. You can be from anywhere all over the world and just come together as like one when you're skateboarding.
It's always protected that aspect of like diversity. There's never been any pressure to like force that on people, you know? Everybody skates, every gender, every race.
Skateboarding has always fought for what's right, especially here in the US. Skateboarding has helped bring light to a lot of issues.
We share from the same passion. It doesn't matter if like you don't enjoy his style. Who cares? It can't go to those directions.
With the Olympics now, you know, there's so much more equality and so much more going on for the women's side as well. You know, there was just a few women skaters. Now there's a lot.
There's really not much requirements to skate. It's all personal preference, and I feel like that draws a lot of people in the world to just gravitate towards it.
Anyone who steps on a skateboard and actually goes and skates and tries to learn and realizes how hard and difficult and frustrating this thing is, you form this bond because it's like hardship.
It's crazy they get so many different races, so many different type of people together in one thing. That's the reason why I love skating, you know? It's like, it's awesome.
Tour Live. I'm your host, Chris Pastris, coming to you from the mountains of North Lake Tahoe, and we're so pumped for this very special show. First off, we'll sit and chat with Olympic hopefuls Samaria Brevard and Mario McCoy. Next, we sit with some top young guns in Deshaun Jordan and Zion Wright. Lastly, we sit down with a couple of my homies and legends in the game, Kareem Campbell and Ray Barbie. All three groups are a huge part of skateboarding's past, present, and future, and all three can attest to skateboarding changing their lives. This is Dew Tour Live.
There's a lot of kids out there that don't have anything, you know. I come from Colombia, in a third world country where there's no jobs, there's not much stuff to do. I don't even know what I would be doing right now if I wasn't skating.
Skateboarding definitely saves lives. It saved my life, literally.
I wanna be like them.
Skateboarding in Long Beach was just like the start of positivity in our neighborhoods.
But all these kids, you know, throw a skateboard under their feet, it gives them something to do. It keeps them off the street, gives them a sense of family.
That was the best feeling ever when you're a kid and you're just skating for fun.
We just push each other. As long as we're skating together, we're always like ready to take on like bigger things.
You learn everything from your skate crew that you grew up skating around.
Skateboarding teaches you how to have that mindset of always being positive, always thinking you could do it, always getting back up after a fall.
And you finally get it, you feel like, oh, I earned this.
The problem-solving mindset and that mentality takes you through life on so many different levels.
Young kid could just start skating and just next thing you know, you're traveling around the world. I did it, and kids out there could do it too.
Dew Tour Live is brought to you by the good folks at Mountain Dew. Dew the Dew. Ever wonder how pros like Chris Cole set up their board? Check out Stomp Sessions with Cole's 25 tutorials teaching you his pro insights to board setup, kickflips, and more. What is up, everyone? Dew Tour Live here. I'm super pumped on our guests this week. First up, we've got Samaria Brevard and Mario McCoy standing by, followed by Deshaun Jordan and Zion Wright. And then we're going to learn from some legends in the game, my homies Kareem Campbell and Ray Barbie. So let's kick this off with our first couple guests here, Samaria and Mario. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Chilling, just living. Another day, man.
Nice. And tell us a little bit about where you guys are from.
I'm from Riverside, California. You know, born and raised, and yeah, it's rad.
I'm from a town called Reading, Pennsylvania. If you've ever played Monopoly, it's the town that is the Reading Railroad. So it's not much else to say about that, but it's that one.
Right. And how did your skateboarding journey begin?
I started when I was playing basketball, minding my own business, and my brothers were skating and my friend was skating, and yeah, I seen them. I was like, all right, I don't want to be shooting hoops by myself no more. So I'm going to see what they're doing. And then, I just tried it and then loved it as soon as I stepped on it. So never stopped.
Amazing. How about you, Mario?
Yeah, when it was pretty similar to Mario's experience. My older brother Dante got me into skating because I liked playing video games as a little kid. Kind of like not a lazy kid, but just very indoors kind of person. And he was like, "Nah, we're gonna change that. If you're not gonna play basketball or football like me, you're gonna do something that I do." So he was like, "This is skating." He had this little like Tasmanian Devil like Kmart board. And yeah, just like that, right out back at my grandma's house, just started pushing Mongo. I'm sure like a lot of us start. And that was it, man. After that, here we are.
Amazing. And who were your major influences coming up?
Me, honestly, just the homies. I was really more into just like, I had access to like YouTube when it's first started, they first started putting videos on there. So I started seeing some of them, but really, it was just like the homies and, the hometown heroes that like killed it, like Forrest. And
who are some of those hometown heroes from Riverside?
you got like Forrest Edwards, you got Braxton Powers, you got
Raymond Molinar is from that area, I think.
Yeah. And then you got me and you got Trey and
Amazing. How about you, Mario? Influences coming up?
Oh man. Even still to this day, Paul Rodriguez, it's got to be hands down one of my favorite. Just everything like the way he goes about skating, the way he, professionally and just in his own life, it seems like he's just a solid all around dude. So I admire that and always have. And it's kind of ironic, but a later guest, Kareem Campbell, he was like, to me, the first person I saw who looked anything like me in like the big grand scheme of skating. And like I played a Tony Hawk game and he was the only black dude. And I saw that and I was like, damn, like if this dude can do it, he looks like me, we're the same skin complexion, like there's gotta be a way. So yeah, I even took the time at Tampa Pro this year. I had to just say like, look, man, like if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here at all.
What about terrain? What type of terrain did you guys skate growing up? Is it mostly parks or street, Ross Street, or what?
I think I started off in skate parks. Yeah, I pretty much like started off in skate parks, but like we like had downtown, like right before the skate park that got built, that was closer to my house, got built. It was like, yeah, we'd just skate downtown. And then once that park got built, it was like, all right, we're at this park every day. Everyone meet up and we're just trying to get better. So a little mixture of
Mario, I know you being from Reading, were parks something that you grew up skating? There's a legendary Magic skate park, right? Did you grow up there?
I didn't. I was late to that one. I started I was 4 years old, so it was 99. So I could claim that I'm a little bit of a 90s skater for the last couple of months. But no, that went out like right around that year, 99, 2000. So I didn't get to really skate that. I grew up skating this park called Wooden Waves. It was an indoor park that was honestly, it was the best. Like Bam Margera would show up periodically, which is also another PA legend. And like Kerry Getz would be there, a ton of pretty big names to this, like, kind of random park. They would come there. So I grew up skating that. And then mostly street, like we would skate street a lot. Cause it's like really, other than that one skate park, we had a few, but they weren't that good. And the street spots weren't that good neither. But I mean, that's kind of like, I don't know, when you're a kid, you don't care, man. It's crack or no crack, it doesn't matter, man. Like as long as you're linking up and skating the spot, that's how we lived. So
what was it like for you coming out to California with how perfect all the spots were coming from Reading?
I mean, I couldn't believe it. I was like, this is damn. Like some of these spots that people are like, oh no, that's not a spot. That ledge, nah, we don't skate that. I'm like, what do you mean, man? That would be like, gee, this would be packed back where I'm at. Like, so yeah, man.
We had a lot of AM/PM parking lot sessions back east.
Oh, yeah. We had a drugstore called Farmore, and for some reason, it was like a skate park. There was like an out ledge in the front. There was like ledges on the side. There was a gap around the back. Like that was like, I don't know why that was there. I wish it was still there, but that was like our skate park.
Amazing. And both of you describe the crew you grew up skating with.
I don't know. It was like everyone from different areas would come to like Bobby Bond. So it would be like Marina Valley kids come here, the Mission Grove kids come here, Hunt Park kids come here. Like we all would meet up and just like, so it was pretty big when I was coming up. Honestly, I was like, it was a lot of good times. I'll say that much.
Amazing. And how about you, Mario? What was your crew like?
It was my older brother who got me into skating. Our two really good friends, Taylor and Christian, they were these twin brothers that they had the house that was like, their parents let them do all the like cool stuff. So like if there was like that red zero rail back in the day, they had it. They had like that new kicker, they had it. Like it was always there in their driveway. So it was them. A couple other homies too. Everyone was older though. I was the jit. So I was the kid who had like the foul mouth and was like always just a pain in everyone's ass. Like that was my role. But they always like pushed me. Like when a lot of them kind of got into like some stuff in high school, like they would like start dating or they just would get into some other stuff and kind of get away from skating. They always pushed me to stay in skating. So like, look, like you got something. So just like, don't like learn from us. Just keep skating. Like just keep skating. Just do your thing. Like the world is yours. So I was fortunate to have a crew who was always supportive. Like, look, you're the jit that's got to make it for us. So come on.
Nice. And so Samaria, for you, what hooked you into skating? What made it so addictive for you?
Oh, I feel like because I grew up playing like basketball, team sports, you know, like having someone telling you what to do, like and you like do this drill, run. They're just telling you to do this. I think like just the independence that I got from skateboarding was just really like a big pull for me because I kind of got to do what I want to do or like things just don't work.
How about you, Mario?
I mean, she pretty much said everything spot on. It's just the independence of it, you know? Like my family's a big basketball family. So I understand a lot of what she's saying. Like they're very team sport oriented. And yeah, when I came around, like my brother had to do all that stuff. My dad like lived through him and he had him playing all those sports. And when I came around, I was like, look, man, that's not how this one's going to go. Like that independence, that just depending on myself, you know, and that taught me so many life lessons. I'm just grateful that I've had that opportunity.
Yeah, that was my next question, actually. What type of life lessons do you think skateboarding has taught you guys?
Oh, man.
So many.
A lot, yeah.
I'll get back up, you know?
Perseverance, for one, right?
Yeah.
And let's talk a little bit about that. What makes us so unique? Like, why skateboarding and why do we fall down 100 times trying one trick?
First and foremost, because it's the hardest thing ever. That's why. It's hard. I'll just set the record straight on that. It is extremely difficult. So that's why we fall.
Yeah.
But
that.
But yeah, no, I think the biggest life lessons are be patient with yourself, which if you can be patient with yourself, it's a little easier to be patient with others. Don't take everything for granted, you know, especially time. Like appreciate what you're doing at the time being, live like a moment at a time. And to just appreciate everyone's background, appreciate that there's a lot of different walks of life and life looks a lot different. It's not just how you think it is or how you were taught. It's tons of different ways. And although you don't understand it, you don't have to. At least be empathetic to other people's situations and accept things for what they are, not for what you want them to be. Those are my lessons.
Amen to that, man. And yeah, let's talk a little bit about the community we find in skateboarding. I mean, what has that taught you, Samaria?
It brings in that teamwork, you know, like we're so close, you know, and we allow ourselves, it's like, I don't know, having a skateboard does definitely bring like some type of like trust. Like you see another person on a skateboard and you're like, oh shoot, you know what's going on.
How about dealing with our current climate with the pandemic? What's that been like for each of you? Start with you, Mario.
I mean, for me personally, it's been a little bit of a break. Like honestly, with travel, because travel was starting to get kind of hectic. It was really picking up right at that moment, and it kind of was a second to like stop and just appreciate what's around me, not just be go, you know, and kind of evaluate things that I want, especially going into a pro career right now. Like at the beginning of this, kind of having that little second to think like, all right, well, I'm here. I've been trying to do this my whole life. I'm here now. So what is it that we want? Like, what do we want to do, and how do we want to represent ourselves in this this next chapter?
Yes, and man, I feel for you, and it must have been unique because you turned pro like what, in February, and then this whole thing, just the pandemic exploded. So take us through what that experience was like, and did it take any of the air out of your momentum or anything, or?
Nah, never. No, there's no way you could take the air out of that, man. Since I was a little kid, just messing around on a skateboard, this is what I wanted, you know. So you got to do a lot to take the drive from where I still plan on going. But it definitely was kind of a crazy thing to turn pro and then just be told like, all right, no more trips. The video part that you were about to finish, now it's like kind of on hold a little bit, depending on where you can go. If you can get out and do it, sick. If not, then you know what I mean, like understandable. It's unique. It's definitely not the way I pictured this happening.
Yeah.
But
you've been keeping your head up, you've been killing it. So all the power to you. And hey, in some ways I feel like this is a giant reset for all of us.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like we're learning to refocus, and it's happening just bit by bit with us being isolated, and
totally.
So not what skateboarding's about with the isolation.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I look at it like this. I could have turned pro after. So I could be waiting to turn pro and have all these plans.
And that would have been a lot weirder and more difficult.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm like, hey, I got there while I could. So
totally. Let's talk a little bit about the social activity we've seen from skateboarding with the pandemic and just social justice. You know, how does skateboarding deal with these topics for you guys?
Well, from what I've seen, us as skateboarders have really jumped on it, you know, like really trying to be like front runners, honestly, from what I've seen, and everyone that's been like posting and like really trying to like put in some work for, you know, equality, like real equality. It's pretty amazing.
I mean, it's something. I mean, it's definitely something that I've like, I don't want to say I've learned to live with as a person of color, but it's surprising that it still happens, you know. And the good thing, I guess the only good thing you can really take out of it is everyone, I'm not going to say everyone, but a ton of people are very pissed off about it. I'm happy to see that it's not just us saying this. It's a lot of people.
Fly by night.
And nothing's flying now. So if there's a time to call anything out, people are calling it out. And skateboarding, as it normally is, calls everything out. And they've been calling out not only what's going on in the world, but what goes on in skateboarding.
In our
and I couldn't be more proud to be a part of a community that is willing, like everything else aside, let's be real and talk about what's going on, period. Let's start with our world first and then move forward. And I'm proud. I'm proud of skating for what it's been stepping up and doing.
And how important is it to stay connected to the skate community through all this isolation?
Very important.
Yeah.
We skate with, you know, like we're expecting trips. We travel the world with each other. So it's like, you know, those connections are definitely important, just for even your mental, you know.
100%. How about words of wisdom for the youth coming up? I know you guys are still relatively young guns. So what advice would you give to a skater who's looking to be an Olympic hopeful like one of you?
Skate every day, have fun skating every day, you know, have fun learning, going through the process of learning tricks and stuff, and like learning and being like, you know, having fun with your friends. Like it gets competitive and that just helps you level up. And I don't know, don't take it too serious. Remember the roots. Like this is all about having fun and filling your heart up with like joy.
Exactly. Yeah, I would just tell the young kids coming up, as the old heads told me, and I remember I always hated hearing it, but just be patient. Everything about skateboarding is patience. Everything from where you want to go to what you want to do on your skateboard and to everything. I mean, the life in general is patience.
Yes.
And it's very important to just be patient and understand that what you have and what you will bring to the table will have its time to be shown. And you will have every right and ability to do that. But people get on trips and people get in positions of opportunity, not with what they're saying, with what they do.
Amen.
And in the end, no matter what, ability will always get you to where you want to go. So I would just tell the young kids, keep skating. Never think you're too good. Just keep skating. Never get that mentality. Always strive to do more.
Love it. Love it. And how about, we're going to end with this. What would each of you like your legacy in skateboarding to be?
Man, if I could just leave like a legacy of like progression and help opening doors and stuff, and I'm happy with that. Like, I just want to help as many people as I can while I walk through this world. So
yes,
that's what I hope.
How about you, Mario's legacy? What would you like your legacy to be in skateboarding?
I think I would just want someone who felt like me, even if I was able to reach one kid who felt like me, who knew truly what they wanted to do with their life, but was too afraid to say it because of their surroundings. If I could reach one of those kids and do what Kareem did for me to them and make them understand, like, no matter where you're from, no matter how weird it seems to other people, just hold on to your dream. If I can do that, that's
amen.
That's
bro.
all I want. I just want to pass Kareem's inspiration on through me to the next.
Yes. Is that something, I mean, when you're out and about skating, do you feel that connectivity to the younger generation? And do you feel like you're passing the torch down to locals in each of your hometowns?
I think a lot of them, I'll see some of the locals and I'm like, shit, you're taking the torch right out of my hands. Like, some of these kids are getting good quick. So yeah, no, I definitely, it's progressing fast, and I can't wait to see what skateboarding looks like when it's their turn, because it's already crazy enough now, and it's just going to continue to get crazier.
100%. Well, thank you both for joining me today. We're going to hear from Zion Wright in a second here. You guys are Olympic hopefuls. I got your back. Much love. Thank you for putting all the time and energy you do into skateboarding. So one love. Mario and Smaria, thank you so much for joining. Much love to you both. We'll be in touch.
Later.
Mario, I'll see you in LA, brother.
That's right. I'll catch you up the curve.
Peace out.
And tell us a little bit about both of you guys, starting with you, Z. Where did your skate journey begin? How did you find skateboarding?
Yeah, like I said, I found skateboarding from my big brother.
Yep.
And I just pretty much tailed behind him until I really realized what was going on, and then just kind of went from there.
And how did you find skateboarding, Deshaun?
I found it pretty randomly. Like, I hung out with a group of friends on the east side of Tucson that I always kind of like chill with every day, and they kind of always trying different stuff. Like, there was a phase where everybody was like scootering, or there was a phase where everybody was like just playing sports. And I don't know, I kind of just, whatever they're doing, I wanted to do, it was like part of our friend group. So I just picked it up from there, and then like kept doing it, and then moved to Arizona and like started to pursue it even more. But yeah, that's kind of how I picked it up.
And who were your guys' main influences coming up?
Man, I didn't learn about who my main influence was until later. Like, I definitely didn't come up, like, my group of friends who were skating, like, they were not, like, they weren't skateboarders. Like, they didn't have any knowledge on like pro skating. Like, they were just doing it because they were doing it, you know what I mean? So I was a late bloomer as far as like figuring out who was my favorite skaters and what. But when I did, it was definitely like Costin, Guy, and Mark Johnson. Like, those dudes, like,
yes,
are still my, like, my top dudes. So yeah, that's kind of what my influence was.
And amazing that you ride for MJ now. What's that like, riding for Mark Johnson, one of your favorite skaters?
It's great. Like, he's a great dude on and off the skateboard. There's everybody's opinions and like relationships, like whatever, whatever they've taken from their previous relationship is always out there in the atmosphere, and you don't know until you meet somebody. So it was like meeting him from seeing his work and everything from afar was definitely great. Like, I got to really get to know him, and it's been great. Like, he's a great dude. Like I said, fun, down to earth, super rad dude. But yeah, I love him. Oh, I also forgot to mention my influence was like Heath too. I loved my first skate video was the Minefield video. And so, like, I just remember watching it in that song, and just like those back threes at the beginning, like, always are my favorite stuff. Yeah. So.
Yes. All right. And then Zion, growing up, what hooked you into skateboarding? What made it so addictive and what made you stick with it?
I would say for sure the crowd I was around, just like getting introduced to the whole skate park scene and like what like went into it with just like meeting new friends and just like yeah, just like having the skate park kind of like second base home, just link up and then yeah, just be there at the skate park and just skate with the friends and yeah, hang out and just like yeah, pretty much grow up. So I would say, yeah, for sure, the skate park, that was like what did it. And then, yeah, just having everyone around and then being able to travel, meet people, and like, yeah, having to meet people like Deshaun throughout the way and just, yeah, man, it's crazy. Skateboarding's like brought a lot to my life that I didn't think it would have done. So
Amazing. And you talk about this park. What local park is that you're talking about?
Jupiter Skate Park, Apico Skate Park. So, yeah, that was my stomping grounds. So.
Amazing. Yes. And what type of, let's talk a little bit about the life lessons skateboarding teaches you, like just the persistence for one. So tell us, each of you, starting with you, Zion, what type of life lessons has skateboarding taught you?
For sure, like to be patient. I've like looked at skating as a thing to where, okay, when I first got involved in it and I seen like how it was and seen people that was better than me and doing this and that, I'm just like taking it into like my own perspective of like, yo, you know, this is it. This is skating. You know, it's an individual type thing that you can express yourself with, and yeah, just kind of take it as that. So yeah, it's been a very molding thing around, I would say, my life and yeah, throughout that whole perspective. So.
Amazing. And how about you, Deshaun? Life lessons from skateboarding?
I would say my life lessons from skateboarding would be just like just confidence, patience as well. The process of growth, you know what I mean? Going outside my comfort zone, just like really pushing myself and believing in myself and like determination in general, you know what I mean? Because you obviously like, you take those things from skateboarding into like your normal life and those all apply to everything, you know what I mean? It's like just believing that something is possible that might not, that you might not think is possible. It's like, it's amazing growth comes from like going over that barrier, you know what I mean? Because you just like your whole mental and everything just changes, you know what I mean? Like from struggling to do something, from struggling to get a trick, it's everyday life, and those gems are hidden within skateboarding. So I've definitely taken those.
And did you guys feel like you were accepted by the skate community right away, or did you have barriers to overcome to break in? Deshaun.
To be honest, I didn't know. Like I literally had zero knowledge on like everything about it, going pro, about me. I literally knew nothing when I started skating. You know what I mean? I learned through experiences and through, you know, environments I was in. And so like when it got to a point to where I was doing it more, when I moved to Phoenix from Tucson, I just like, I learned about like skater clothes, like what shoes, what boards are good, what trucks. Well, like I had no idea. And I used to like, there wasn't any real threshold, but like I used to get picked on at my skate park. Like if people said I talked too much or people said I was annoying, and like people would break my boards. Like my mom would have to like come up there and trip. So it was like, to me, I was just doing it to do it. Like I loved doing it, you know, growing up and still now. And it's just like, I kind of learned, through experiences, like with everything. I didn't know, you know, when you were technically accepted by, you know what I mean, the skateboarding world outside of it. So
skateboarding is definitely, you'll get schooled right away.
Yeah.
So Zion, I know you grew up, you said Jupiter, Florida. Was there a surf culture there, or was it just pure skateboarding?
Yeah, that's crazy you say that, because I got introduced to surfing at like a young age, like a little after I started skating. So yeah, it was like a mix for me being in the surf culture and the skate culture and kind of like having that balance to go back and forth from like doing both. So yeah, it was pretty interesting, like growing up and then doing both and like kind of seeing how both sides of the scenes are. So yeah, pretty crazy.
Yes. And now you're both in Southern California, in the mecca of skateboarding, you know, we're LA and all that. And so talk about the differences with the culture now that you're out in Los Angeles area.
Yeah, it's for sure a big difference. I would say a big culture shock in a bit, you know, just being able to see, you know, what really goes on and how everything operates out here. Like going to the skate park and being able to see the little kid, he's like maybe 8 or 9 and he's like already like front feebling the rail or something, you know, just like the progression level of like, yeah, just how things are out here. It's like at that pace, I would say. It's like more environment, I would say, you know. Like,
I remember tripping, coming from the East Coast when I got to Southern California, how you would do what felt like the most amazing trick in the world and everyone's totally silent. Like we're all sort of spoiled from seeing such good skateboarding. You know what I mean? Like back east, it'd be like everybody cheering each other on. And then in LA, it's like you could do a kickflip front feeble and somebody would just look at you stone cold, like whatever.
No, I remember when I first started coming to LA, I would say like for summers at a time when I was still in high school. But then when I officially moved here and started filming like one of my first parts in LA,
yeah,
I was tripping out because, you know, in Arizona or whatever, like, you know, you do whatever you do where you're from, you know, you're a little bit of a hometown hero. You hear like, oh, you're good. And you get somewhere where people like really do it. Like people really do it. Like your eyes get open. And when I first came, I was like, bro, the smallest hubbles I was skating was like 9 hubbles. And I was like, yo, like, I'm not used to skate, but you know what I mean? The people so I had to quickly adjust to that.
Quickly.
Now, but it's awesome now. It's like, that just was a huge growth itself, just me seeing it. And so now it's like, you know what I mean? I'm stoked I moved and like got introduced to this side of skateboarding and saw, you know, real, like people really going ham in that progression of it because it opened my mind to my skating abilities for sure.
Amazing. And okay, we're going to move into current events. You know, we've got COVID-19 and the social justice issues. How are each of these affecting you guys personally? Start with you, Z.
I mean, yeah, it's just been a whole, I would say, crazy thing for just everyone in general, you know, just like the whole social distancing thing, the whole, just like everything that it is. So, I mean, I've just been taking it and just being precautious, you know, being respectful to people, other people, and like these times, you know, it's been rough. So, but yeah, I mean, it's life, you know, we got to deal with what's going on. So we just got to be able to take it how we take it and yeah, just move along with it and just hope for the best throughout all these times, I would say. So.
Yes. And Deshaun, do you feel that skateboarding has a voice with these issues?
I feel like yes, and like when I say that, just because like skateboarding's like a big skateboarding kind of has a big voice on the world. You know, I mean, a lot of stuff people. I feel like it's not always 100% credited to the skateboarding culture, but a lot of like influence comes from skateboarding. You know, whether it's clothes, terminology,
passion,
you know, like passion, yeah, everything. You know, and it's the next closest thing to music. Like a lot of music artists, you know, we share the same, you know, merge of like our worlds. And so with us giving the platform, you know what I mean? Like skateboarding, you know, we obviously like our voice with times like this gets heard a lot on media, Instagram and everything. I feel like it's important for us to like show that we're also practicing the best way to push and respect like everything that's going on in the most general way so that everybody can understand, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that's kind of what I've been just doing on my part as, you know, somebody who's a part of the culture and just individually is just like doing everything I can on my end to, you know, do my part to where, you know, I'm helping as much as I can, you know, to get everything back in order, whether it's with the social justice or Corona, because I feel like, you know, like Z was saying, everyone is affected. And so, instead of pointing the finger so much, I try to just take a step back and do it in the most respectful way to everybody. So
yes. And I know skateboarding is such a cultural melting pot. What do you think the world could learn from the skateboarding community?
I mean, to love each other. Don't judge a book by its cover. Equality. I mean, we all pretty much, you know, we skate with each other, no matter shape, sizes, colors. So it's like, I feel like that's a statement itself, is that, you know, there's no discrimination within skateboarding, really. You know what I mean? Like, everybody's groups of friends are so diverse and we're so welcoming to everything. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like, you know what I mean? Like, my roommate's Yuto. Like, we met in, you know, season a couple of years ago, but it's just like, even that itself is like, well, you know, we welcomed each other in. I welcomed him in. Totally. I've tried to be a good outlet for him to learn how to survive over here, you know, in the US. And so like, I feel like sometimes they go so unnoticed that people don't realize that them making a phone call to skate with a homie is like a big, you know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know, it's a lot of like, I feel like there's a lot of gems in skateboarding, the culture in general, and everybody as an individual. So,
amen to that.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to end this with what would each of you like your legacy in skateboarding to be?
Yeah, dude, each one teach one. I would say just pay it forward. You know, it's like you get introduced to something, and yeah, you just want that same vibe and everything that you've been introduced to, the way you are so juiced on it, to kind of just be put back into someone. So yeah, I would just say each one teach one, man. So yeah.
Love it. Love it. And I love seeing your pops around the scene, man. He's so positive and just got such a rad vibe. Said hello.
That's my guru, man. That's my guru. He keeps me down. So I learn a lot from him. So yeah.
He's the best.
He's my guy.
All right, Deshaun, with you, what would you like your legacy to be? Remember
just remember, you know, stay hungry, stay humble. You know what I mean? And that, like, you know, just give 100% of whatever you do, you know what I mean? The full energy and just, you know, attacking everything with 100% is important. You know what I mean? Because you don't want all those little spirits around your deathbed of unfilled potential. You know what I mean? Telling you that, you know what I mean? You could have did this, you could have achieve this. And so yeah, I just, you know, want the legacy just be like, yo, give 100, whatever, believe, achieve, stay hungry, stay humble, and just go get it.
Amen. Amen to that. Yes. So, you know, we're going to keep you guys on for a couple more minutes as our next guests get set up, and it's Ray Barbie and Kareem Campbell. So give us some words about those two legends from each of you.
Not enough words, not enough words. Not enough words, man. Not enough words, to be honest. I don't even want to start saying something, because I'm gonna feel like I gotta keep going, because I don't know. Like I said, not enough words to describe what those dudes did for us and for everybody. Okay, so I appreciate them. Hats off.
Amen to that. How about you, Z?
Hey, same. I would say same at that. Yeah, just like Kareem, Ray. Yeah, they're golden for sure. Is that
time? When I was a kid in high school, and I first became aware of Ray Barbie, I remember sketching his graphic on my notepads, just thinking like, I could be pro. He definitely was the first one for me to look at and go, we can do this, you know, as a community, and, you know, looking different and being different. It wasn't so weird after Ray. It was like, all right, we're in this. So,
dude, random.
Humbled by it.
Dude, I wish I knew this lady's name, but it's so funny. I wish I knew her name. But we're kind of like dating in Arizona. This girl I used to talk to when I was younger, and her family friend knew Ray. And when she found out I skated, she was like, oh, like, you know, like I have a friend, he used to skate, you know, he's like OG, like his name's Ray Barbie. And I was like, what? Ray Barbie? But I wish I knew her name, because she swears they're good friends, and it would have been dope to bring it up, but I don't even know her name. So
Ray is the coolest cat, man. Ray and Kareem, both. Just it's been amazing. A blessing to know both of them. Yeah, and two totally different approaches to skateboarding. And it's crazy for me, because I got to do blue skateboards with Kareem and really get to know him and just see how he broke through. He basically made it, like, you know, I'd say for the hip hop community, and like just skateboarding being different, and, you know, people like Chad Muska that came after him, he laid so much groundwork, man. Like just seeing him, I don't know if you guys have ever seen this clip, but he back 180s over a handrail in Houston, Texas. And it was like the gnarliest, like no one could even ollie it, you know, it was out of, like, it wasn't even possible. And just that back 180 just had everybody just floored. And I felt like every contest Kareem did something where you were just like, oh my God, that's not even possible. Like,
yeah, dude,
style, the best confidence.
The push, everything. I was just watching some of his footage like the other day with the homie downstairs. It was just like, oh my God, like ahead of his time. Like the push, his steez with his push, like his style, everything was just trash can clips going crazy, backwardating over like dude, backside flipping over top. I'm like, oh my God.
I remember, I think it was Trilogy or something, but he looks down at his pager in the middle of a line. It's like so pimp. He's like so confident. He's like, oh, someone's blowing me up. Let me keep going.
Legend, dude. He's amazing. Tray foot fakies.
Yeah. When was your first like Kareem Campbell experience? When did you first see him or become aware of his skill?
I would say, man, probably the Tony Hawk games when I first started like getting to skate. Like I would always like go and play him. You know what I mean? He's coming up like the African American skater, and the video guy was like, "Yo, I didn't know a lot about skating. I thought it was dope. And I just wanted to play him." So I was like, I want to play with Kareem. And then like later on in life, and got more into skating, and started learning his his significance in skateboarding. What he did, understanding that. And then when I first met him in person or seen him. I had to say with somebody. I was like, "What's good, Kareem?" And like, it was a genuine, like, "What's up?" You know what I mean? It was just like that energy was just there, and I was like,
100% genuine. Yeah,
crazy.
So I joined you guys. We can all talk about this. The Thrasher cover recently. What are your thoughts on that? With all of the people of color represented, what did that mean for you?
Dude, go ahead, Z.
Nah, you got it. But yeah, that's big. That's real. That's power right there, That's for sure. Yeah, that's big.
Was it humbling, surprising? What were your guys' thoughts?
Yeah, for sure. Humbling, like all that. It's just like for all the guys representing on the front and the back, and just like Atiba killed that. Atiba, if you put that together, or Burn Dog, you guys fully killed that 100%.
Yeah, I found out about it, and like I know Atiba was trying to make it around and shoot as much as he could, and it was like really hard for him in the time frame he had. And I think he wanted to shoot like a lot of people, but I was in Arizona, so I like almost didn't even like make it on that cover. I got back, the homie Andrew told me about it, and I texted Atiba. I was like, "Yo, Atiba," I was like, "Yo, you're shooting like Thrasher doing all like blackish." He was like, "Yeah." He was like, I was actually like trying to get around everybody, but I thought you were in Arizona. I was like, "No, I'm back." And he was like, "Pull up right now. Like, I'm sure the porter's at my house." I was like, "I'm on my way. Like, I need to be a part." Like, and so that's what so I was stoked that like squeezed in on there, because it was definitely like a time crunch. And man, like I'm still waiting on my issue to get here so I can like look through it all. But man, like that, like that's just like, man, power.
Yeah, I looked down at my phone and saw like a text message from Atiba. It says Atiba Jefferson, and I'm just like, whoa, what the? And the way he said like, "Hey, can you make it to my pad?" I knew it was something. I didn't know what was going on, but I knew there was an urgency, and I was like, oh damn, Atiba wants me to cruise to his house. I'm there.
Yeah, facts.
Glad we didn't miss out on that one.
I know.
So about what's been going on with the marches. Have you guys participated in anything like that? Is there anything like that going on in your communities?
I went to Echo Park for a march that they had, the little skate. It was like this girl had kind of got everyone right behind it, but Real was like a kind of like sponsor or whatever in it. But yeah, man, I went to that, and yeah, it was really nice. Everyone like spoke and stuff, and yeah, it was good. So
I was there with you. And look who popped on, my man, Reem.
Peace. What's good, brother?
The man.
Legend. What up, Reem?
Family, how y'all doing?
Chilling, man. How you living?
Man, loving it, relaxing, staying kosher free. You know what I mean?
Dude, how y'all been doing? I'm gonna sit back and let you guys talk to Kareem for a bit, because I'm just enjoying this moment. So go at it, you three.
I'm tripping. I'm so lost for words. They asked me what to say about you before you got on, and I was like, man, there's not enough words to describe what you did for us, man. And then like my hat's off, man. Like for endless and endless miles, I don't think there'll ever be enough words, but like, man, I really thankful for what you did, man. And your staple in skateboarding and just you in general as a person is really, impactful to me and throughout my career still to this day. So I appreciate you.
Man, my blessing. And I love it. I mean, you, Sean, Deshaun, Naja, it's just all the different things that you guys have taken it to now. Y'all need to just really bow down to yourselves because y'all got this to a whole nother level. And I love it. I really love it. I mean, you guys are good, actually, role models for these kids. It's totally different than what, most people would have thought that, as being coming from where most of us came from and, having to fight the fights that we fought. You guys just came out as a blessing, as the future. I'm looking forward every day, everything. Every time I see y'all skating, it's just like, I just smile. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Bless
way big time. And let's get you to have a question or two in for Kareem, Zion. Go for it, brother.
Yeah, no, I don't think we've ever crossed paths, but yeah, dude, big ups, man. Much love. You're a legend. Thank you for everything you've done for us in skateboarding. And yeah, how have you been? Have you been good, man? So.
Man, I've been relaxing, just been doing a lot of like chilling and hitting the parks, you know what I mean? It's been like 100 degrees. I've been in Texas a lot. I was in Cali for a little bit, and then I went down to Florida. I kind of been just bouncing around, but been just shredding a little bit, just kicking it, doing a lot of painting, just, feeling myself. You gotta feel yourself.
Dude, and Beam, how about the Muska stepping down with the Skateboard Hall of Fame induction and handing it off to you? What was that experience like?
To really be honest, for the most part,
man,
I don't really speak too much on it because that was more of a personal thing, but I would just say that, Muska's like a brother, you know what I mean? And he's always has been. And just that gesture of what he did was just insane because he just called me after, man. And he was like, bro, are you mad or are you stressed? Like, I hope you're not. I'm like, bro, what are you talking about? You know what I mean? So the way he did it was really himself, you know what I mean? So it wasn't no political, it wasn't no something that people conjured up. It was like literally like that's how he felt, you know what I mean? And I, all hats down to Musk. I love that. You know what I mean? He's my brother.
Yes. And we talked to Deshaun and Zion about their influences, and you were a huge influence on them and myself, Reem. So let's talk about who influenced you. How did you find skateboarding?
Really, I would say, honestly, it was definitely like Ray Barbie gave me my true influence because it was like when I first seen his first video part, and it's just like,
ban this part?
No compliant. Yeah, you know what I mean? And just his style, he's wearing the Vision bubble guns that kind of look like the All-Star Chucks and, he had the Pendleton on. It was like, I felt like, oh man, it's like, we can do this. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Exactly what Chris said.
Exactly what I said. Word for word.
What Chris said, word for word. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was like, dude, you remember I came from the deep hood. So it was like I saw that. It was like, wow. It was like, and it's like, we had Tommy Guerrero, we had different, but it was just like, the way Ray came off, had the hat tilted, and it was just a smooth style. It was like,
yes.
Yeah.
Dude, I remember picking you up off of La Cienega and how that you grew up in a tough hood, man. How was it being a skater where you grew up in LA?
To me, it was normal to me because I grew up in it, you know what I mean? But it was just crazy because it was like, as I was venturing out of, the neighborhoods and started going to Venice a lot and different places, it was just crazy because it's like everyone be like, oh man, I'll drop you off home. And then it's like, it get like 11, 12 o'clock at night. And then they're like, wait, where you live again? We'll drop you right off the side of the 10 freeway. And I'm like, that's cool. That's good. I'm in my neighborhood. So,
Someone was asking me like, who tapped in Reem and those guys? And let's talk about Jeff Hartzell, right? He brought
Hartzell, yeah, it was like basically the way it kind of was formed, it was like I was a Venice head, and it was like Jesse Martinez and Jeff Hartzell was pretty much like the cast that was like, flowing me, give me the hand-me-down boards, you know what I mean? Really, you know what I mean? But they were like lacing me up. And then it got to a point to where it was like, after the Powell contest and, I won that. And then it was like, I just remember Jesse telling Jeff, like, take him to the warehouse. And I'm just like, wow. Because I remember Daniel had already got sponsored. He got sponsored like 2 weeks beforehand.
Yeah.
So it was pretty crazy. And then when Jeff took me to the warehouse, it was like, that was the time.
Dude. Yeah, while we have the three of you together, I was telling these guys about the back 180 at the Houston contest over the fence and just how dropping that was. I remember being there and being like, what is Reem thinking? It was one try, right?
Yeah. It was like, literally, it was like, it was kind of crazy because it was you know, we were playing around and we were, you know, wilding out at that contest. You know, Houston was wild. So we were having a ball.
Partying.
And then it was like, I remember Randy Coleman kind of threw it in my head. He was like, man, just jump over that shit. Like, and I was just like, huh? Like, and then like, you know, like, I think that was like practice day or something. And then it was like, you know, during the contest, I was like, right, I'm gonna go for it. And he was like, no, just stick to your line. You're landing everything.
Rodney was probably scared, right?
Yeah. So and it was just like, when I went for it, I was like, at first gonna ollie, then I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna try to go for a backside 180. And it all worked out. It was a blessing. I mean, otherwise I was gonna be flipping over it.
Yeah. Right. Yes, and I guess we're gonna talk about life lessons as we get Ray's gonna get on this call with us here. Reem, talk about what kind of life lessons skateboarding has taught you.
The one thing that is, I say, the most significant thing it's taught me is that we're all the same. You know what I mean? That's one of the number one keys. We are all the same because, like, for what I thought was one thing, but then once I got in tune with everybody, I'm traveling with everybody, and then it's like you start realizing from cats from Brazil to anywhere, you know what I mean? From
whatever.
East Coast, West Coast, you know, everybody was pretty much like, we're all the same in some kind of ways, you know what I mean? We just kind of see things in kind of a little different thing, you know what I mean? But that was the number one thing, though.
Yeah. And we got Brother Ray stepping on. What's up, Brother Ray?
How are you guys?
Yes, thank
What's
you.
up, Ray? Yes. Sorry I'm getting in here late.
Oh, no, you're good.
I'm honored to be here with you guys.
Yeah, I'm going to open up the floor. First, the Young Bucks. You got any questions or words for Mr. Ray Barbie?
Just like I said about Reem, man, not enough words, man, for my appreciation for, you know, what you guys paved for us, you know what I mean, and what you guys did for skateboarding. And like I said, man, it definitely like motivates, and it gave us, you know, all hope, you know what I mean? Like Reem and, you know, Chris said when they first got on, is like seeing dudes like you guys and the staple you guys have in skateboarding and the impact you guys had, it just like gives us hope to have that same legacy, when it's time for us, to throw in the towel or whatever, and all I want to do is have that effect and that impact that you guys did. So yeah, I appreciate you guys, man, for real.
Thank you, man. Yeah, so it's such a beautiful thing to see that recent Thrasher magazine article celebrating skateboarders who are Black. And for me, the 12-year-old me is really tripping out because when I got started, man, I want to say like 83-ish, growing up in San Jose, California. When I got into skateboarding, I only knew of one other Black skater in my neighborhood. And it was my buddy Isidore Bird, and he was about 2 years older. So when I was in 7th grade, he was already a freshman, and he was pretty much better than everybody else. So it was just super encouraging to at least have him, But I grew up skating ramps. So when it switched over to skating street, there wasn't really that I remember anyone to look to per se. And so when I look at that magazine, wow, man, kids getting into skateboarding now, just wow, what a legacy, what an impact, what a contribution. It's just really beautiful to see that progression and where it ended up. And a lot of it because of street skating,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Ray, beside your friend that you followed, who really influenced you growing up? Was Lance a major influence on you, or whoever, like when you first got into it and saw pro skateboarding?
Yeah, I mean, you can never underestimate the how do you want to say it? The impact that your people that your community has on you.
Yeah.
So even though we had the videos and things, we grew up with the Bones Brigade videos, Future Primitive, and Bones Brigade video show, and we'd see these vision videos and catch little glimpses of Mark Gonzalez in the streets, and Future Primitive, you had Lance in the streets a lot.
Dude, that was great.
Yeah,
and seeing Lance like bomb drop off the roof and hit the curb, cruising.
Yeah, rail slides on railroad tracks, and so, but again, that stuff seems so far away. The people who had the most impact on me were the people I was around every day.
Sure.
So it was my crew, that the Brotherhood of Skateboarders that were all inclusive to me and my buddy when we got into skateboarding summer before 7th grade. And so those were, and again, my buddy was a part of that brotherhood, those guys, so he was a huge influence.
Yes. And how about getting on Powell? How did that come about?
Basically, moved to Southern California from Northern California in, I think it was summer of 88.
Yes.
And so it was from being and I moved to Tustin, California. So basically I was kind of, which is Orange County, right by Santa Ana. And so all of a sudden I'm seeing Mark Gonzalez, I'm seeing Nodis Coppice, I'm seeing Jason Lee, Ron Chapman, Jeremy Klein. Really, the list goes on and on. Chet Thomas, Steve Size, and really a lot of it was through Tommy Guerrero and Chet Thomas telling Stacy about me, because I had known Tommy from living in San Jose and skating with him in the Bay Area and everything. And those guys telling Stacy about me. And then there was a contest at the Carson Velodrome. It was a pro contest. And we were amateur, but we'd get out onto the course in between heats and things. And so at the end of that contest, I'll never forget seeing Chet Thomas pointing at me with Stacy, and then Stacy walking over and asking if I would want to ride for the team.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Stacy's awesome.
That's it.
Yeah. Man, it's like, I was thinking the other day, I was like, man, I don't know if you remember, but remember the sleepovers at the Powell, at the Powell warehouse, right? And dude, I'll never forget young Kareem. I remember, and we would crash there. We'd have our sleeping bags, and I think there was like a rec room, and I don't know.
Yeah, that little side room.
Yeah, that's where we're trying to crash to try to get some peace, because cats were going for it 24/7, right? And I remember I thought, I don't know, I was trying to turn in maybe around like 2 or something. I remember being in the sleeping bag, and I remember you coming over and being like, Ray, play me a game of skate.
Oh man, that's great.
That sounds just like me. I probably was out there studying crap. I was trying so hard to like get myself ready, and I'm like, he's about to go to sleep. Like he's tired, he's wore out.
Ever
bedtime.
But I remember having so much fun just getting up and then skating with you. And I'm sure you beat me, but I remember I was like, I just remember that it was so fun.
Dude, yeah, those were the days. I swear.
But man, I'm so proud of you, man. I'm so thankful to have again just be able to see. It's to be able to watch someone's development, right, and see them get into doing their thing. You know what I mean? And so I fast forward from being at the Powell warehouse, getting woken up in the sleeping bag, game of skate, 3 o'clock in the morning or whatever, to the just strength and and just the flow and the ability to make it look so beautiful. Like it's funny because if I think about those two, the progression of that time, it was a treat and a privilege to be able to see that growth.
Man.
I'd second
Thank
that.
you.
Reem, come up.
Yeah.
Young dudes, about life lessons skateboarding has taught us. Ray, what do you have to say about life lessons skateboarding has taught you?
When I think about just the community of it, and I guess just the brotherhood of skateboarding, there's a lot of talk of obviously the heaviness of everything that's going on, right? Racism and just a lot of frustration and people being just done with it, right? Rightly so, But when I think about skateboarding, I see so many parallels with the camaraderie that would accompany, soldiers being in a war,
Yeah.
Like, not saying that skateboarding's a war, but what I'm saying is it's that type of brotherhood where it's like, I don't think when you're out there doing what you're doing, whether you're on the front line, my dad served, he was a Marine, he served in Vietnam. I know for a fact he could care less about, the only thing that he cared about with the cat next to him, if he was for him and on his side.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And I see that the parallels in skateboarding, like this passion and this joy to ride a skateboard, it's all we care about. It's like the camaraderie that comes from enjoying this makes us not care about the rest of the stuff. You know what I mean? And it's been a blessing to be able to, for over 30 years, experience that all around the world. You know what I mean?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Beautiful. And that. And Reem, I know you touched on a little bit, but how about you? Life lessons from skateboarding.
I mean, like he said, and I said before, I mean, that unity within people, that's always been one of the main things, you know what I mean? And I definitely, other than that, it's just been loving it, loving life. Like, skateboarding has brought, how like we were looked at as like almost down, like dirty or whatever, so it's like, they had no clue that, you know what I mean? We looked like this, but we were good. We were having fun. This was our job. We had a home to go to. We had a car to get into. Like, this was our life. So it's like, I just love that understanding of how, how skateboarding and the unity that we have together, that it doesn't even matter. You know what I mean? It's like that's all that matters, that piece of board and the unity. You know what I mean? That's really what it's brought me.
And what we touched on it a little bit, but looking at that Thrasher cover, what is it like for you guys to see the influence you've had on guys like Deshaun Jordan and Zion Wright?
I'm always like, to this day, pinching myself, like, is this for real? Because the reality is I just wanted to ride a skateboard.
Sure. Yeah.
You know what I mean? I just want to ride a skateboard and have fun with my friends.
Totally.
And from that, to be able to have the opportunities that it afforded me in life.
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
But then to get feedback, hearing that it helped inspire and push others to do the same, then it's just like, are you kidding me? like, so I'm just tripping, man, because I didn't really set out to really do anything other than I want to ride my skateboard. You know what I mean?
And Ray. And I was telling these guys how I used to draw your graphic on the cover of my high school notepad.
Oh, yeah.
This.
Yeah, Sean Cliver, man.
Barriers. And Reem touched on it, the flannel, the hat, the visual wears, the flat crowd lines. We were soaking up everything.
Smooth as ever. Yeah, he was the king. He was the king.
But and real quick, it's like it's just how we are as human beings, right? Like think about music, right? Like if you think about just how music in general, how it's a gumbo of sorts of just influences, right? And the way that it presents itself as it is expressed through the excitement of wanting to be like it, right? And so I guess what I'm saying is I love that process. I love how we all have our own fingerprints, and how we get to it. It comes from being inspired by others that excite us, but it's usually never just one person. It's a lot of people. And so it's little bits here and little bits here and little bits here. And it helps you to figure out your identity and your fingerprint. And to me, it's really, really interesting. And I really enjoy seeing the fingerprint, but then seeing the traces of the other ingredients in the stew, if you will, like the influences, and how and so I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm very honored for people,
And Ray, how was it? I mean, I got to ask you, just riding for Powell back in the day, that was such a esteemed thing for everyone. And, for you to jump in a van and be with Lance and Cabby and Tommy, what was that like coming up?
Oh, it's tripping. Again, it was one of those, there's been a lot of moments where it's just like, is this for real? Like,
myself. Yeah.
Wow. Like, I watched these guys growing up in the videos, and now I'm like in the van with them, and they're all great human beings. You know what I mean? Like, it's, you hear people say like, don't meet your heroes, or hero takes a fall, but couldn't be farther from the truth with those guys, And so for me, it was a lot of things, man. There was a sense of validation of like, wow, they accept me, which is huge, right? There's a saying, the praise of the praiseworthy is above all rewards, kind of thing, And so to be in the van with those guys and to be included, that was everything, man. The fire that we already have, that just fans into that flame so much that it just shoots you out with this just desire to want to be worthy of it. You know what I mean? Like, just growing up at a time where it's like, dang, you turn pro, it's not a time to kick back. It's like the time to like show that you're worthy of being a pro. So it's like, you got to kick in the next gear. So being with those dudes, it forced me to like, step it up and try to be worthy of it,
Yeah. And Reem, how about that with you and Rodney Mullen and Jay Lee when we first hit the road? What was that like for you?
I mean, it was super intense for me, because it was like, I was new to the whole pro world and the sponsors. So it was like, they just threw me in the pie and was just like, go. So it was the top, man. It was like, I was you were just like, wind me up. And I just went, didn't know when to stop.
I'll never forget how easily you and Daywan learned tricks. Like, just watching you guys, like somewhat of an older head. Like, I remember the parking lot sessions at World, and like, just, Rodney rattling something off, and you and Daywan being able to follow and just take over and do it right away. I couldn't. I was not a technical skater. So, watching guys mirror Rodney was something else, man.
Yeah, but I was always watching Rodney and Daywan's feet, because it was like, I was never gonna learn that trick. I still don't even know how to name tricks. I'm just like, okay, I see where it's at. I'm seeing the points. Okay. I was always lost, but it was like, I'm gonna figure it out. As long as I see the little foot points and positions, I'm like, okay,
I'm good. Yeah. And how about, all that's going on in the world with COVID and now racism? How do you guys feel skateboarding works into that as far as social activism?
I mean, for me, I don't really think there is no racism really in our world of skateboarding and our culture, because it's like, if you look at a lot of people that's out there that's protest, a lot of them are skateboarders, you know what I mean? is weird because it's like they're in the wrong little forefront sometime, a skateboarder in the back of a police car, or they, in a band, but it's like we come from so many different walks of life. And the thing about it though is like, it's almost like once I started traveling around the world and I'm meeting all these different people, and like I said before, I saw us all as one and alike. It was like, that's kind of like what I still think skateboarding has right now, because I hear the little things and I see certain people venting off, you know what I mean? And to me personally, sometimes they might be like personal vents.
Yes.
Sometimes, I know like some, cats, they might not have felt comfortable in a position at the time to say, hey, you know what I mean? Watch your mouth if someone says something incorrect.
Yeah.
But now that they've kind of, got a little nuts and, you know what I